A very good morning, everyone. Give us 5 to 10 minutes, okay? Actually, Kapil says on his way, he's stuck in traffic. That's the reason I came live for 5 to 10 minutes because I saw people waiting over there. So just, to have a word with all of you. Just let me know whether I'm audible or what, okay? By the time sir comes, I'll just have a word with you or and like just to tell कि आपका पढ़ाई कैसे चालू है and all that. Give me 5 to 10 minutes. He's on his way only. He just messaged me that he's coming. Please provide the notes. Yeah, the moment he comes, he'll give you the notes also, okay? And please be active for the whole entire session, okay? And also thank you so much for sfm. I think we couldn't complete that much because I think it was what, close to 7 hours that time, but the ones who attended the first few hours, I think, of capital budgeting, it was good. In fact, if you have not watched the lecture of sfm, please do watch it, okay? And if you have any more problem, do let me know. Just let me know whether I'm properly audible or what, everyone. आवाज बराबर है क्या? We start in 5 to 10 minutes, okay? Let him come. Volume is low. What are you saying? Vishnu, Vichu. Achha, volume is low for everyone or what? I don't think volume should be low here. By the time Kapil sir comes, we'll have a discussion. Okay. Volume is what? It's very low or what? What are you saying? Hello. Achha. One second. I'll just check it. Hello. 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 You just check whether it is now it is okay or what. I think it has to be fine now. I think. Okay, now it's okay. Cool. And what else? There are so many people watching. Okay, I think he'll take the entire day today. Okay, he was not well actually yesterday. That's why he couldn't take the lecture yesterday. So it's planned today, and after I think the people who are giving Group 4 also, you're gonna start SCM also. Okay, day after tomorrow. And I hope your studies are going on good. By the way, if you have not downloaded the workbook, please go and download the workbook. Okay. In fact, there were many students who did not know only the workbook existed. So please go on the site, please download the workbook and also the MCQ booklet. Now the workbook is a March 25 edition, okay? So please go and download it. That's more important. So are you a fitness freak? Yeah, yes. So I'm a bodybuilder, by the way. I don't know how many of you know this, but you can follow my page also. It's Harshatan Gaikwad Fitness. You can go on Instagram, you can do it. Sir is here, okay? He'll start in 5 minutes, okay? आराम से करो.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Yes, please check. Am I audible? Yes, online students, kindly confirm. Am I audible to you? Mm, are we okay? Huh? Yes, audible. Okay, Naman, thank you for the confirmation. Yes, thank you, everyone. Okay, so please mention important theory topics. Okay, so I have a lot of questions before starting only. So I'll start from I'll start answering your questions first, and then I'll start with the marathon. So first of all, बहुत बच्चों के माइंड में रहेगा एक क्वेश्चन, a lot of questions in your mind that what we'll be covering in this marathon. So I'll first answer that question. What we will cover in this marathon? It is not only MCQ. Yes, it is MCQ based, but it will not be only MCQ. Not only MCQ. It will cover the recent exam questions. Recent means what? It's December 24. Not the previous one, no. Because I've already covered in the previous marathons. Till June 24, I have already covered in the previous marathons. So I'll be teaching the entire concept, then the recent paper questions, and then the MCQ based questions per chapter. So I have around 100 MCQs, right? And I'll be teaching the concept first. Obviously, in each and every marathon, I do the same. I'll be teaching the concept first, then the recent paper questions, and then the MCQs, right? Then the MCQs. This I'll be covering. Mm, just 1 minute. Check, check. Mm. Okay, just give me a minute. Uh, I guess I'll be audible now. Yes. So let's continue. So I was telling I'll be covering the concept, then the exam questions, and then the MCQ based questions. MCQ for MCQs, everyone has to be active. Okay, everyone has to be active and give the answers. I'll be explaining it completely. Also, the second question which comes to in the mind is, sir, what about the notes? Yes, I'll be sharing the notes, but not right now, but after the marathon, because in that notes there are not only questions but the handwritten solutions also. So I don't want everyone to check the answer and then comment on the right A, B, C, or D, right? So I don't want that. So I'll be giving the questions and the solutions with the PDF, the entire PDF, but you'll be getting after the marathon. Okay. Yes. And I guess what are the questions? Yes, I'll be giving the theory topics also. Next question was, how would a CMA paper for June 25? It will have the same pattern, There is no change in the pattern. There is no change in the pattern right now. Okay, so let's start with the marathon. Okay, so the first topic, the very important topic, which is one of my favorite, is the decision making. Decision making, that is nothing but marginal, transfer price, and relevant costing, covering almost 30%. That is 30 marks, right? So what is covered in this? What is exactly covered in this? So when I say only marginal, there are basic formulas, right? That's the basics, the indifference point, the shutdown point, the sales mix, the opportunity cost, the limiting factor. These are the basic ones which you have already studied in your CMA Inter Group 1, Group 2, right? Next, make or buy. Whether to make it or buy it obviously depends upon the variable cost. So we'll do that. Acceptance of order. Obviously, if the profit is more, then I should accept the order, I should reject the order, completely based on the variable concept. One of the important question is fixation of selling price. How to fix the selling price? This is more or less related to target costing also, right? How to fix the selling price. Next is profit planning. That is the how to check minimum requirements. Then which product to buy from the market in scarce resources. If I have multiple products, which product should I buy from the market and which product should I make? And next is the multiple limiting factors. So there are a lot of variety in this, right? There's a lot of variety, but this time I won't be stressing more on this. Obviously, I'll be taking the exam paper questions, but I'll not be stressing more on this. I'll be stressing more on the transfer price and the relevant cost. Relevant cost, I'll be stressing more. Why? Because this is one of the important topic, and if I check the entire decision making, the utmost important thing which I feel is relevant costing, and it has the complete potential to be asked for 14 marks. Complete potential, right? Because in the previous examination, relevant costing was not asked. So in this examination, I feel they'll target the relevant costing, right? So I'll be stressing more on that. Obviously, I'll be teaching the entire concepts, but more focus will be on relevant cost. Okay. Now let's start with the basics. As of now, everyone knows what are the basics, right? I want the basic formula, like what is PV? Obviously, it is nothing but contribution divided by sales, right? Okay. What about when two sales and two profits are given? Two sales and two profits are given. Can anyone tell me how to find the PV ratio from this? Yes, I want an answer. If two sales and two profits are given, how will we find the PV ratio? Please tell me. And I hope everyone is sitting for the marathon, because everyone has covered at least once, right? एक रिवीजन तो हो गया होगा आप लोगों का. Okay, I want an answer quick. Okay, change in profit upon changes. That's perfect. So this is nothing but PV ratio, right? Okay. So whenever two sales and two profits are given, I want the PV ratio. This is the very basic fine. Okay, fine. What is indifference point? How to find the indifference point? Yes. Comment. Yes, everyone. Okay. Yes, Madhav, Aishwarya, Christella, Vasavi, Lakshmi, Soumya, Meenu, Mohan, right? Correct answers. Yes, everyone. John, I feel the audio is completely fine now. There may be a problem at your end. Okay, I want the second question now. Indifference point. Indifference point. How to find the indifference point? Quick. Yeah, I know I'm asking very basic point, but let me test you first. Okay, perfect. Change in fixed cost divided by change in variable cost per unit. Perfect. Okay, but what are the notations on this indifference point? Below this, which product to choose? And above this, which product to choose? Obviously, if it is below the indifference point, I should choose a product where the fixed cost will be lower. Where the fixed cost will be lower. Why? Because starting when in the initial stages there should be not a heavy burden of fixed cost, right? And above this, once I achieve this level, I should choose a product on which the variable cost is lower. Yes, perfect answers. Yes. Okay, right. This is indifference point. Okay. Can anyone tell me the shutdown point now? Very basics. Shutdown point. Shutdown point. The reason I'm asking these questions is because these will help you to score in MCQs. Yes, I want the shutdown point. Quick, everyone. Yes, perfect answers. Yeah, but Shivam is also here. Yes, give me the shutdown point. Mm, okay, Anu, I guess there might be a spelling mistake from your end. Yeah, it is avoidable fixed cost divided by contribution per unit or the PV ratio, right? If you want the answer in units, divide by contribution per unit. If you want the answer in rupees, divide by PV ratio, right? This is the very basic. Okay. Now, if I'm not even able to achieve this, below this, I should shut down, and above this, you should continue. Okay, okay, fine. These are the correct answers now. So below this, you should shut down, and above this, you should continue the business. These are the very basics, right? And apart from this, the very basics are break even and the MOS and the desired sales. Break even, the MOS, and the desired sales. So I always tell my students not to learn these formulas. Obviously, you must have memorized this formulas, but I always tell not to remember the formulas, just to remember the connection. Break even is connected with fixed cost. MOS is connected with profit, and desired sales is a combination of both fixed cost plus desired profit. Just understand the connections. Wherever fixed cost is given, it is connected to break even. Wherever break even is given, it is connected to fixed cost. MOS is connected to profit, profit is connected to MOS, right? And the desired sales is a combination of both, that is the fixed cost plus the desired profit. When I say desired profit, I'm always talking about PBT, that is the profit before tax. That is the profit before tax, right? Okay. From what amount to divide? It is either contribution per unit or the PV ratio. When I say contribution per unit, I'll get the answer in units. When I say PV ratio, the answer I'll get in rupees. And from units to rupees, just multiply with the selling price, you get the answers. These are the very basics, right? MO is also the same, desired sales also the same. If you want the answer in units, divide by contribution per unit. If you want the answer in rupees, divide by PV ratio, right? Okay. So these are the very basics. I hope everyone knows this. And obviously, if I'm coming from rupees to units, I'll divide by selling price, right? Okay. These are the basic ones. Now, I have the formula list over here. Obviously, I'll be providing you with the same. So I've written everything in detail in units and rupees and how to get the answers, right? Okay. So I have the PV ratios also, indifference point also, shutdown point also. So I have given the very basics. Now, I have two questions of December 2024, which I'll be covering it after few MCQs, right? So let's start with the first MCQ, and the first MCQ is a bit bouncer. Let's see how many of you can tackle this MCQ. So I'll be giving 1 minute for it, right? Just read the question and try to answer this. This one is the star mark question. This one is the star mark question. This is not the basic one. It is not the basic break even. Okay, just read the question and try to answer. Okay, I want an answer, quick. So everyone must feel that it is a basic question of break even. The formula for break even is fixed cost divided by quantity per unit, or the PV ratio, right? But since they have asked the units, I'll take contribution per unit. Yes, give me the answer. Yes, I'm still waiting for an answer. सबके माइंड में आएगा ना ऐसे, सर ने पहले ही क्वेश्चन एकदम बाउंस से डाल दिया. Okay, so I'll read the question. Sara Limited is to market a new product. It can produce up to 3 lakh units of this product. The following are the estimated cost data. For production up to 1,50,000 units, the fixed cost will be 16 lakh and the variable cost is 60%. Exceeding 1,50,000, the fixed cost will increase to 24 lakhs and the variable cost will be 50%. The sale price is expected to be 25. Now, they've asked the break even. Let's analyze what is up to 1,50,000. Let's analyze what is up to 1,50,000. So, the selling price is 25. The variable cost is 60% of it. Now, when I say 60%, it comes to 15, right? So, what is the contribution per unit? It is 10. Going with the basic formula of break even is nothing but fixed cost divided by the contribution per unit. Okay, Jack, let's see. Okay, so break even is nothing but fixed cost. Just 1 minute. Yeah, fixed cost divided by quantity per unit. Now, when I say fixed cost is up to 1,50,000, 16 lakhs, right? 16 lakh divided by 10 will give me 1,60,000 units. 1,60,000 units. But the problem is I have only 1,50,000. Above 150, this will not be the fixed cost. The fixed cost will go over here. That means till 1,50,000, the break even will not be achieved, right? Because for break even, I need 1,60,000 units. That means I need to shift to the second stage, right? I need to shift to the second stage. Now, how do I shift to the second stage? That means the fixed cost will now be 24 lakhs, because as soon as I reach 150, above 150, it will be 24 lakhs, right? So till 24, that is 24 lakhs divided by what contribution now? What is the contribution? There are two contributions now. How come two contribution? Because till 150, there was separate contribution, and above 150, that contribution will be separate, because the selling price will still be 25, but the variable cost will now become 50%, that is 12.5. So the contribution comes to 12.5. Contribution comes to 12.5. So should I divide by 12.5? The answer is no. I cannot divide by 12.5. Why I cannot divide by 12.5? Because there will be two separate contributions now. So I can say to cover the first one, 15 lakhs, I have to sell 1,50,000 units, because 15 lakhs, the contribution was 10, right? 1,50,000 into 10 will give me 15 lakhs. But for the remaining 9 lakhs, the contribution per unit comes to 12.5. And when I divide 9 lakh divided by 12.5, it will give me the answer as 72,000 units. 72. That means there are two different contributions this time. For the first 1,50,000 units, the contribution was 10. For the next 1,50,000 units, the contribution is 12.5, and thereby giving me an answer of 150 plus 72, that is 2,22,000 units. This is my perfect answer. So I hope uh, everyone got this point, right? Everyone got this point, because there were two separate break-evens, or else I can say separate fixed costs, separate PVs, right? Separate contributions. At this time, you have to calculate it separately. For the first 1,50,000 units, the contribution was 10. That means the amount of contribution will come to 15 lakhs. But I want the answer as 24 lakhs. To cover the 9 lakhs divided by 12.5 will give me 72,000, and the perfect answer will be 2,22,000. Yes, everyone. सबको समझ में आया क्या ये? Yes, is everyone getting this point? So here's the complete solution of that. As I told you, I have given the complete solution step by step, which will help in your revision. Just try to answer every question. Just try to answer every question along with me, right? So that you get a crisp information about the same, and then also have a look at the solution. Okay. So as I told you, I have to cover 24 lakhs, 15 and 9, and the total answer will be 2,22,000 units. Okay. The second question, this one. Again, this is one of the star mark question, because in the previous examinations also, this has been asked once, and also many students have messaged me the same question, the same query, because the game is mathematics, all about percentages. Let's see how many of you can answer this. The second question. Okay, so there are a few bouncer questions, and there are a few very basic questions. Very basic math, that means CMA Group 1 interlevel, right? So I want everyone to mark the questions which you are not able to answer. The first question, right? You were not able to answer. I have a list of 100 questions. Not on marginal, standard, ABC, target costing, throughput costing, everything, right? So I want you to mark the question number which you were not able to answer, because only those questions you need to revise at, in your examinations. Okay. Give me the second answer. Give me the second answer. Yes, everyone, please be active. इतना टाइम लगाओगे तो कल तक बैठना पड़ेगा यहाँ पे. Okay, quick, everyone. ऐसा लगना चाहिए कि पढ़ के आए सब. See, I'm asking very basic questions now. You should be active. Okay, so I'll read the question. A company determines its selling price by marking up variable cost 60%. In addition, the company uses frequent selling price marks down to stimulate sales. If the markdowns average 10%, what is the company's contribution margin ratio? Now, first of all, read the first line carefully. A company determines its selling price by marking up variable cost by 60%. That means whatever is given, you should take the base as 100. Since the variable cost is given, the variable cost be 100. If the variable cost is 100, what will be the selling price? They are marking up by 60%. They are marking up by 60%. That means they are treating the selling price as 160. First point, right? This is the first point. They are marking the selling price up by 60%. So if the variable cost is 100, the selling price comes to 160. Now, each and every time depends upon the market, they change the selling price. They mark down the selling price down. As of now, the current selling price is 160, but the average goes 10% down. Average goes 10% down. So what will be my selling price now? It will be 160 minus 10%, which comes to 144. The new selling price will be 144 this time. And now selling price is 144. Variable cost is still the same, which is 100. The contribution comes to 44. And now you can easily calculate PV. PV is nothing but contribution divided by sales into 100. This will give you around something 30 point something. Yeah, I have the answer as 30.6. 30.6. 30.6%. Kindly check your answers. So I'll explain it again because this was one of the important questions. The first two questions were very important. Okay. So they have given markup on variable cost. Whatever the base is given, you should take the base as 100. The variable cost was 100. Marking up will give me 60% up. That is, the selling price is 160. Now they are changing the selling prices most of the time, and the average is down by 10%. That means the new selling price is 144. 160 minus 10%, right? Selling price is 144, the variable cost is 100, the contribution comes to 44, and the PV ratio comes to 30.6%. Now, I hope the point is very clear. The second question, right? And now, similar to this, I have given the third question, similar to this. Because second question is one of the important question, I have given a similar question like this. I want everyone to answer this time. Okay, I want everyone to answer. So the answer comes to 30.56, yeah, 30.6. I want everyone to answer the same now. Yes, the question is right in front of you. I want everyone to answer. Yes, quick, everyone. Question number 3. Yes, जल्दी जल्दी आंसर दीजिए. ओके ए ओके. हाँ, अभी सबको आ रहा है समझ में. गुड. Yes. Okay. One request, everyone. Whenever you are answering, just put the question number and then answer, because due to network fluctuations, it might I might feel that I'm on the fourth question and you are answering for the third one. Okay. So just make sure if you are answering, please mark the question number and then answer. Okay. Yes. Finally. So the answer is A, because if you check, the variable cost is 100. The selling price is marked up by 50%. That means the selling price is 150 this time, right? But the average is 20% down. So 150 minus 20% will give you the answer as 120, right? 120 is the selling price. Minus the variable cost is 100. Contribution comes to 20, and contribution divided by sales will give you the PV ratio as 16.67. Yes, perfect answer, everyone. अब लग रहा है कोई एक्टिव है यहाँ से. हाँ, ऐसे बोलोगे ना सर ने पहले दोनों क्वेश्चंस में आंसर डाल दी थे इसलिए. But anyways, I hope this point is very clear. अच्छा, one more thing. From where are these MCQs? I have taken from all the past papers. जितने भी आपके पास पेपर्स थे ना, जितने भी, मैंने सब एमसीक्यूज डाल दिया है. ठीक है. पहला, नॉट ओनली प्रैक्टिकल बट आल्सो द थ्योरी एमसीक्यूज प्लस थ्योरी पॉइंट्स में भी मैंने क्या किया है, व्हाट आई हैव डन इज आई हैव गिवन द एंटायर एक्सप्लेनेशन ऑफ all the 4 options, so that will be very easy for you to analyze each and every option. Okay, so even if you do all this, it is more than enough. It is more than enough. Okay. Okay, moving ahead to the fourth question. अब थोड़े easy questions करेंगे. ठीक है. Yeah. So the fourth question is right in front of you. I want the total sales. चलिए जल्दी से आंसर दीजिए क्वेश्चन नंबर 4 का. Okay, option A. Yes, others? Yes, requesting again everyone, kindly put the question number. As I told you, वो network ऊपर नीचे होने की वजह से ना ऐसा हो सकता है कि आप previous question पे और मैं next question पे. Yes, whenever answering, please put the question number and then option. Yeah, 4 is B. Okay, fine. 4 is B. 40,000. 40,000. Okay. Okay, everyone is giving 40,000. Okay, so just let me explain quickly. So first of all, the selling price and the variable cost was given. Obviously, I can get the contribution. So the selling price is 80, the variable cost is 32. So the contribution comes to 48. As soon as I get the contribution and when the fixed cost is given, I always find the break even. May it be asked or not asked, just go for break even. Just go for break even. Break even, the formula becomes fixed cost divided by contribution per unit. Right? So I'll get the break even. Also, it is given that the MOS is 40%. It clearly indicates that the BES is 60%. Right? Obviously, if MOS is 40%, the break even is 60%. So, very simple. If the break even is 60%, the total sales comes to 100%. So, whatever the break even is, just cross multiply and get this answer. The total sales, right? So, the break even comes to, I guess, 24,000. Yeah, 24,000. And I've already given the cross multiplication over here. 60% and 100%. If 60% is 24,000, how much is 100%? It comes to 40,000. See, for marginal costing, there might be a n number of possibilities to get the same answer, right? So I have given the very easiest one. You might have followed some of the other approach, but you will get the same answer. You can also make a complete statement: sales less variable is contribution minus fixed cost is profit, and then go reverse and find the answer. But this is the easiest approach. Okay, fine. So this was the fourth question. Okay. The fifth question, one of the easy question. One of the easy question. Yes, quick everyone. Okay, it is completely given. एकदम स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड आंसर दिया हुआ है. Yes, everyone quick. और इतना होने के बाद हम एमसीक्यू स्टॉप करेंगे और दिसंबर 24 के क्वेश्चंस करेंगे. दो अच्छे क्वेश्चंस थे, इजी थे. आई फील बहुत इजी क्वेश्चंस थे. Okay, A. No. Ambika, I guess you have got it incorrect. Yes, B option 60. No, it's not B also. Quick everyone. एकदम स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड है यार. ऐसा लग रहा है कि इंटरमीडिएट के क्वेश्चंस कर रहे हैं हम. फाइनल लेवल पे आ गए, लेकिन इंटर के क्वेश्चंस हैं. सी, whenever yeah, it is C. Whenever MOS is given in percentages, that is, always take the opposite one. Always take the opposite one. If the MOS is 40%, that clearly indicates break even is 60%. Direct answer. Break even is 60%. Yes, C is the perfect answer. So break even is 60%. The total sales is already given to you. The total sales is 50 lakhs is already given to you. It comprises of two parts. It comprises of two parts. First is the MOS and the second is break even. If MOS is 40%, break-even has to be 60%. Direct answer, 30 lakhs. So this sentence was of no use. The PV was of no use. You can directly get the answer. Yeah. Okay. Everyone is giving C. Yes. Fifth is C. Okay. As I told you, अब हम ये MCQ यहाँ थोड़ा सा stop करते हैं. Obviously, we'll continue with MCQs, but first हम December 24 के questions करते हैं, ठीक है? मुझे सिर्फ एक touch देना था आपको कि yes, you have to be very active in your MCQs. और MCQs कुछ बहुत easy रहते हैं और कुछ बहुत tricky रहते हैं. तो tricky वाले questions मुझे आपको करवाने थे. Okay, let's start with the December 24 14 pointer questions. One of the easy question, बहुत ज़्यादा tough नहीं था. Just pay attention. Greensign Limited, a cement manufacturing company, produces 50 grade cement for which the company has an assured market. The output of 2024 has been budgeted at 1,80,000 units at 90% capacity utilization. That means 1,80,000 is 90%. So obviously I can cross multiply and get what is 100%, right? Okay, I'll read the question further. The cost sheet on output, based on output per unit, it is given per unit. Okay, the selling price is 130. Okay, the direct material is obviously variable. The component X, as of now, that might be variable, or I don't know as of now. Let's consider this as variable. Wages is 7 per hour, but it is given 28. That clearly indicates it is 4 hours, right? 7 per hour into 4 hours will give me 28. So whatever you are finding out, just write it up over there. Factory overhead is 50% fixed. Obviously, I want the variable and the fixed part. The variable is 12, the fixed cost is 12. But as you all know, variable is always per unit, but fixed cost in totality. Fixed cost we want in totality. So what I'll do is, I'll just multiply the answer by 1,80,000 units. 1,80,000 units. This is how to analyze the question. Okay. Selling and distribution 75% variable. So again, what I'll do is, I'll just divide it over here. The variable portion and the fixed portion. The variable is 12 because 75% is variable. The fixed is 4. Obviously, I want the answer in fixed cost. 1,80,000. Okay. Admin is completely fixed, so I'll take 5 into 180 directly, because fixed cost is always in totality and variable cost is always in per unit basis. Fine. Moving ahead. The factory overheads are applied on the basis of direct labor hours. That means this 12 is for 4 hours. This 12 is for 4 hours. Right. Moving ahead. To utilize the idle capacity and to improve the profitability of the company, the following proposal was put forward before the board of directors. Okay, what we are producing right now is 50 grade cement. Moving ahead. An order has been received from abroad for 6,000 units of product 53 grade at 175 per unit. That means the selling price is 175. That selling price is 175. Moving ahead, that means this is the second product, right? The above one was 50 grade and now it is 53 grade. Moving ahead, direct material is 56 per unit. Direct labor is 10 hours. Obviously, it is 7 rupees per hour is already given, and how much time is utilized is 10 hours. Selling and distribution applicable to this product is 14. They have clearly given the selling and distribution. Factory overhead is, I clearly know it is on the basis of direct labor hours. Okay, moving ahead. And the variable factory overheads are chargeable on the basis of variable direct labor hours. This was already given to you. The company at present manufactures component X. Over here was component X. The price was 9.4, right? The price was 9.4. Moving ahead. One of which is required for each unit of 50 grade cement. Now the question is a bit jumbled, right? So what they have given is the first table belongs to 50 grade cement, the product A. This information is for 53 grade, that is the point number B, the product B. And for the product 50, it is given component X, and component X they have given over here. But what they have given, the company at present manufactures component X. 1 unit is required in each unit of 50 grade cement. The cost details for 15,000 units. Now the problem is, over here they have given 1,80,000, and over here they are giving only 15,000. Of component X are as follows. Direct material is given, direct labor is given, variable overheads is given, and fixed overheads is given. Just 1 minute. Yeah. So they have only given for 15,000. Moving ahead. The component X is, however, available for purchase at the market at 7.9. That means they have also given the make or buy concept over here. They have given 7.9. That means if I'm not making the product, I can buy the product at 7.9. Let's see whether to buy or make. Let's read the question. Yes, it will be uploaded. Yeah. Point number 1. Prepare the statement showing the profitability of the company as envisaged in the budget. So first of all, how much I'm currently earning. First of all, how much I'm currently earning. Obviously, I need the profit statement of this product, of this one, the current one. Let's see how much is the answer. So first of all, I'll calculate the selling price minus the variable cost will give me the contribution, minus the fixed cost will give me the profit. This is what I want. So basically every data is ready-made to you. Only this 9.4 is not ready-made, because as you all know, this 30 is variable. The bifurcation of 24, 28, 16, everything is given to you, right? Everything is variable and fixed, everything is given. The only problem is with this component X. So let's try and analyze what is the variable and what is the fixed component over there. Let's go here. Direct material obviously is variable, but it is given for 15,000 units, 15,000. So I'll calculate on the per unit basis. It comes to 30,000 divided by 15,000. Direct labor, again, obviously it is a variable, 52,000 divided by 15,000. Let's try 52,500 divided by 15,000. So it comes to 3.5 labor. Okay, 3.5 per unit. But it was 7 rupees per hour, right? So it is 3.5. Can I say it is taking only 0.5 hours per unit? 0.5 hours per unit, right? Because it was only 3.5. On the information was given as rupees 7 per hour, but it is given only 3.5, right? So it is taking only 0.5 hours. Moving ahead, variable overheads, as the name indicates, variable. So it is 25,500 divided by 15,000. I'll get the per unit as 1.7, and fixed overhead is 33. So how much is the total over here? 2.5, 2 plus 3.5. So this I'm getting as 7.2. This I'm getting as 7.2, right? So I'm getting the variable cost as 7.2. Finally, what I found is the 7.2 is variable, and the rest portion is 2.2 is the fixed, but 2.2 into 1,80,000 will give me the fixed portion. Now, first of all, the very first working will be this 50 grade cement. 50 grade cement. I'm making it at 7.2 variable, and the fixed cost involved was 2.2 into 1,80,000, right? This was very important. The first working is bifurcation of this. The second working should be the bifurcation of these expenses. That is the selling price less all the variable cost and the fixed cost, and then I'll be able to find the profit, right? Then I'll be able to find the profit. So not wasting any time, I'll just show you the solution first. See, I've explained the entire concept. Material, it was clearly given, it is variable. First point. Component X, I've already explained you how did I get 7.2 as variable. Just 1 minute. Yeah. Component X, I've already explained. Direct wages 28 was given, it was completely variable. It was 4 hours. This was very important. Factory overhead was 12 rupees, 4 hours into 3. Selling and distribution, it was clearly given 75% variable, so it is 12. And admin overheads, it was completely given as fixed. So how did I calculate the fixed cost? I've multiplied by 1,80,000. Whatever it was per unit, I've taken in totality, right? This will give me the answer as 89.2 as the variable cost and 41,76,000 as the fixed cost. This is the first bifurcation, right? I hope everyone is getting. This one is for the 50 grade cement, which the company is currently producing of 1,80,000 units at 90%, right? At 90%, right? Moving ahead. Now, this was the complete information. So what should be the profit statement right now? The profit statement should be the selling price minus the variable cost is contribution, right? Variable cost is 89.2. They have already given the selling price as 130. I'll get the contribution as 40.8, right? Just multiply by 1,80,000, I'll get the total contribution minus the fixed cost, I'll get the profit. This is part A of the question. So I'm done with the first part, right? Just calculated part is remaining. So 31,68,000 is the current profit. Okay, the 31,68,000. Okay, moving ahead. The second point, evaluate the export order and state whether it is acceptable or not. About this one, except that's the second part, whether I should accept or not. Obviously, I will accept it only if it is increasing my profit. If the contribution is positive, I will accept. If the contribution is negative, I will reject the order. Let's see how it works. So they are giving the direct material is 56 variable. Labor was 7 rupees per hour, that is 10 into 7 is 70, again variable. Selling and distribution, already they have given you 14 rupees. And variable overheads are chargeable on the basis of direct labor hours. Variable overheads, the rate is 3 rupees, I have already calculated, right? So 10 into 3 will give me 30. The selling price is 175. Just calculate 175 minus all these expenses. If the contribution is positive, I will go with it. If the contribution is negative, I will reject. Let's see what is the answer. So evaluation of the export order, the selling price is 175. Labor is 56, material is 56, labor I have already calculated 70, factory overheads 3 rupees 30, selling distribution they have clearly given 40, and contribution per unit I am getting as 5. Obviously 6,000 units into 5 is 30,000. I should accept the order because there is a positive contribution of 30,000, right? This is the first. So part B of the question we are done. And third point, make an appraisal of proposal to manufacture component X and state whether component X should be manufactured in the factory or purchased from the market. Assume that no alternative use of the spare capacity is available. See, as of now, I'm having how many hours? First I'll calculate. As of now, I'm having 180 units I'm making into 4 hours, right? Into 4 hours. Plus 180 I'm making into 0.5 hours. How come 0.5? This is component X. This is also I'm making, right? This also I'm making 0.5 hours was the answer. This is 50 grade. So presently this is 720 and this is 90. I can say presently I'm using 8,10,000 hours, which is only 90%. How much is 100%? How much is 100%? So if I cross multiply, I'll get the answer as 9 lakh hours is my total capacity. That means I'm having 9 lakh hours with me right now. How did I get 9 lakh? Please check. See, I'm making 180 right now. 180 of what? Of the 50 grade cement. 180 of the 50 grade cement, and 180 will require 4 hours, 7,20,000. Also, I'm making component X. Obviously, I'm making 1,80,000 because for every unit, 1 unit is required. It is clearly given 1 unit is required for every unit. That means I'm also making 180, and for manufacturing product X, there is component X, I'm taking 0.5 hours. That means 180 into 0.5 will give me 90,000. So the total of 8,10,000 hours is required. If 8,10,000 is 90%, how much is 100%? Just cross multiply. 90% is 8,10,000. How much is 100%? Just cross multiply and get the answer. This comes to 9 lakh. This comes to 9 lakh. Can I say 9 lakh and 8,10,000 I'm using right now? 8,10,000. And how many hours are the balance? 90,000 hours I'm left with. 90,000 hours. Can I accept the export order in this 90,000 hours? The answer is yes. How come? Because 6,000 units were required and it will take 10 hours per unit. 6,000 into 10 will give me 60,000. Do I have the spare capacity? Obviously, I'm having the spare capacity of 90,000. I just need 60,000 to export. Do I have that capacity? The answer is yes, I have that capacity. If I was not having the capacity, then what was your solution? What might be your solution? Then I should purchase this product, that is component X, from the outside market to release the capacity. This should have been your answer, right? But as of now, I'm having the capacity. Now, what they've given, will you purchase or will you buy? You only tell me. This is variable cost to make, comes to 7.2, and they are giving the buying cost is 7.9. Obviously 7.2 is less. Why should I buy? I should make the product. I'll not buy, I will make the product because the variable cost to make is less, and therefore I will make the product. This should be your solution. This should be a solution. Do I have the spare capacity? The answer is yes. Okay, what if there was no spare capacity? In that situation, I would have went to this option, that is we should buy the product because I also have to export this, and if capacity nahi hoti na to hum bahar se buy kar lete hain, right? This would have been your solution. But as of now, I'm having the capacity. This is how the answer should be presented, but presentation will not fetch you marks. अगर थोड़ा 19-20 रहता है ना तो भी चल जाएगा, right? So you should not stress much on the presentation. You should stress more on your answers. But over here, I have given the complete details how I'm getting the answers. So I have given the complete answer. Yeah. So we have sufficient capacity. I've also given this, right? Okay. So this is how you will be getting. This was a 14 pointer, and that was very easy, not the very tough one. Okay. Next, again December 24. 7 marks question. Let's see. This is the transfer price. I'm reading very easy. Roxin Limited has two divisions, M and N. Division M manufactures A15, which it sells in outside market, as well as to Division N, which processes it to manufacture Z25. Okay, so basically there are two divisions, M and N. M makes a product and then transfer it to N. The manager of Division N has expressed the opinion that transfer price is too high. The two divisional managers are about to enter into discussions to resolve the conflict, and the manager of Division M is to supply him with some information prior to discussions. Division M has been selling 50,000 units to outsiders. Okay, so presently I'm already selling. If I am Division M, I'm selling 50,000 units and transferring 10,000 units to Division N at rupees 25. That means the selling price and the transfer price are same at 25. Okay, and this 25, the second division, that is N, feels that it is high. You should lower it. Okay, fine. It is now anticipated that these demand will change. The variable cost is rupees 15 per unit and the fixed cost are rupees 3 lakh. Divisional investment in assets is 12 lakh. Moving ahead. The manager of Division M anticipates that Division N will want a transfer price of 22. That means he feels that the transfer price should be 22 and not 25. Let's see. If he does not sell to Division N, rupees 40,000 of fixed cost and rupees 2 lakh of assets can be avoided. That means if you are not transferring, let's say I am Division M and you are Division N, you are demanding at 22. What are the options I am having? I will give you at 25, or if you are not ready to purchase at 22, I will not give you. In that scenario, I will be able to save on fixed cost and I'll reduce my investment by rupees 2 lakh. Okay, the manager of Division M would have no control over the proceeds from the sale of assets and is just primarily on his rate of return. That means the main important point over here is rate of return. He is judged on the basis of rate of return. I want the ROI as the same. Moving ahead. Analyze, should the manager of Division M transfer it at product at rupees 22 to Division N? First of all, they have asked, क्या हमने 22 rupees में transfer करना चाहिए? Should we transfer at 22? Is the first point. Second, assess the lowest price that Division M should accept. Obviously, this answer will be a big no, because they have asked this. At what price should I transfer? Obviously, so over here the answer will be no. This is for sure. Okay, moving ahead. Now let's just analyze what they are telling. So there are two divisions, Division M and Division N. Over here, they are transferring 10,000 units, right? As of now, the current sales, that is outside sales, is 50,000 units and the transfer is 10,000 units, right? This is how I'm analyzing the question. The transfer is 10,000 units. This I'm transferring at a selling price or the transfer price of rupees 25. The variable cost is 15 per unit. The fixed cost is 3 lakh. And the assets, that is the investment, I can say, is 12 lakhs. This is what they have given. Now, what they are telling, give at 22. Give at 22. That means you sell this 50,000 at 25 to the outside market, but give me this product at 22. This is what they are demanding, right? So first of all, they have asked whether you should give at 22. Obviously, that will be a big no, because they have already given at what price will you transfer. Okay, but if I don't transfer, I will save on something. What is that something? The fixed cost will be lowered by 40,000. That means the new fixed cost will be 2,60,000, because 40,000 will be saved. And the second point, the investment will also drop to 10 lakhs. That is, there will be reduction in the fixed cost and the investment will also be reduced by 2 lakhs. That is, the investment will be 10 lakhs. Okay. Now I have to make a statement as of now what I am earning. So if I take you to the present situation, the current situation, what are your outside sales? So you will say 50,000 into 25. And what is your transfer? You will say 10,000 into 25. These are your total sales, right? Less the variable cost. Variable cost obviously will be incurred on 60,000 units into 15, right? Okay, this will give me the contribution minus the fixed cost of 3 lakh rupees will give me the profit. Will give me the profit. Can any one of you give me the profit? Can any one of you give me the profit? I've written the entire calculations over here. See, I'm just analyzing what is my current situation right now. 50,000 I'm selling at 25, 10,000 I'm transferring at 25. The variable cost is 15, the fixed cost is 3 lakh. I need a profit. The current situation. Yes, please give me the answer. What is my profit right now? Please give me an answer. What is my profit right now? Okay, 3 lakh. I got one answer as 3 lakh. So assuming it to be the correct one, 3 lakh. So basically these are very basic calculations. I'm not focusing on the calculation. I'm just focusing on the concept. Okay. I hope you are getting this concept. Okay. So the profit comes to 3 lakh rupees. What was the investment? What was the investment right now? So the investment was 12 lakh. The investment was 12 lakh. What is ROI, return on investment? So 3 lakh is what percentage of 12 lakh? 25%, right? So right now I'm earning 25%, but what they're telling, give me at 22. Okay, I'll just try to analyze. What if I give at 22? What if I give at 22? My outside sale will be 50,000 into 25 itself, but the transfer will be 10,000 into 22. This will be my transfer, right? This will be my total sales minus the variable cost. Variable cost will still be the same, 60,000 into 15. This will be my variable cost. This will give you the contribution minus the fixed cost, which is still 3 lakhs, will give me the profit. Will give me the profit. Please give me the profit. What is my profit right now? What is my profit? If I transfer at 22 instead of 25, what will be my profit? Obviously, it will reduce by 3 rupees. 10,000 into 3 will give me 30. So it will drop down to 2,70,000. Please check. Please check. Is it 270? The investment is still 12 lakh and it will drop my ROI. It will drop my ROI. Please check whether it is 270, and I'll just calculate the percentage. Yeah, it is 22.5%. It is 22.5%. Yeah. So obviously, if I transfer it 22, my ROI will drop down to 22.5. So as of now, I will not be able to follow this situation, the first situation. Why not consider? Obviously, if I am division M, the first division who is transferring, obviously I'll tell you, you take the product at 25, but you are rejecting, you are not taking at 25. So I'm just calculating what will be the impact if I transfer at 22. So the impact will be my profit will reduce by 30,000 and my ROI will drop down to 22.5. Do I have any other option? But to give you at 22, the answer is yes. I have an option. I will not give you. I will not give you. Is that a better option now? Is that a better option? So what in that case, what will be if I don't transfer? I'll say, जहां से लेना है वहां से ले लो भाई, मैं देने वाला नहीं. I will not give you. I will say no need to the outside market. I'm not interested in giving you the product at 22. So in that scenario, what will be answer? Don't transfer. Don't transfer. So obviously, I'll be taking only outside sale of 50,000 into 25. The variable cost will only be 50,000 this time, 50,000 into 15, right? This will give me the contribution. The fixed cost will now be lowered by 40,000. The fixed cost will drop down to 260. 260. So this will be my profit. Yes, please give me the profit. What is my profit right now? 2,40,000. Please check. Is it 240? The current profit is 2,40,000. The first situation was give the product at 22, or the second situation is don't give the product. I'm not interested in giving the products, right? So the profit is 2,40,000. Investment over here will be only 10 lakhs. So the ROI, the return on investment is 240 is what percentage? Is to 24%. It is 24%. That means the ROI is 24%. Now, if I'm giving them the product, I'm getting an ROI of 22.5%. But if I am not giving, the ROI is 24%. So obviously the decision is not to give the product. Why should I give you? If I'm giving you, it is getting dropped to 22.5%. That means I want a minimum of 24%, because if I'm not giving you, I'm earning 24. After giving you also, at least I should earn 24%, right? So how do I calculate the transfer price, which is the second part of the question? See, what is the profit? You just have to go reverse, okay? You just have to go reverse. What is the profit you are looking for? See, if you are getting a transfer, obviously the investment will be 12 lakhs, right? So what I'll say, I want a profit of 12 lakh into 24% minimum profit. I want the minimum profit of 24%. I want the minimum ROI of 24%, 12 lakhs, right? So what will be the minimum profit? 12 lakh into 24% will give me 2,88,000 minus the fixed cost. Fixed cost was 3 lakh when I was transferring, right? So can I say the contribution comes to 5,88,000. 5,88,000. The variable cost will be 60,000 into 15. This will give me 9 lakhs. So the total sales should come to 14,88,000. Total sales should come to 14,88,000. This is the reverse calculation. Now, how will I achieve these sales? Obviously, by selling it to market, outside market, and by transferring. If I sell to the outside market, what was the sale? 50,000 into 25. This comes to 12,50,000. 12,50,000. 50 into 25, right? 12,50,000. That means, can I say the balance I should generate from the transfer? So 1488 minus 1250 will give me 2,38,000. That means I should generate a revenue of 2,38,000 from the transfer by how much? How many units? By 10,000 units. So the transfer price should be 23.8. The transfer price should be 23.8. This is the required answer, right? So I'll just brief out what was given in the entire question. First of all, whenever there is transfer price, just make a question like this: how much I'm making right now, how many units should be transferred, what if I do not transfer, what is the impact, right? These are the answers. So first of all, I say analyze my current situation. What was I earning? I was earning 25%. If I get a transfer at 22, I will drop to 22.5. Obviously the profit will reduce and the ROI will drop to 22.5. But what if I do not transfer? I will still earn an ROI of 24%. That means I should tell the division N that if you want, I want a minimum of 24% ROI. So I will give you at that price. So I just calculated it reverse, and this gave me an answer of 23.8. Yes, Ambika, correct answers. Yes, Ashwarya, correct answers. So I hope everyone got this point, and this was one of the interesting question on transfer price. Not very tough. If you analyze the question properly, you'll get the answer very easily, right? So this was the complete answer. I hope everyone got this point, and if you have any query regarding this question, let me know. Okay, so this is how I presented. I just first analyzed the question. This is how I analyzed the question. Then I gave you the three comparisons, that is transfer at 25, transfer at 22, and don't transfer, right? So give me an ROI of 25, 22, and 24. So obviously the decision should be I should not transfer. And then I presented it by the reverse calculation. You can check the arrow of reverse. Obviously in the examination also you can present it like this. They will give you 100% marks. Okay, so if you have any query, please let me know. If you have any query, please let me know. If no, then we can proceed ahead. Yes, if you have any query, let me know. watching बहुत से बच्चे हैं but active नहीं है सब. I want everyone to participate. See, if you are investing your time, you should at least answer. Check whether you are getting or not. Okay, moving ahead. Moving ahead to the MCQs now. Okay, moving ahead to the MCQs. So we have covered 5 MCQs. Now we have few basic MCQs, very easy ones. I hope you'll be able to get these ones. Yes, question number 6 is in front of you. I want everyone to answer. Very easy. These are all inter-based questions, right? Not very tough one. जल्दी जल्दी एकदम फटाफट आंसर चाहिए. Quick everyone. %30. Okay. क्या basic question में टाइम लग रहा है? See, variable cost is of no use. As soon as break even is given, you can directly take the break even connection. Break even is connected to fixed cost. It is given in rupees. You can directly answer break even in rupees is fixed cost divided by PV. Break even is 160. Fixed cost is 48,000 and PV. So PV goes over here, 160 comes over here, and therefore it comes to 30%. It will directly come to 30%. Yeah. 6th is C1. थोड़ा जल्दी जल्दी आंसर्स चाहिए, right? So it was very basic one, ठीक है? Yeah, this is again important question. Okay, I'm reading the question, but you will be answering first. Okay, ABC Limited has current PBIT, that is profit before interest and tax, of rupees 19.2 lakhs on total assets of 96 lakhs. Okay, the company has decided to increase the assets by 24 lakhs, which is expected to increase the operating profit before depreciation by 8.4. There will be a net increase in depreciation by 4.8. This will result in ROI. Will it increase, will it decrease, or what will be the impact? What will be the impact? So basically क्या हुआ है, आपने अगर एसेट बढ़ा दिए तो उससे होगा क्या, आपका प्रॉफिट बढ़ जाएगा और डेप्रिसिएशन भी बढ़ जाएगा. तो चेक कीजिए आपका आरओआई बढ़ रहा है या कम हो रहा है. Whether your ROI is increasing or decreasing. First of all, check what was your previous ROI and now check what is the current ROI. ROI is very simple. Whatever the return is, return, that is profit, divided by your average assets into 100. This will give me the ROI. So first of all, calculate the present ROI, then the next ROI, that is the future ROI if you invest, if you increase the assets, and then check whether your ROI is increasing or decreasing. 7th is decreased by 1%. Okay. Okay. Great answers. So I'm getting B part. Okay. So what is your present ROI? If you check, you're earning 19.2 on 96 lakhs. Obviously, you're earning 20%. That is this one, right? 20%. After increasing by 24 lakhs, what is the impact? 19.2 पहले था 19.2. Profit got increased by 8.4. Also, depreciation will increase. Obviously, it will lower the profit. अगर depreciation बढ़ जाएगा तो आपको profit कम हो जाएगा 4.8 से. So the current profit will be 22.8. And 22.8 of 120 is 19%. So it is decreasing by 1%. It is decreasing by 1%. Yes, Madhav, Ankit, correct answers. So this was question number 7. So the ROI decreased by 1%. Okay, moving ahead to the next one. I'm reading the question. Question number 8. A company has a break-even point when sales are 3,20,000 and variable cost at that level of sales are 2 lakh. So the break-even is at 320. The variable cost is 2 lakh. How much would contribution margin increase or decrease if the variable costs are dropped by 30,000? मतलब वो पूछ रहे हैं आपसे कंट्रीब्यूशन बढ़ेगा या कम होगा अगर आपके वेरिएबल कॉस्ट कम हो जाएंगे तो. फर्स्ट एनालाइज द करंट सिचुएशन and then analyze the next situation and check how much will increase or decrease. How much will it increase or decrease? sales less variable cost is contrary, then calculate PV. Then sales will still be the same, but the variable cost will drop to minus 30,000. Then calculate contribution and then calculate PV. It is B. Okay. एक बंदा है जो एकदम फटाफट आंसर दे रहा है, बाकी सब yes, I want everyone to answer. Please be quick. Okay, 8B. Perfect. So if you calculate the answers, you're getting a contribution of 120 in the initial stage. That means you're getting PV ratio of 37.5. In the second situation, it dropped to 170. That is, the variable costs were dropped, and therefore it increased the contribution and it went to 46.875. It increased by 9.375. Perfect answers. Yeah. Next question. क्या बोल रहा है? Question number 9. The income statement of Boma Limited is summarized as follows. Net revenue is 120, expenses including the fixed is 132. The manager believes that an increase of 30 lakhs as fixed expenditure and advertisement outlays will increase the sales substantially. At what sales volume will the company have break even? Break even कब होगा basically? Fixed cost will increase by 30 lakh. Break even का basic formula क्या है? Break even का basic formula for break even is fixed cost by contrary. Fixed cost by contrary or the PV ratio, right? Since the answer is in rupees, it will be PV ratio. First calculate the PV ratio. What is the PV ratio? Yeah. First calculate the PV ratio. Selling price minus variable cost will give me contribution. Okay, Raghav. Madhav 9th B. Okay, Ankit B. First of all, you need to calculate the contribution, which is 120 minus. Out of this 132, 60 is fixed. So 72 is variable. Right? You'll get the contribution as 48. You get the PV ratio. As soon as you get the PV ratio, you can find the break even, which is fixed cost by PV. You get the complete answer. So you can check. PV is 40%, the present one. Revised fixed cost will be 90 lakhs and the break even will be 90 divided by 40%, which is 225. Easy question, right? Okay, so this was question number 9. Moving ahead to question number 10. Yes. Moving ahead to question number 10. Jaldi se. Yes. Come on, be active. Jaldi answers karo. And अगर speed match नहीं कर पाए तो just try to match up their speed. Okay, so MN Limited sales for the year 23 and 24 are 792. The sales are the same, 792 for both the years. The COGS correspondingly were 480 and 464. In the year 2024, the selling price was reduced by 10%. Selling price got reduced by 10%. That means the selling price was only 90% of what was there in the previous one. What was the decrease in GP caused by the change in selling price? सिर्फ selling price की वजह से आपका change कितना होगा? So the sales in the previous year was 792, right? And in the previous year, COGS was 480. This was the previous year GP. In the current year also it was 792, but it was by reducing the 10% selling price. अगर ये 10% नहीं होता, obviously it got reduced by 10%, that means it dropped to 90%, right? It dropped to 90%. If this is 90, what was 100? If this is 90, what was 100? Only that is the complete answer. So if you check over here, if the selling price I assumed as 100, it dropped to 90. That means the units were 8,800. The units were 8,800. Just give me 1 minute. Yeah. The units were 8,800. It got reduced by 10%. It got reduced by 10%. So obviously, by reducing the selling price, I was not able to sell this 8,800 on where I was able to earn rupees 10 again. 10 rupees ज़्यादा कमा सकता था मैं because of this reduced selling price. Therefore, there is a loss of 88,000. There is a loss of 88,000. This is the direct answer. If you closely watch the solution, 100 was the previous one, and I dropped to 90. That means I was able to sell more. Obviously, if I'm making the sale as 792, I was able to sell more. How many units extra? It was only 8,800. So 8,800 to 10 will give me 88,000. This was the answer, right? Okay, moving ahead. Question number 11. Okay, again the basic question जो आपके ग्रुप 1 में होता था, इंटर ग्रुप 1 में, ठीक है? बहुत बेसिक सा क्वेश्चन है. मैं आपको सिर्फ एक चीज याद दिला दूं, आप लोग खुद सॉल्व करेंगे. Desired sales is fixed cost plus desired profit divided by quantity per unit. The only thing is desired profit is always PBT and not PAT. I always want PBT. I always want PBT. Quick. I always want PBT. जल्दी से आंसर करेंगे. Basic question, desired profit. 55, okay. Others? 11G, okay. So everyone is getting 55,000. I guess the answer is correct. So the fixed cost is 46,200. The variable cost, if you check, subtract 5.28, it will give you 1.32 as the contribution. And the only thing is, if PBT is 100, tax is 30%. So the PAT comes to 70. If the PAT is 18,480, what is PBT? What is PBT? Just cross multiply, get the PBT and get the desired sales. Yes, you are getting the answer as 55,000. Okay. Yes, everyone correct answers. Good. अब active हो थोड़े से. Yeah. Question number 12. Question number 12. क्या दिया? The following details relate to product P1 of the manufacturing company. There are two levels, 1,000 and 2,000 units. Direct material is given, direct labor is given, production overheads and selling overheads are given. The fixed cost and the variable cost per unit. See, the variable cost is always per unit, but the fixed cost is always in totality. Always in totality. I want the rupees answer, right? So this is basically group 1 answer. Group 1 answer, wherein you should have learned what is fixed cost, how to calculate the variable cost, and what is semi-variable. What is semi-variable, right? So you can get the answer by fixed, variable, and semi-variable. Let's see how many of you can recall those formulas and get this answer correct. Yes. I'll be giving you 1 minute to calculate this, and I will again explain you how to calculate variable and fixed out of the semi-variable cost. Just try and analyze. And I'm again telling you, right, if you are not able to get this question correct, please mark the question. वो question number लिख के रखिए. I want to revise this question. See, out of 100, you'll be able to answer more than 70-80 questions. जो 20-25 नहीं हो रहा है ना, उनको ही mark करना है. You just mark those questions, okay? You need to revise those questions once again. Yes, be quick, everyone. I want the answer. Okay, 12th is B. Let's see. I'm waiting for others. Okay, so I'm getting two different answers now. B and D. Okay, चलो वेट करते हैं बाकी सब. Okay, so you change the answer to D. Okay, so see, first of all, I'll give you the basic idea how to identify whether it is fixed variable or semi-variable. See, if I'm giving you 1000 units and if I'm giving you 2000 units, okay. If I say the cost is 30,000, that means it is fixed for both. If it is fixed, it has to be fixed cost. Okay. If I say it is 40,000 and if I say it is 80,000, obviously I can see it is not fixed. I can see it is not fixed, right? So it can be variable or semi-variable. If it is fixed for both, if it is same for both, it is fixed. True. But if it is 40 over here, 80 over here, obviously it is not fixed. So it can be variable, it can be semi-variable. How to identify? Check the per unit cost. Check the per unit cost. So over here, I am getting the per unit cost as 40. 10,000 into 40 will give me 40,000. And over here also, I am getting the answer as 40. So if the per unit is fixed, it is variable cost. I repeat, if the per unit is fixed, it is variable cost. How to find the semi-variable? See, if it is 50,000 over here, 50,000, right? So 20, 30. Over here it is 70,000. If I calculate, I'm not getting the per unit as same. Per unit अलग-अलग आ रहा है दोनों का. 70 divided by 20, 2000 and 50 divided by 1000. Obviously, they are getting separate answers. So how to bifurcate these answers? How to bifurcate? It is change in fixed cost or else change in cost upon change in units. This is the variable cost per unit. So what is the change over here? 20,000. And what is the change over here in units? It is 1000. I can say 20 per unit is variable. How will I get the fixed one? Take any as the base, any one. Let's say this is the base. For 1000 units, if I'm taking, the total cost comes to 50,000, out of which something is variable and the next is fixed. variable will be 1000 into 20. Obviously this 20,000. Rest is the fixed cost, 30,000. This is how you identify. So if it is fixed in totality, it is fixed. If it is fixed per unit, it is variable. If not both, then it has to be semi-variable. How to bifurcate the changing cost upon changing units? This is how I get the variable cost. Okay, moving ahead. तो यहाँ पे अगर आप देखोगे 4 and 4, obviously this is variable. 3 and 3, it is again variable. But the per unit is 3.5 and 2.5, it is not the same. 1 and 0.5 is not the same, means these two are semi-variable. These two are semi-variable. So I just need to bifurcate, that's it. सिर्फ bifurcate करना है और कुछ भी नहीं करना है. Bifurcate करके variable और fixed को अलग करना है. So if you check, I've already done over here. So changing cost upon changing units, it will give you 1 rupees per unit. I have then taken as one as the base, this one as the base. 1000 into 3.5 will give me 3500. Out of this 3500, 1 rupee was variable. So 1 into 1000 will give me variable and the rest is fixed, 2500. Same is the case with this one. So over here, the fixed is 2500 and the variable cost is 1 per unit. What for this? The fixed cost and the variable. The second one. Again the same, changing cost upon change units. I'm getting the variable as 0.5 and the fixed as 500. I'm getting the fixed cost as 500 and the variable cost as 0.5. Now just add up. There are only two fixed costs. Obviously the fixed cost comes to 3000 and the variable cost is 4 plus 3 plus 1 plus 0.5. 4 plus 3 is 7 plus 1 is 8 plus 0.5 is 8.5 and therefore the option D is correct one. Yes, I hope everyone got the answer. Option is D, right? Okay, moving ahead. Yeah, question number 11. Simple portion is asked. MOS formula, if you are able to connect, MOS connects to profit. MOS connects to profit. Yeah, question number 13. Question number 30. MOS is connected to profit by country per unit. Yes, quick everyone, I want the answer. Okay, 13 is A. Others try to analyze the question. It is very easy. Okay, A. See, selling price is 10 and the contribution is 40%. That means I can say the contribution is 4 rupees. The contribution is 4 rupees per unit. Now it's upon you whether to bifurcate through fixed and break even and MOS, or to directly calculate the profit, It depends completely upon you, right? So if you want to calculate break even, if you go with break even, how do I calculate break even? How do I calculate break even? It is fixed cost divided by country per unit, or else I can say PV. If I'm getting in rupees, fixed cost divided by PV. Fixed cost is 48 divided by 40%. I'll get the break even, right? I'll get the break even. So the break even comes to 48,000 divided by 40%, 1,20,000. The break even comes to 1,20,000. Out of this 140, the break even is 120. The MOS comes to 20,000. Obviously, this is in rupees, right? From rupees to units, you just need to divide it by selling price. So you get the answer as 2,000 units. Direct answer. This was one of the option. You can again calculate the profit and again go with the formula profit divided by country. You will still get the same answer. The answer is 2,000, option A. So I've given the entire answer over here, 2,000 units. I've given by profit. Okay. You can also go by this way, break even one. Okay. Next. 13th 13th is the indifference point. Indifference point. We have already discussed the formula earlier today. Indifference point. It is change in fixed cost divided by change in variable cost per unit. Okay, go for it. Change in fixed cost divided by change in variable cost per unit. Question आपके सामने है. I need an answer quick. I'll again repeat, these are all past paper questions. Okay, ये जो भी MCQs हैं आपके recent papers, past papers जो भी हैं सब compile करके मैंने किए हैं यहाँ पर. Okay, 14th is A. Others be active. I want an answer from everyone. Only a few of you are replying. Okay. So if you closely watch the fixed cost and the fixed cost, over here it is 125. Over here it is 45. The variable cost is 140 and the variable cost is only 40. So the change in fixed cost comes to 80,000 divided by 100. This is 800. So only they have asked 800. But what if they asked which product to choose if it is below 800? Below 800, what will you choose? Obviously, below this, I will go with a product which has less fixed cost, And above this, I will choose a product which has lower variable cost, right? Okay, so 800 is the correct one. Yes, everyone correct answers. 14 is A. So I've also given the solution. What if they was it was asked below this or above this? Okay, moving ahead to the 15th question. Now, what is differential cost? I'll just read the question first. The following information relates to XYZ. Variable cost is given up to 60 and 80% and the fixed cost is 20 to 22. The differential cost for the 20% capacity, that is from 60 to 80, the difference is 20%. So when I say differential, it clearly indicates the difference. It is very easy. Just calculate the difference, that's it. So what is the difference of 12 and 16? It is 4,000. What is the difference between 20 and 22? It is 2,000. So the differential cost comes to 6,000 directly. Option C. This is how we calculate difference. Differential cost is nothing but kitna extra laga, kitna extra difference laga. So it is 6,000 extra, right? So option C is the correct one. Okay. Differential cost means the excess cost. Chali. Question number 16, right in front of you. This we have again discussed, if you remember, PV or the country, you can say PV or country. When two sales are given, change in profit divided by change in sales. Change in profit upon change in sales. Just try and analyze. Yes, I want to answer question number 16. Quick. चलो जल्दी जल्दी आंसर चाहिए मुझे. B. Okay. So by making and selling 9,000 units, a company makes a profit of 10,000. Okay, by selling 9,000, I'm earning 10,000. Where in the case of 7,000, it will lose 10,000. So there are two different sales and two profits, right? First is 10,000 profit and the second is 10,000 loss. So you just need to calculate the situations. Change in profit is 20,000 and not 10,000, because 10,000 and minus 10,000, the profit is 20,000, the difference, right? Upon change in sales 2,000, the per unit contribution is 10. And now what you have to do is, you have the contribution, you have the profit, you just calculate the MOS directly. MOS is 1,000 units. If you check, profit was given to you, contribution भी है आपके पास, directly आप MOS निकाल लीजिए 1,000, and out of the total sales, MOS is 1,000, the remaining comes to 8,000. Again, as I told you, you have a different scenario. आपके पास अलग अलग ways भी हो सकते हैं इसको calculate करने के लिए, but the answer will still be the same. So I've just opted for the easy one because the profit was available. I went to MOS, and from the total I just bifurcated into MOS and break even. So this was the answer, right? Okay, moving ahead to the 17th one. XYZ Limited has the following alternative planned activity levels. The total cost is given and the number of units produced is given. AFG. If fixed cost remains constant, then fixed cost per unit is asked. Fixed cost per unit is asked at level E. At level E over here. But the problem is, this is the total cost. You don't have the fixed. That means you need to bifurcate again. So to bifurcate, what you have to do is, you just have to take any two levels. You can take E and F, you can take E and G, you can take F and G, any two levels, and just try to bifurcate. Just try to bifurcate the fixed and the variable cost. That is nothing but the semi-variable cost. Change in fixed cost upon change in variable cost per unit, right? If you do it like this, that is changing cost upon change in units, अगर ऐसे करते हो आप, तो आपको variable portion मिल जाएगा. When you get the variable, just bifurcate fixed. Give me the fixed and variable from this. Fixed and variable. Okay, 17 is D. क्या बात है, अंकित एकदम फॉर्म में है. सबसे पहले आंसर देने वाला वही है. Okay, so you're getting the answer 10. So if you check variable cost and the fixed cost comes to 50,000. But is the total fixed cost? At level E, there are only 5,000 units. So just divide by 5,000 units, you get the answer as rupees 10 per unit at level E. Okay, so you are getting the answers. That is a great thing. So variable cost 10 आया. At level E, you just bifurcate it 50,000 and you get the answer as 10 rupees per unit. ठीक है, चलिए moving ahead to the next question. Question number 18. Again the same one जो हमने ऊपर किया था. Desired sales. It is fixed cost plus desired profit divided by PV. But again, this desired profit should be PBT. A similar question which we did earlier. Make it quick. जल्दी से आंसर बताइए. First of all, calculate PV. PV, sales and variable costs are directly given. Yes. Okay, Ankit. Again, the first answer from Ankit itself. Yes. Question number 18. Quick. See, just go with the connections. Okay. Desired sales. Okay. 18 is A, right? So revenue minus variable cost will give you contribution. Contribution comes to 80,000. Calculate PV, which comes to 33.33%. Right. 63 is not the profit you are looking for because it is PAT. PBT comes to 90,000. 63 is 70%, right? And then the PV, you will get the 4,20,000 answer. Yeah, 4,20,000. Okay, everyone is getting 4,20,000. I hope everyone is getting this answer. Question number 19. Okay, the basic one, limiting factor ranking. Limiting factor, again the group 1 question. Ranking 1. रैंकिंग कैसे देंगे? सो इट इज selling price less the variable cost will give me contribution divided by limiting factor. It can be anything, and then you will get the contribution per limiting factor. जिसका contribution ज्यादा उसको first rank देंगे. Contribution per limiting factor. Just check the rankings. So there are 4 products E, F, G, and H. Closely watch the options and then give me the answer. Yeah, and one more thing. If you're not getting any question, feel free to ask. I'll explain. Even if many of you are answering, and if you feel that ये question नहीं आ रहा, you can ask. I'll give you the answer. Okay, B. Let's see. Yeah, so I was telling you can ask because many times ऐसा होता है कि बहुत टफ से टफ क्वेश्चन हम आंसर कर लेते हैं, and the easiest one आंखों के सामने आंसर रहता है वो नहीं होता है, बहुत बार होता है ऐसा. You can completely be blank out on that question. So if that is the case, feel free to ask. I'll explain the entire question. Okay. Yes, Jack, correct answer. Ambika, Vishnu, yes, correct answers. Okay, so everyone is getting the answer, which is the very simple one, right? Selling minus variable cost will give you contribution divided by limiting factor. ऊपर दिए हैं आपको पूरे limiting factors, divided by 1, divided by 2, divided by 5, and divided by 7. You get the answers. Okay, so these are the answers over here. If you can closely watch, contribution per raw material per kg of raw material is 50, 40, 20, and 25. So the ranking is like this, and so it is E, F, H, and G. E, F, H, and G. Answer is B, right? Okay, so this was question number 19. Let's move ahead to question number 20. Yes, one of the good question. Question number 22. Star mark question. Star mark question. Question 22. Yes, give me the answer. Quick, everyone. Okay. So if the direct labor cost is reduced by 20% with every doubling of output, जब भी यूनिट्स डबल होंगे आपका लेबर कॉस्ट 20% से ड्रॉप होगा. यूनिट्स डबल करो 20% ड्रॉप करो, यूनिट्स डबल करो 20% ड्रॉप करो. 16th यूनिट पे आपका आंसर कितना रहेगा? 16th यूनिट पे आपका लेबर कॉस्ट कितना रहेगा? If the direct labor cost is reduced by 20% with every doubling of output, what will be the cost of labor for the 16th unit produced as an approximate percentage of the cost of the first unit produced? What will be your answer on the 16th unit? Okay, 20 is B. Okay. Okay, B. Very good. See, so this one is very basic one. See, if I start with 1 unit and I take the labor cost as 100. So for the first unit, the labor cost is 100. On every double, that means if I go to 2, it will drop by 80%. Drop to 80%, that is reduced by 20%. तो 80 हो जाएगा. इसमें minus 20% हो जाएगा. If I again double, that means 4, it will again drop by 20%. That means it will come to 64 now. Then if I go double, then 8 again, it will again drop by 20%. And if I again double, that is 16, it will again drop 20%. That means आपको यहाँ तक पहुँचना है. So it comes to 40.96%. Minus 20, minus 20, minus 20, and so on. Minus 20%, right? So if you go on doubling the units, the labor cost will reduce by 20%, right? So the answer is 40.96%. I've given the entire explanation over here. You can closely watch the solution. Units are doubled and the cost is 80%, right? The cost is 80%. Okay. Moving ahead. Question number 21. Question number 21. I'm reading the question. Inc. Limited makes leather purses. It has drawn up the following budget for its next financial period. Selling price is 11.6. Variable cost is 3.4. Sales commission is 5% of selling price. Fixed overheads are 4,30,500. Selling and admin are 190 at 150. Sales is 90,000. The MOS represents. MOS कितना percentage है वो पूछ रहा है. First of all, try and calculate the MOS. MOS कैसा निकालता है? Make a statement and calculate the profit. Statement से profit निकालो. Then MOS is profit divided by contrib per unit. First of all, calculate the MOS, and then MOS is what percentage of this 90,000. They have asked you this. MOS is what percentage of this 90,000. Try and calculate. Easy one. Yes, easy the question. Try and calculate. Yes, try and calculate the answer. Okay, 21 is D. Let's check करते हैं कितना आ रहा है आपका प्रॉफिट पहले. So if you closely watch, selling price minus the variable cost will give you contra. Selling price is 11.6, the variable cost is 3.4, right? You'll get the contribution. Also the commission also 5% of selling price. So 11.6 the 5%, you'll get the contribution. Then you get the total contribution as 90,000 into this one. You get the total contribution. Then minus the fixed cost will give you profit, and then calculate the MOS. So over here I've calculated. If you closely watch, sales is given minus the variable cost minus selling commission. You get the contribution minus the fixed cost will give you profit. Profit एक बार आ गया, profit divided by contribution per unit, which is 7.62. You get the answer as MOS in unit 7,500. Once you get 7,500, you get percentage as 8.33. 8.33, which is option B. Which is option B. Yes. Question number 21. Are you getting question number 21? Are you getting question number 21? Please be quick. कुछ नहीं आ रहा है समझ में तो प्लीज बताइए. I'll explain it again. वीडियो बराबर है ना यहाँ पे. I'll just check once. Yeah. Okay. So I hope everything is clear. Question number 22. Jaldi se. Question number 22. Yeah. I'm reading the question. A company uses standard absorption costing to value inventory. Its fixed overhead absorption rate is 12 per labor hour, and each unit of production should take 4 labor hours. So the labor rate is 12 and it takes 4 hours. In a recent period, when there was no opening inventory of goods, 20,000 units were produced using 1 lakh labor hours. 18,000 units were sold. That means 20,000 units were produced and 18,000 were sold. That means 2,000 is the inventory. 2,000 units is the inventory. Each unit takes 4 labor hours. That means how many hours are there? 8,000 hours were there in the closing inventory. Moving ahead, the actual profit was 464. What profit would have been earned using the marginal costing system? Now, this one is the point. This one point. Many students बहुत confused रहते हैं, sir what is the exact difference between absorption and marginal? So I'll just clear it out. Pay attention. This one is very important point. See, the exact difference between marginal and absorption costing is the fixed factory overheads. This is very important. Okay, this is very important. The exact difference between marginal and absorption costing is fixed factory overheads. Now what is this exact point? ये point क्या है exactly? Fixed factory overheads क्या होता है? So I'll give you an example first. Let's say my direct material is 5 rupees. My direct labor is 4 rupees. Okay, and the fixed factory overheads is 50,000. Okay, and if I say units produced is 10,000, can you make a cost sheet? Absorption is cost sheet, right? Absorption is nothing but cost sheet. How will I make a cost sheet? You will first say, sir, first I'll introduce direct material. Yes, obviously correct. It will comes to 10,000 into 5. Perfect. Okay. Then you will say, sir, I'll have direct labor. It is 10,000 into 4. And then you get the prime cost. So it comes to 50,000, 40,000. Prime cost comes to 90,000. And then you get the factory overheads. Now these factory overheads are always absorbed. You will say 50,000. Okay, fine. So I added 50,000 over here. 50,000 obviously divided by 10,000 will give you 5 rupees per unit. And how many units you will produce? Obviously you will get. Absorbed is nothing but the overhead rate. Okay. So you get the factory cost, or else I can say the COP directly. The factory cost, then gross and net WIP. There is no WIP. Okay, fine. You get the COP. COP is 140. I'm just giving you the entire concept. Where is the exact difference? Okay, COP less. Add opening FG less closing FG. So if I say out of this 10,000, 8,000 was sold. Can I say you are having an inventory of 2,000 units? Yes. So I'll go something like this. This one is 10,000. So how much is for 2,000? How much is for 2,000? Because I haven't sold it, right? 140 is for 10,000. How much is for 2,000? So I'll just cross multiply. For 2,000 it is 140. For 8,000 it is how much? So I'll just, sorry, for 10,000 it is 140. For 2,000 it is how much? So it comes to 28,000. And my COGS comes to 1,12,000. My COGS comes to 1,12,000. Let me calculate 140 into 2 divided by 10. Yeah, 28,000. So 1,12,000 is the COGS. Let's say there is no selling and distribution, because I just need to, want you to understand the entire concept of this one. Where is the exact difference? Let's say I'll add directly profit, no selling and distribution overheads. Okay, and I'll directly get the sales. If I say the sale is 1,50,000, sale is 150, then how much is the profit? The profit comes to 38,000. This is what is the answer, right? This is what is the answer. Now, what is marginal? See, this was absorption. What does marginal say? Marginal says sales is 150, true. Over here, I will only calculate the variable cost. See, how much was the sale? It was something 8,000 units into some price. 8,000 units into certain price was 150. It was clearly given to you. When I say variable cost, obviously only these two are variable. This is fixed, right? This is fixed. I will not be adding over here. So what was the variable cost? Can I say material was 50,000 and labor was 40,000? Labor was 40,000. So the COP comes to 90,000. COP comes to 90,000. Obviously, cost of production is 90,000. But can I say add opening FG less closing FG? Again, the same principles, okay? This time it will be 90,000 because there is no fixed cost involved in marginal costing. This is where the exact difference is. This is where the exact difference is. COP में ना यहाँ पे fixed overheads नहीं आता है because we only calculate the variable. And now I'll say closing stock is for 10,000 units it is 90,000. For 2,000 how much? For 2,000 how much? Obviously it comes to 18,000. It comes to 18,000. Okay. So what is the answer? 72,000. What is the answer? 72,000. That means your closing stock was overvalued in absorption. यहाँ पे closing stock में fixed overheads का part भी आता है, but यहाँ पे closing stock is only 18,000. That means there will be a difference of 10,000 in the profits. मेरा marginal में हमेशा profit कम आएगा because absorption says there is also a fixed overhead part included in the closing inventory. Obviously stock and profit are directly related. अगर आपका stock बढ़ेगा, if your stock is over, the profit will always be over. If the stock is overvalued, the profit will always be overvalued. This thing is for sure. हर यूनिट के अंदर हर क्लोजिंग स्टॉक में फिक्स्ड ओवरहेड का पार्ट भी रहेगा एब्जॉर्प्शन में, बट मार्जिनल में नहीं आता है. मार्जिनल में देयर वोंट बी एनी फिक्स्ड कॉस्ट. ओके, मूविंग अहेड. सो व्हाट विल बी माय कंट्रीब्यूशन? 150 minus 72. This will be 78,000 minus the fixed cost. Fixed cost was 50,000, right? So if you closely watch, my profit got reduced by 10,000. मेरा profit 28 आ रहा है. My profit got reduced by 10,000. 10,000. What is the problem for 10,000? Because over here the closing stock you measured was 28,000, but over here you are measuring it at 18,000. There is a reconciliation of 10,000 in the profit. That is nothing because of the closing stock measurement. And closing stock में जो problem आया, the only problem was the fixed factory overheads. The only problem was the fixed factory overheads, and this is the exact problem. So can I say in marginal there is only the variable portion in the closing stock, but in absorption there is variable plus something which is known as fixed. Obviously मेरा absorption में, in absorption the closing stock will always be higher. Higher closing stock will give me higher profit. So whenever I compare the marginal with absorption, the marginal profit will always give me a lower profit because it does not have any fixed portion in the closing stock. This is the entire concept. Okay, so I gave you the basic idea of what is the difference between absorption and marginal. Rest everything remains the same. The only difference is the valuation of stock, and this stock will obviously change the profits. Okay, so I hope you got this point. And now if I read this question, they have asked what profit would have been earned in the marginal system. तो marginal में क्या फर्क पड़ता है? So can I say only the fixed portion gets reduced? So what is the fixed portion? Just watch. See, over here it was 20,000 units and over here it was 18,000 units. 18,000. If you closely watch, 4 hours are required and you are adding at rupees 12. Obviously, while calculating the absorption costing, you would have taken direct material, direct labor, and जब आप factory overheads जोड़ते हो, factory overheads, obviously you would have added like this factory overheads. It will be 20,000 units you are producing, 20,000 into 4 hours for every unit and for rupees 12. And then you will get the COP, and then you will subtract opening and then closing FG. Obviously closing FG has this one, 12 into 4 hours, that is 48 rupees. Closing inventory will be higher, 48 rupees. Why? Because the fixed factory overheads will not be counted in the marginal, and that is the exact difference. So the closing stock was of 2,000 units into 4 hours into rupees 12. This will give me the answer as 12 into 4, 40, 88,000. 88,000. This will give me the profit as, the closing stock of 88,000. That is extra closing stock. Obviously, my margin will reduce by 88,000. So over here, in the absorption costing, I was earning 464, but this will reduce by 88,000. So 464 minus 88 will give you the answer as 464 minus 88, 376. Did I make a mistake? Just 1 minute. Calculation कुछ problem आ गया. 2000 into 4 into 12. Sorry, it is 96. I'm so sorry. Yeah, 96. Sorry. So 96 minus 464. It will give you 368. Option A, 3,68,000. I hope everyone got this point. But since this is a bit tough question, एक और question मैंने आगे भी लिखा है, which is there in I mixed it up in ABC. तो आगे और भी आएगा ऐसा ही question same. But before proceeding ahead, I will just give one more question. Okay, a similar question. Let's see how many of you can answer. So units produced was 25,000. Units sold was 22,000. Overhead rate was rupees 13 per hour. And for one unit, 5 hours are required. I'm giving the profit as per absorption. Profit as per absorption. Let's say 5,15,000. What is the profit as per marginal? What is the profit as per marginal? I want this answer. Check करते हैं कितना समझ में आया सबको. Yes, I want everyone to answer this question. Just take a deep breath and try to calculate this one. The only difference is the fixed factory overheads. The only difference is the fixed factory overheads. Okay, so 3,000 units. Every unit is taking 5 hours. And for every hour, 13 rupees was the rate which was included in the closing stock. Right? So 3,000 into 5 into 13, 1,95,000. Perfect answer. So 195 was the extra amount which was added in the closing stock, which will not be added in the marginal. Yes. And the correct answer will be 3,20,000. Perfect. Perfect answers, everyone. Yes. So I think you got this point, and I'm very happy that you got this point. Okay. So this is question number 22. And अगर आपको नहीं समझ में आ रहा है किसी को भी, feel free. I'll give you another example and will make you understand this concept. चलिए. Next question. Question number 23. I'm reading the question. This one is using under probability. Decision making using probability, which is very simple. See, whatever you are earning, multiply by the probability will give you the expected results. This comes in picture when you're not very much sure. अगर ऐसा करें तो कितना होगा, अगर ऐसा नहीं हुआ तो कितना होगा, and so on, right? So I'm just reading the question. Alpha uses decision tree analysis to evaluate potential projects. The company has been looking at the launch of a new product which it believes has a 70% probability of success. That means success होने के 70% chances हैं. That means failure has 30%. Okay. The company is, however, considering undertaking an advertisement campaign costing 50,000, which would increase the probability success to 95%. That means what you're trying is, अगर आप 50,000 spend करते हो, 50,000 expenditure further, the success will increase to 95%. That means only failure will be 5%. If successful, the product would generate income of 2 lakh. Otherwise, 70,000 would be received. That means if you are getting a success, you will get an income of 2 lakh. If not, then it will only be 70,000. what is the maximum that the company would be prepared to pay for the advertisement? Obviously, जितना मुझे income होगा तभी तो मैं spend करूंगा. If I am able to earn, that much I will be able to spend. If I am not able to earn, I will not be able to spend. Obviously, this is the rule, right? So let's check success and failure. Success and failure. If it is success, I'll earn 2 lakh. If not success, then I'll earn only 70,000. What is the answer without advertisement? Without advertisement, 70% and 30%. This is the answer. This I'll be earning without advertisement. This I'll be earning without advertisement. So 2 lakh into 70%, this will be 1,40,000, and 70 to 30, 2,10,000. That means if I don't make an advertisement, I'll be earning 1,61,000. Just multiply the answer with the probability. Okay. What if I go with the with the advertisement? With advertisement, obviously 2 lakh and 70,000, but this time it will be 95% and 5%, because the success will increase to 95% if I am going with the advertisement. If I am going with advertisement, obviously there are high chances for the product being success, right? So this will give you answer is 190 and 3,500. So the answer is 193,500. 193,500, right? So what is the extra amount I am earning right now? It is 32,500. That is, if I do not go with advertisement, I will be able to earn 1,61,000. If I'm doing the advertisement, I'll be able to earn 193,500. What is the extra amount I'm earning? 32,500. Can I say only this is the amount I'll be able to pay? Obviously, I will pay less than what I'm earning, right? But this is the maximum I will pay for advertisement. Over here, they are telling 50,000. I will say, well, not do the advertisement. I'm happy to earn 161 because the expected income is 193,500, right? So what will be the maximum amount which you will pay for advertisement is nothing but 32,500. Yes, correct answer, 32,523. The answer is A. Yes, so expected income without advertisement and with advertisement, and obviously the maximum amount which I'll be able to pay is 32,500. This was the answer. Yes, easy one. Next, 24. Yeah. Z Limited provides a single service to its customers. An analysis of its budget for the year ending 31st December shows that in period 4, when the budgeted activity was 5220 service units with a sales value of 42 each, the margin of safety was 19.575%. The budgeted contribution to sales ratio is 40%. Budgeted fixed cost in period 4 will be. So basically they are asking fixed cost. Okay? Just try and analyze the question. What is given? Over here, sales is 5,220 units. Okay. Over here, selling price is 42. The PV is given as 40%. Out of this, MOS is given to be 19.575%. Obviously, the rest will be break even. Once I get the break even, I'll be able to find the fixed cost. Obviously, break even is connected to fixed cost, right? So everything is there in front of you. Try to analyze. I gave you the crisp of this question. Just try and analyze the question. Give me the answer. 24. 24. जल्दी से आंसर दीजिए 24 का. Selling price and PV is given. That means contribution मिल जाएगा आपको. Yes, I'm waiting for the answer. See, they have asked nearest. That means the answer might be in point. D, B. Okay, so I'll calculate with you. First of all, sales is always divided into two parts, MOS and break-even. MOS is directly given 19.575%. Let's analyze how much is 5220 into 19.575%. This comes to 1022 approximate, round figure, right? 1022 minus 5220, this will give you the answer as 4198 as break-even. 4198 as break-even. Contribution is coming to 42 into 40%, 16.8, right? And what's the formula for break-even in units? It is fixed cost divided by contrib per unit. So break-even is given as 4198, contribution is 16.8, and this is the fixed cost. So this goes multiply over here into 4198. This will give you the answer as 70,526. Since they have given the nearest one, the answer comes to 71,000. The answer comes to 71,000. Yeah. So 70,526 is almost near to 71,000. This is the correct one. Ambika and Jack, you have given the answer as B, right? Others are giving D, 176. Fixed cost is 71,000. Please एक बार solution देख लीजिए. If you are having any issues, let me know. Okay, moving ahead. 25. 25. I'm reading the question. Rodas Limited, a manufacturing company, has a break-even point when sales are 12 lakh and fixed cost at that level is 480. See, break-even is given in rupees. That means I can get the PV ratio from this. So obviously, from break-even, I'll calculate the PV first. If MOS and sales of the company are 40% and 5 lakh units respectively, what is the sale price per unit? Selling price पूछा है. सबसे पहले आप MOS तो निकाल लीजिए. MOS break-even कितना कितना हो रहा है PV. If you calculate PV, PV comes to 40%. PV comes to 40%. So out of this 5 lakh units, MOS is 40%. This clearly indicates that break-even will be 60%. 2 lakh and 3 lakh units. Right? You have the PV with you. Let's see whether you can calculate the selling price. I gave you a basic idea. मैंने break even अलग करके दिया आपको. I have given you the break even and the MOS. There are multiple ways to find this. 25C, okay. If you remember, from units to rupees, 12 lakh is given, right? From units to rupees, the only difference is the selling price, and you can get the selling price directly. From 3 lakh to 12 lakh, you have to multiply the answer by 4, and therefore the selling price must be 4. This is one of the easy one, from units to rupees. If at all you're not able to analyze this, just make a statement, profit statement. Everyone knows at break even profit will be 0, right? No profit, no loss. Just make a statement. Sales 3 lakh into what price? Will give you something. Minus variable cost, again 3 lakh units into I don't know what, but the contribution will be 3 lakh into certain. Minus the fixed cost will give you profit. Profit is 0. Just go reverse and find this. This is also one of the solution, right? But this is the easiest one which I told you. Okay. Next, moving ahead. Question number 24. Question number 24, right in front of you. They've asked the profit. Profit is connected to MOS. Yes, be quick. Profit is connected to MOS. सी मार्जिनल जो टॉपिक है ना बेटा, वो कहीं से भी आंसर्स आ सकते हैं. If you're not getting what you have to find, just try and calculate what you are able to find in that question. जो समझ में आ रहा है वो कैलकुलेट करो, कुछ ना कुछ से वो लिंक डॉट डॉट कनेक्ट हो जाएंगे. ठीक है, जस्ट ट्राई टू कनेक्ट द डॉट्स देन. Break even and fixed cost are given. From this, find PV. Next hint is this: MOS. MOS 40%, that means break even will give you 60%. इससे break even आ जाएगा, MOS मिल जाएगा. And then using the formula for MOS is profit by PV. जहाँ पे you have MOS, you have PV, find the profit. So basically 3-step answer. 26B. Okay, I'm waiting for others. Try to find the first PV from fixed cost and break even. Next, use that MOS 40%, that means break even 60%. You will get MOS 40% कितना होता है, and then formula. Okay, I'm waiting for others. Please be quick. जल्दी जल्दी answers दीजिए. I just don't want only a few students to answer. I want everyone to answer. और नहीं समझ में आ रहा तो पूछो मुझसे. आप यहाँ इतना टाइम स्पेंड कर रहे हो, इतना टाइम अगर इन्वेस्ट कर रहे हो तो उसका आउटपुट मिलना चाहिए आपको, और एल्स बैठ के फायदा नहीं है. If you're not getting anything, just ask, I'll explain. Okay, B is the answer. So just as I told you, first calculate PV. First calculate PV. So PV you are getting 30% with the help of break-even formula. Next, MOS is 40%, then obviously break-even is 60%. So you get MOS as 2,50,000, and then MOS formula. MOS is profit by PV. You get the answer as 75,000. 3-step answer, and you can get the answers very easily. Moving ahead. Question number 27. Again, the selling price is asked. Selling price is asked. Robinson Limited, a manufacturing company, has break-even point when sales are 10 lakh and fixed cost is 4 lakh. Again, break-even and fixed cost are given. Try and calculate the PV. To realize profits of 2 lakh from sale of 3 lakh units, the selling price per unit will be. Okay, that means they want to earn a profit of 2 lakh. There are two steps. Either use the desired sales formula. This is one of the solution, or else make a statement. So just forget about this. Okay, forget about this. You want a desired sales, the desired profit of 2 lakh. Give me the desired sales then. Desired sales. Obviously, you get fixed cost plus desired profit divided by PV. PV you have already calculated. You get the desired sales in rupees. You get the desired sales in rupees. From rupees to units to 3 lakh units, you have to divide the answer by selling price. And this is your answer, what you are looking for. Okay, 27B. जैसे मैंने कहा, अंकित एकदम फुल फॉर्म में. Yes, others try to match up the speed. जल्दी से calculate करें and give me the answer. Are you getting the answer as rupees 5? Are you getting the answer as rupees 5? Okay, so as I told you, I have given the entire procedure how to calculate break even or fixed cost दिया है. Just calculate PV, then desired sales, and then just divide by 3 lakh. You get the answer. Yes, 5. Yeah. Okay. तब गए क्या सब? Okay, so yeah, अभी माइंड में आ रहा होगा सर बहुत देर से चालू है, ब्रेक कब दोगे? It's been 2.5 hours almost. So see, my target was before lunch I should complete with complete marginal decision making concept, right? Entire thing. So I guess roughly around 49-50 questions are there, but practical are only 40. आखिर के जो 8-9 questions है ना, those are based on relevant costing and opportunity costing, which are very easy. ठीक है, so I'll be explaining those one. 28. तो एक मेरे ख्याल से एक roughly about 40 minutes. After 40 minutes, I'll be giving the lunch break. Okay. Question number 28. Again, the profit is asked. PV and fixed cost are given. I can obviously calculate the break even. MOS is 40%, so I can also calculate MOS because MOS is 40, then break even is 60. Once I get MOS, I'll use the formula. MOS is profit divided by PV and get the profit. Get the answers quick. Okay, 28 is A. 28 is A. Check everyone. Aa raha hai kya? See, I have given the PV and fixed cost. First calculate the break even. First calculate the break even. Then MOS is 40, then break even is 60. Cross multiply, get the MOS. And with the MOS formula, calculate the profit. Yes, I'm waiting. $180 divided by 30% is the break even. Then break even and MOS. Break even is 60%, MOS is 40%. Break even from here, MOS is question mark. Then the third step, formula for MOS. Okay, A. So again, the break even is 6 lakhs. Total sales 10 lakhs, and I made a statement. You can also go with the profit. You will get the entire answer. Okay, 1,20,000. Fine. Question number 20. Yeah. Again, theoretical one, very basic one. Try to analyze. Try to analyze. और इसके बाद फिर ट्रांसफर प्राइसिंग खेलते हैं थोड़ा सा. ओके. एन इंक्रीजिंग सेलिंग प्राइस पर यूनिट विल कॉस्ट. अगर आपका सेलिंग प्राइस बढ़ता है तो ऑब्वियसली आपका ब्रेक इवन जल्दी आ जाएगा. तो डिक्रीज इन द नंबर ऑफ यूनिट्स टू ब्रेक इवन, ट्रू. एंड इंक्रीज इन कंट्रीब्यूशन रेशियो, ऑब्वियसली दिस इज ट्रू. सेलिंग प्राइस बढ़ेगा तो ऑब्वियसली मेरा प्रॉफिट ज्यादा होगा, तो एमओएस भी ज्यादा होगा. एंड देयरफॉर द आंसर इज डी, ऑल ऑफ द अबव. द आंसर इज डी, ऑल ऑफ द अबव. ओके, moving ahead. So I've just given to understand the concept कि इससे सच में impact पड़ेगा क्या. So I've just framed a question. Yes, ऐसे ही question frame किया, and I calculated all these: PV, break even, MOS, everything, whatever the three options were there, and then I increased the selling price by 20%. So I just compared what will be the change. So these are the answers. You can just go through the solution once. Obviously that was very simple, but I just given one more example. Just frame an example and get the answers. Okay, right? Yeah. And the transfer price. Now give me 10 minutes. I'll just make you understand the concept of transfer price. Although I have taken one question, but since it is a marathon, एक बार concept बनता है, एक बार transfer price का वापस concept सिखाता हूँ, तो please ध्यान देना अच्छे से. Just please pay attention. What is transfer price basically? तो होता ये है, if there are two divisions, division A and division B, right? मुझे है ना इसको यहाँ ट्रांसफर करना है. I want to transfer something. Why am I transferring? Because my output becomes input for B. This is the basic idea of transfer price. This is the very basic idea of transfer price. मैं जो बनाऊंगा वो सामने वाले के लिए वो इनपुट रहेगा, उसको वो चाहिए. तो to understand this concept, I'll just give you an example which I always give in my regular classes. Division A makes refills and division B makes pens. ये रिफिल बनाता है, ये पेन बनाता है. रिफिल जो है division A sells in the market, and also refills are required by division B because division B is not making refills, he is making pens. Obviously refill is one of the input for making a pen, right? So at what price should I transfer? So I want always the minimum price, the minimum transfer price. Point to be noted over here is that setting a minimum transfer price won't affect the profit of the overall company. That is, setting the transfer price will not affect the company's profit, and therefore division managers are given the full independence. Just bargain among yourself. A और B आपस में bargain करेंगे. Whatever you want to set between you and obviously the division B. Now division B has the other option to purchase from the outside supplier. That is, he can also purchase from outside supplier, or else you can make a transfer from the interdivision. Obviously बाहर पैसा क्यों दे अगर घर के घर में बनता है तो मुझे उसको ट्रांसफर करना है. This is what I'm aiming, right? So at what price should I transfer? So the rule is भाई देख, माना कि तू मेरा भाई है, division B हमारा भाई है, division B is one of the division in my own company. Obviously I won't give it for free. Free में तो नहीं बनता है. Free? No, obviously no. Obviously, to make a transfer, I will need at least a minimum of variable cost. जितना बनने का खर्चा है वो तो दे यार. For example, the refill is selling at ₹10, but the variable cost is, let's say, 6. The variable cost is 6. At least give me ₹6 because I'm making for you. Plus, I won't settle for this. I want something extra. Why extra? Because ऐसा हो सकता है कि आपको देने के लिए मैं बाहर नहीं बेच पा रहा हूं. That is, just because I'm giving it to you, I'm not able to sell in the market. That means I'm losing out on something. If I am losing, I want you to pay me that. It is very simple. अगर आपकी वजह से मैं बाहर कुछ प्रॉफिट नहीं कमा पा रहा हूं तो मुझे आप भर के दो, बात खत्म होगी. तो the very basic point is, let's say division A has a capacity of 9,000 refills. उसका टोटल कैपेसिटी 9,000 का है. 9,000, right? And out of which he sells only 6,000 in the current market. Only 6,000. That means, can I say 3,000 is the idle capacity? I'm not making anything. I'm not, that is idle. If you want, I can give it to you. So please tell me, am I earning anything on this 3,000? The answer is a big no. I'm not earning anything because any which ways I'm not able to sell in the market. So at what price should I transfer? Can I say only at the variable cost, that is 6? That is, if division B is demanding anything below 3,000 units, अगर 3,000 तक मांगोगे तो मैं बोलूंगा भाई फ्री है. फ्री एज एन कैपेसिटी है मेरे पास, मैं बना के देता हूं तुझे, सिर्फ मेरे को वेरिएबल कॉस्ट दे दे, मेरे को एक्स्ट्रा कुछ नहीं चाहिए तुझसे. I don't want anything extra because the minimum price is the variable cost. But what if division B is asking for 4,000 units? If division B is asking for 4,000 units, then I will say I have only 3,000. Then what is division B telling? Division B बोल रहा है एक काम करो ना यार, बाहर मार्केट में मत बेचो 6,000. Don't sell in the market 6,000, sell only 5,000. From this 6,000, sell 5,000 only and give 1,000 to me. I will say यार ये तो नुकसान होगा मेरा, मैं 1,000 बाहर बेच रहा था तो कमा रहा था मैं. I was earning on the 1,000. Okay, I will give it to you. Give me the profit on that, which I was earning from the outside market. Just because I'm giving it to you, I will not be able to earn. I want the profit from you. So what am I losing? That is becomes the opportunity. How much was the contribution? 4 rupees. 10 rupees was the selling price. Variable cost was 6. Contribution was 4. And therefore, I can say on this 1,000, I will not be able to earn that 4 rupees. I want that 4 rupees from you. So I will say, give me 6 into 4,000. Obviously, this is the variable cost, 4,000 units. This is the variable cost. Plus, I want 1,000 units into 4 rupees. That becomes my opportunity. That becomes my opportunity. So basically transfer price consists of two parts. Basically there are four parts. I have explained you two parts. First is the minimum variable cost. Obviously variable cost जितना तो चाहिए ना यार मुझे, जितना मैं बना रहा हूँ, जितना बनने का खर्च है उतना, प्लस आपकी वजह से अगर मेरा कुछ लॉस होगा उतना मुझे भर के चाहिए. इफ आई एम नॉट एबल टू अर्न बिकॉज ऑफ यू, आई वांट द प्रॉफिट फ्रॉम यू. दिस इज द सेकंड पॉइंट. थर्ड पॉइंट, if there are any modification cost, any modification, for example, if the refill size which division A is making is of a bigger size, but division B tells please cut it because it is not fitting in my pen, just उसको थोड़ा सा कट करके दो. तो डिवीजन ए ने कहा okay, I will give it to you at a reduced size, but it will incur a cost of 0.5 per unit because I have to give it to the labor. The labor is asking for 0.5, 50 paisa per unit to cut the pen, to cut the refill, sorry. That means can I say it is the additional cost because of you? It was not my cost. I am paying this cost because of you. I will charge from you only. Any modification cost I will charge. Minus. If at all there are any savings, for example, this 6 rupees consists of 1 rupee as the selling commission. 1 rupee as the selling commission, which was 10% of the selling price. If I am transferring, I will not pay any commission because it is the intercompany, because I will not give any commission to the agent. एजेंट को क्यों दे रहा था? वो बाहर बेच के दे रहा था. मैंने कहा भाई बाहर थोड़ी बेच रहा, मैं तो मेरे भाई को दे रहा हूँ, मेरे डिवीजन बी को दे रहा हूँ. So I will not give you any commission on that. Basically there is a saving, so I can reduce the saving amount. So basically there are four parts: the variable cost, the opportunity cost if I am losing out on anything, the modification, and minus the saving part. These are the four components which you have to consider while calculating the transfer price, right? So basically I have 6 questions. अगर आप वो 6 questions minimum transfer price के मेरे साथ करते हो, if you only answer those 6 questions, every concept in transfer pricing will be very clear. Okay, just read the question first. So I've given you the question. See, just follow this concept. वही example मैंने फिर से लिया है. Department A is making refills, Department B is making pens, and he want to transfer 2000 refills. 2000 refills transfer करना, right? Okay. Department A has the total capacity of 10,000 units. That means if you want, I can make 10,000, and out of the 10,000, only 2,000 Department B is asking for. Okay, fine. The selling price of a refill is 8 rupees. The variable cost to make is 5. That means I am earning 3 rupees. I am earning right now 3 rupees. Fine. Set a minimum transfer price in the following cases. I want the minimum transfer price. Okay, I want the minimum transfer price. First scenario. Present sales of Department A is 10,000. That means market में मैं पूरा के पूरा 10,000 बेच पा रहा हूँ. I am able to sell all the complete 10,000. That means the idle capacity is 0. मेरे पास एक यूनिट नहीं है आपको देने के लिए. But still, if you are demanding, at what price should I give it to you? Please answer it. Please answer it. At what price should I give it to you? Yes. At what price should I give it to you? I want everyone to answer. As I told you, transfer price is one of the important component for examination. Transfer price and relevant. Case 1, 3. No, Ambika, the answer is incorrect, not 3. Others. As I told you, there are 6 cases. Yeah, I know that is contribution foregone. Okay. Be versatile. Okay, the answer is still incorrect. 5 is again incorrect. See, if you know the concept now, you'll be able to answer every question. You're not focusing on the concept. I'll tell you the concept. I want the variable cost minimum. I want the variable cost plus opportunity cost. Opportunity cost is nothing but the contribution foregone. See, I'll explain you the concept again. 10,000 units is the total capacity, 10,000, right? मेरे पास कैपेसिटी 10,000 का है, मार्केट में कितना सेल हो रहा है? 10,000 ही सेल हो रहा है. If the total capacity is 10,000, I am able to sell all the 10,000. I don't have any idle capacity. अब अगर आप मुझसे मांगोगे, एक काम करो ना यार, आप क्या करो ना, इस बाहर मत बेचो, don't sell in the open market, don't sell 2,000 out of this and give it to me. I will say ये अच्छी बात होगी यार, ऐसे कैसे लोगे आप? 2,000 अगर आपको चाहिए, मैं तो कमा रहा हूं ना उसके ऊपर. How much am I earning? I'm earning 3 rupees on that. I'm earning 3 rupees on that. So give me that 3 rupees also. You give me this 3 rupees. That means 5 rupees is the variable cost plus 3 rupees is the opportunity I'm losing because of you. अगर आप नहीं लेते, if you will not take this, I'm able to sell in the market. Why will I give it to you then? Why will I give it to you? If you want this, give me the market price and take it. That means the selling price will be 8 rupees. That is the market price itself. I will not give you at 5 or I will not give you at 3. I'll give you at 8. That is the minimum transfer price. Are you getting this point? See, so the simple logic is, if I don't have any idle capacity, give me the market price and take it. Simple as that. If I don't have any idle capacity, मेरे पास है ही नहीं बनाने के लिए, रिफिल है ही नहीं, जितना बनता है उतना बिक जाता है. Whatever I'm making, I'm able to sell. Why will I give it to you then? If you want, give me at the market price and take it. That is simple. I will give you entire and every full 10,000 to you if you are giving in the market price. Because any which ways, I'm selling the entire thing at 8. If you want it, give me 8 and take it. Simple as that. Okay, fine. This was first question. That means if you don't have anything idle capacity, just take it at the market price. This is the first case. Okay. Second scenario. Just make sure you're getting the first point. Okay. Now, department A is only able to sell 8,000. That means the idle capacity is 2,000 units. Idle capacity is 2,000. Now tell me, what should be the transfer price? I am having idle capacity. I am having idle capacity and you are also demanding for 2,000. You are also demanding for 2,000. Give me the answer. Yes, everyone. यार गलत भी होगा ना तो चलेगा. But I want everyone to answer. Even if it is incorrect, no problem. At least I would, I would come to know problem क्या है. नहीं आ रहा तो मैं explain कर दूंगा. Yes, now this time you are getting the answer correct. Yes, 5. Because variable cost minimum चाहिए. I'm not earning anything on this. See, from the 10,000, I'm able to sell only 8,000. That means 2,000 is the idle. I'm not earning anything out of this. I'm not earning anything. And you are telling, okay, give it to me. I'll say, okay, give me only variable cost of 5. Take it. I'm not earning anything. There is no opportunity. Yes, the correct answer is 5 this time. Perfect. Very good. Okay, the third question. The third point. What if my sales was 8,500? That means out of 10,000, 8,500 is outside sell in the outside market, and 1,500 is idle. That means on this 1,500, I'm not earning anything. I can say, take this. You can take it at the variable cost itself. But division B is telling, I don't want 1,500. I want 2,000. I want 2,000. So what you do is, don't sell 8,500. Only sell 8,000 and give 500 to me. 500 is demanding from this. I will say, there is a problem now. On this 500, I am earning something. That becomes my opportunity. Add it to it and give me the transfer price. Let's see how many of you can answer this. Okay, 5.75. I'm waiting for the others. आपकी वजह से अगर मेरा लॉस हुआ तो वो आपने भरपाई करके देनी है. बात इतनी है. ट्रांसफर प्राइस इज दिस ओनली. If I'm not earning because of you, just give me that amount of contribution which I lost because of you. Okay, 5.75. So it is very simple. Obviously, 2,000 units you want, I will give you at 5. Obviously, this plus. Not on this 1,500, but on this 500 I was able to earn. How much? 3 rupees. This becomes my opportunity. Just divide by 2000, you will get the answer. Just divide by 2000 units, you will get the answer. Yes, it is 5.75. It is 5.75. Okay. Point number 4. Point number 4. So the present sales are 8,800. 8,800 plus the product needs some modification to be done before it is transferred to rupees 3,000. That means there is also a modification cost. वो याद है वो कट करने वाला पेन का साइज छोटा करके दो, मॉडिफाई करके दो, 3,000 rupees. Yes, please tell me. If there is any modification, what should we do? As of now, 8,800, that means 1,200 is the ideal capacity. On this, I'm not earning anything. But on the balance 800, I'm earning. Give me the transfer price. Give me the transfer price. Quick. Okay, 7.7. I'm waiting for others. See, first of all, I will say, give me 2,000 units into 5 points. This is the basic variable cost. Obviously, I want this. Okay. Is there any modification? Yes. Modification is 3,000. Plus, am I losing out on something? The answer is yes. I was having only 1,200 idle units, but you are asking for 2,000. That means 800 I will not be able to sell in the market on which I was earning. That becomes my opportunity. On that 800, I was able to earn 3 rupees. Divide by 2,000 units will give me the answer. Let's see. कितना आ रहा है? Yes, it is 7.7. Okay. Question number 5. Last two cases. Point number 5. This time again there is modification, but this time they have given per unit, not in totality. This is the only change. This is the only change. Variable cost plus modification plus any contribution lost. Okay, 7.4. Others, I'm waiting. मजा है क्वेश्चन नंबर 6 में. 6 वाला आ गया मतलब पूरा ट्रांसफर प्राइस ही आ गया. Okay, so there are two different answers this time. See, so what is the variable cost? Obviously, it is 2,000 units into 5. This is variable. This I want minimum. This ये तो बनाने का खर्चा है भाई, इतना तो लूंगा ही लूंगा. Plus, is there any modification? Yes. How many units are there? 2,000 units into 0.3 is the modification. Okay. Am I losing out on something? The answer is yes. 8,600 units I am able to sell. That means I was having only idle capacity of 1,400. 1,400 दे सकता था मैं आपको, आप फिर भी 2,000 मांग रहे हो. That means out of this, on 600, I will not be able to earn 3 rupees. Divided by 2,000. Divided by 2,000. See, this is very important. The opportunity is very important because this is the base of the relevant costing. Opportunity cost is nothing but the amount which I am foregoing. जो foregone कर रहे हैं ना हम, वो amount जो profit loss हो रहा है वो. So the answer come to 6.2. Yes, पहले गलत आ रहे थे, अब बराबर आ रहे हैं. ठीक है. 6.2 is the perfect answer. चलिए. Only a few of them are answering again. थोड़ा active रहो. Okay. ये है master question. ऐसे समझो, this has got everything. Point number 6. Present sales of department A is 8,100. commission payable to the selling agent of 10% on SP. Selling price was 8. Okay, selling price was 8. If you remember the question, will not be incurred if the goods are transferred. यहाँ पे commission नहीं लगेगा. Ideal capacity is 1900. That means there will also be a saving this time. There will also be a saving this time. I'll recall the formula. Minimum transfer price. Minimum transfer price. It is variable cost plus opportunity plus any modification minus any savings. Minus any savings. Yes, everyone. Give me the answer. See, 4.35 is obviously incorrect. Okay, can be an answer. I'm so sorry. 4.35 can be an answer. There is a saving. Sorry. I'm waiting for the answers. Okay. Jack कुछ confusion है शायद. 5.11. Okay. I'm waiting. Still I'm waiting. I want everyone to calculate. बड़ा सिंपल सा है. दो ऑप्शन है इसको सॉल्व करने के, दोनों सिखाऊंगा. Okay, let's proceed. So first of all, the first point is 2000 into 4.2 directly. Why 4.2? अरे commission नहीं लगेगा ना. Can I say 10% मतलब 0.8 नहीं लगेगा, तो ये सीधा सीधा 5 रुपीज का 0.8 माइनस हो जाएगा. कितना हो जाएगा? 4.2. ये 4.2 डायरेक्ट आ गया. प्लस वाज देयर एनी अपॉर्चुनिटी? यस. 100 into 3. 100 into कैसे? 8100 था. आइडियल कैपेसिटी 900 था. Only 100 units were left. 100 units into 3 was my opportunity and it comes to 4.35. Now comes the question, sir, why 5.11 नहीं आ रहा है? आपने क्या गलती किया वो गलती बताता हूँ आपको. What was the mistake you made? Okay, fine. There is also another option. 2000 into 5 was the first point. Into 5, the variable cost. Okay, the variable cost. Then this is opportunity 100 into 3. ये दोनों ये इतना सबको आता है. And you will say, sir, why 2000? Why 2000? Why not 100 only? Because आपने जो माइनस किया होगा वो सिर्फ 100 माइनस किया होगा. आपने ऐसे ही किया होगा. मैं आपको बताता हूँ. 2000 into 5 10,000 होगा. आपने क्या किया होगा ना? आपने 100 into 0.3 माइनस 0.8 माइनस किया होगा, तो आपने सिर्फ 80 माइनस किया होगा. See, what is the problem over here? What is the problem over here? Over here, students feel that, sir, we were anyways not selling, we were only transferring only 100. हम तो सिर्फ उनको 100 यूनिट्स बेच रहे थे, तो उस पर कमीशन बचाएगा. On that 1900 also, you were not paying any commission. आप कमीशन कहाँ दे रहे हो उसके ऊपर? Will you pay any commission if you transfer? The answer is no. Then there is a saving, right? If you are charging 5 rupees, subtract 0.8, or else tell that any which ways I'm not giving you this. I'm giving 2000 units at 4.2 and not at 4 and not at 5. मैं 5 में दे ही नहीं रहा हूँ आपको यार. अगर आप चेक करोगे 8 रुपीज का सेलिंग प्राइस है, इसमें 10% मेरा कमीशन है. 10% is 0.8. That means out of the variable cost of 5, there is other variable cost of 4.2 and a commission of 0.8. This 0.8 will not be incurred. Commission to lagegi nahi na, right? Only this 4.2 will be incurred. Only this 4.2 will be incurred. So 2000 into 4.2 give this to me plus any opportunity directly. Saving मैंने directly minus कर दिया. This was the answer. So I hope you are getting this point now. और ये 6 cases अगर आप कर लेते हो, only these 6 cases, this is more than enough for understanding the complete concept of transfer price. So I hope transfer price is clear and I'm just giving a 1 minute window. अगर आपको कुछ issue है, कुछ भी problem है, कोई केस नहीं समझ में आया, and if you are not getting a clear picture, I can give you another example to make you understand the concept. Just tell me, is it clear till here? Is it clear till here? नहीं आ रहा है कुछ तो मुझे पूछो, मैं फिर से बताऊंगा. If you're not getting anything, I'll make it clear. Okay, fine. So I guess yes is the call and you're getting everything. Fine. So basically there are two types of variety in transfer pricing. This was the first variety and the second variety is this one. Again, so I've framed a question. Okay, I've framed a question. See, so just be with me in the question and I'll tell you what the exact question says. So there is division A and he is making 3 products. So basically this question is nothing but the mixture of marginal plus transfer price. So basically this question consists of 2 parts. First is marginal and the second is transfer price. Okay, what about marginal? Marginal, if you understand the limiting factor analysis, limiting factor, which product to make first, the contribution per limiting factor, right? This is the concept. So we have 3 products XYZ. The selling prices are given. Just make this thing clear. The selling price is given. The variable cost is given. This will be given to you. Okay, this will be given. This will be given. And contribution you can easily find out. Contribution per unit. And labor hour was the limiting factor over there. Labor hour was 4, 1 and 5. Fine. So I just divided contribution per labor hour and I got the ranking. Obviously, the highest ranking is 10, that is first. So I'll give first rank to Y, the second rank to X and the third rank to Z. So that basically I've given the ranking. I guess this thing is very clear because ranking, I know everyone knows it clearly. Ranking. Okay. Moving ahead to the second part. And they've also given the maximum demand. So how many hours will be required to complete the maximum demand? Just check. The maximum demand is 7,000 units and I need 4 hours. That means can I say 28,000 hours I require? Okay. 11,000 and it is only 1 hour. That means I want 11,000 hours. And 9,000 into 5, that means I want 45,000 hours. Right? That means to complete my demand, how many hours are required? How many hours are required? 45 plus 11 plus 28. So it comes to 56, 64, 84,000. Okay, this many hours are required to make the complete maximum demand in order to fulfill the maximum demand. Okay, fine. Apart from that, hours required to fulfill is 84. I have already calculated. This is your working note which you need to calculate. Okay, this will not be given. This you have to calculate. Okay. So what will be given to you? What will be given to you? Selling price, this labor cost, and maximum demand. These 4 things will be given and you have to calculate the rest. Okay, you have to calculate the rest. Okay, fine. Apart from marginal, there is also transfer. Division B is asking for what? For 2,000 units of product X. Which product? Product X. This one. This product X and on product X, I am earning a contribution per unit of 20 and per hour of 5. See, there's a contribution per unit and contribution per hour, 20 and 5. I'm earning and he wants 2,000 units of this. So can I say, apart from my demand, my outside market, I also need transfer. I also need hours for transfer. So how many hours are required? 2,000 into 4. 8,000 hours are required in order so that I can fulfill the division B's demand. Okay, that means 84,000 for me and 8,000 hours for the transfer. That means in total I want 92,000 hours, right? I want 92,000 hours. If I say you are having 92, what products will you make? Obviously you will take, sir, first I will make the product Y. then I will go with product X, then I will go with product Z because the order, the ranking is given. After that, if I'm left out with some R's, I will give this 2000 units and make product X to give it to division B. This is what you will be doing, right? Okay. And now there are different cases. What will you do? Case 1, available R's are 92,000. So please tell me, do you have the exact R's available, idle capacity? The answer is yes. Because even if you fulfill the maximum demand, you only need 84,000 R's. You are left with 8,000 R's. Are you earning anything on that 8,000? The answer is no. So can I say there is no opportunity cost involved? कुछ है ही नहीं ना, 8,000 वैसे ही खाली पड़ा है. वो डिवीजन भी बोल रहा है यार एक काम करो 8,000 मुझे बना के दे दो ना उससे. मैंने कहा ओके कोई बात नहीं, वैसे भी खाली है, बना के दे देता हूँ. मतलब आई वाज नॉट अर्निंग एनीथिंग आउट ऑफ इट. द अपॉर्चुनिटी कॉस्ट इज जीरो. व्हाट विल बी द मिनिमम ट्रांसफर प्राइस? ओनली द वेरिएबल कॉस्ट. अब वेरिएबल कॉस्ट किसका लोगे? जो उसको प्रोडक्ट चाहिए. ही वांट्स प्रोडक्ट एक्स. व्हाट इज द वेरिएबल कॉस्ट ऑफ प्रोडक्ट एक्स? 60. The variable cost of product X is rupees 60. So obviously I will give it 60. I will give it directly to you at 60 rupees. But this was the first case, very simple. Very simple. The second scenario, you are having only 85,000 hours. 85,000. Now this is the problem. If I tell you, how will you utilize 85,000? So obviously you will say, sir, 11,000, 28,000, 45,000. This will be 84,000. Can I say 1,000 is the idle capacity? 1,000 idle capacity. That means on that 1,000 I'm not earning anything. Obviously I'll utilize this for transfer. But division B is telling, sir, I want 8,000 hours. 8,000. You have only 1,000. Do one thing. Give me 7,000 hours from your other product. 7,000 hours. Obviously, which is the least profitable, I will give it from them. That means I will give from 45 7,000 hours for transfer. I repeat, 7,000 hours for transfer. 7,000 hours. 7,000 घंटे में बोलूंगा प्रोडक्ट Z मत बनाओ, आप क्या करो? ट्रांसफर करो. Can I say I'll be losing out on something? I will not be able to make product Z. For how many hours? 7,000 hours. So what is the opportunity cost of Z? Obviously, I'll go on the table and I will not be able to earn this 4 rupees per hour. This is per hour, right? Many times students make a mistake, they take 20. 20 is per unit. I'm telling 7,000 hours, right? 7,000 hours. So can I say 7,000 into 4, I will not be able to earn because of you. You want that the transfer, right? I was able to sell in the outside market, but you told me don't sell in the market, just utilize this as for the transfer. Obviously, I will lose out on 28,000 because of you. This becomes my opportunity and you will fulfill this. So the opportunity cost is nothing but the variable cost plus the opportunity. So I've given over here, please make sure. Yeah, 28,000 is the opportunity cost. So minimum transfer price will be 2,000 units into 60. This was the variable cost of X plus 28,000, which I'm not able to earn because of you. Divided by 2,000 will give me the transfer price as 74. I hope this point is clear. This comes directly for 14 marks, okay? 14 marks. The marginal ranking and also the transfer price. Okay. Now, if you got this point, I want you to answer this one. If you are having 75,000 hours, so I'll just come over here, okay, on this picture and give me the answer, give me the transfer price. If you are having 75,000 hours with you, how will you utilize this 75,000 hours? I want the transfer price. Be quick and give me the minimum transfer price. If you are having 75,000 with you, how will you utilize this 75,000? I want the minimum transfer price. I'm giving you 1 minute window. Just try to analyze the question and then give me the answer. Quick, everyone. I need an answer. Okay, 76. A few more answers. लिस्ट में सिर्फ 2-3 नाम देखना है जो कंटिन्यूस रिप्लाई कर. Only a few. Okay, I'll explain. Please check. Out of the 75, obviously, I will first give to product Y 11,000 hours. Sorry. Yeah, 11,000 hours. Then to product Z, because sorry, then to product X, second rank, 28,000. And whatever is there, I will give it to product Z. Whatever is there, I will give it to product Z. How much is the answer? So 28 plus 11 minus 75. I'm left out with 36. I'm left out with 36. I don't have any idle capacity है ही नहीं मेरे पास. Now, division B is demanding for 8,000 hours. He's telling give 8,000 hours to me. Obviously, I will give from Z because this is the least profitable for me. I will give this from 8,000 hours. So will I say I lose out on 8,000 hours of Z on which I was able to earn 4 rupees per hour again. I was able to earn 32,000 and because of you, I will not be able to earn this. So I want the compensation from it. That is nothing but the opportunity. So 2,000 units you are asking for. 60 was the variable cost. That is the minimum price I will be charging plus the opportunity of 32,000 divided by 2,000 units. This will be the answer. Yeah. 76. Yes. So I guess everyone is getting this point and the concept is clear. Okay. One last case 4 on this and we are done with transfer price. Last case. You are having only 45,000 with you. Only 45,000. Again, I'll just scroll over to the first window. You are having only 45,000 with you. Instead of 75, you are having only 45. That means for Z, you are left only with 6,000. Give me the transfer price. You are having only 45,000 hours with you and they are asking utilize it properly. The last point on transfer pricing. I guess no. 72 is not the correct answer. Yes, everyone be quick. See, if there was no transfer, you would have utilized like this, 11,000 to Y, then to X, then to Z. But they are asking for 8,000. Division B is telling, give me 8,000 hours, give me 8,000 hours. So how will I give 8,000? Obviously, I'll give 6,000 from this. And the next profitable is X. I'll give 2,000 from this. That means I'll be losing out on two things now. From this 6,000, I was able to earn this 4 rupees, which I'll not be able to earn because of the transfer. This becomes my opportunity, first opportunity. And out of this, I will be given 2,000 hours for the transfer. For X, I was earning 5 rupees, 2,000 into 5. That means I was earning 10,000, and because of you, I will not be able to take this 10,000. So the opportunity cost becomes 34,000. Opportunity cost becomes 34,000. So 2,000 units into 60. This was the bare minimum variable cost. Plus, because of you, I will not be able to earn 34,000 divided by 2,000. Divided by 2,000. And this will give me the answer as 77, I guess, right? Case 4, yeah, 77. See, I've explained over here. You are having 11,000, 28,000 and 6,000. Out of this, obviously, I will utilize completely for transfer. But 6,000 baat banegi nahi. He wanted 8,000. So I told him, okay, I will give you 2,000 from this also. So I'll obviously lose out on this also. So there was 2 opportunity costs in this, and therefore I added 34,000 and got the answer as 77. So I hope everyone got this concept, and this one was the last point on transfer price. Okay, yeah. चलिए, तो अब जल्दी से ट्रांसफर प्राइस के क्वेश्चंस करते हैं. आई फील ट्रांसफर प्राइस के बाद लंच टाइम लेना पड़ेगा बिकॉज काफी टाइम हो गया. इट्स बीन 3 hours 15 minutes नाउ. So transfer price के सिर्फ 3 या 4 क्वेश्चंस हैं, only 3 or 4 questions on transfer price, and the rest are on relevant costing. So what we'll do is I will not rush on any of the point. जब तक वो concept clear नहीं होगा मैं आगे बढ़ूंगा ही नहीं. I will not rush on any point, even if it takes longer. I am completely okay with it. If you are able to sit, I will, I'll stand over here and teach you the entire concept of relevant costing and the further topics also. चलिए, question number 30 करते हैं. After this, after the transfer pricing questions, I will give you a lunch time. Yeah. So I'm reading the question. SAB Limited fixes the interdivisional transfers for its product on the basis of cost plus a return on investment in the division. So basically, I will not give you on cost to cost, plus I want certain return also, right? I want a certain profit. The budget for division X for 16-17 appears as under: fixed assets, current assets, debtors, annual fixed cost of the division, and variable cost. Okay, I'm interested only in the cost. 8 lakh and 10 rupees. Budgeted volume is 4 lakh units per year. That means I will be able to sell 4,000 units. Desired ROI is 28% on rupees 10 lakh. That means my desired profit is 2,80,000. Give me the transfer price. At what price should I transfer? It is very simple. See, fixed cost cover होना चाहिए, variable cost cover होना चाहिए, और मेरा profit भी आना चाहिए, plus ROI. Basically, they told cost plus return. I want this. अब ये निकालो, आपका आंसर आ जाएगा. So basically there are two steps in this. You can go unit wise, or you can go in totality and then take the unit wise. I'll explain both. First point, what is the fixed cost? It is 8 lakh. Obviously, it will not depend upon number of units. Variable cost is per unit 10. So what is the total variable cost? Can I say it is 4 lakh units into 10, which comes to 40 lakhs. Plus I want 2,80,000. 2,80,000. Right? So what is the total? It comes to 50,80,000. Total sales 50,80,000. Just divide by the number of units. Divide by 4 lakh and you get the per unit transfer price. That means 8 lakh and 40 lakh is my total cost. 48 lakhs is my cost, but I will not give you at 48 because that is cost to cost. I also want a profit. Profit of what? Of only 22,80,000. So at that profit, that means I want total of 50,80,000 from you. 50,80,000 by transferring how many units? 4 lakh units. So you will get the per unit cost, and that comes to 50,80 divided by 4, 12.7. Option A, 12.7. Yes, perfect answer. Right? This is the basic. Okay, this was one of the option. Or else the second option was to convert everything in unit. You will get the direct answer. For example, if you convert the fixed cost in unit, it will be 8 lakh divided by 4 lakh units, right? So you get the fixed cost as 2. Variable cost was already 10. And again, ROI is again per unit, it will give you 2 lakh 80 divided by 4 lakh units. This will give you 0.7. 12.7 is the direct answer. You can go either ways, in totality or else per unit. Okay, next. So I've given both the answers in the solution. Okay. Question is in front of you. Read the question, try to analyze by yourself, and then give me the answer. Everyone, ठीक है, आप लोग आंसर्स मैसेज नहीं करेंगे तो भी इट्स ओके, बट एटलीस्ट ट्राई टू कैलकुलेट. See, my concept is where my basic fund is very clear. If you are investing time, you should get certain output from this. So just don't sit and listen to what I'm telling. Try and calculate, utilize this time by calculating it by yourself. Yes, everyone. Okay. Finally, some other members also active. Okay, so yes, B125. Okay, so the rule is very clear. Again, the similar concept which I taught you in question number 30. The rule is fixed cost plus variable cost plus return on investment. Profit चाहिए आपको. Fixed cost is 120. The variable cost is 100 per unit of 6,000. That means total of 6 lakh. And the return they want is 30,000. That means total was 7 lakh 50,000. 750 for how many units? For 6,000. For one unit, it will be 125. Yes, correct one. Okay, good. 125. Okay, I'm reading the question. Sarthi Limited makes components and sells internally to its subsidiaries and also to external market. Okay. The external market is 48 per component, which gives a contribution of 40% on sales. For external sales, variable cost include ₹3 per unit for distribution. मतलब सीधी बात है, अगर हम ट्रांसफर रखेंगे, this ₹3 will be saving. I mean, won't be, there will not be any distribution cost. This is, however, not incurred in internal sales. There are no capacity constraints. To maximize company profit, the transfer price to subsidiary should be. That means they are asking for the minimum transfer price. Is there any opportunity cost? The answer is a big no. Kyun? There are no capacity constraints. I can give you any quantity which you want. I have a lot of capacity. You just tell me how many units you want. I have that capacity with me. That means I'm not losing out on anything. I can give you anything, whatever you demand. Just try and recall the formula for minimum transfer price. I gave you 4 components. 4 components. Variable cost, opportunity, modification, and saving. There is no modification, there is no opportunity. There are only 2 things over here: variable cost and the savings. Variable cost and the savings. Okay. 32B. Others give an answer. Okay, so everyone is getting B because the variable cost was, see, selling price is 48, the contribution is 40%. The contribution is 40%. Obviously, minus 40% will give you the variable cost. And out of that variable cost, subtract this 3 because this won't be income. This is the saving, right? Okay, so over here, I've given the variable cost as 28.8. There will be a saving of 3, and therefore the minimum transfer price will be 25.8. Okay. Yes, this was the last question on transfer price, and from question number 33, basically there is opportunity cost and relevant cost. As I told you, I'll be focusing more on the relevant cost, right? So after lunch, post lunch, we'll start with relevant cost, and also one of my favorite again is standard costing. Standard costing, I have picked a few important questions on each type: material also, labor also, variable overhead, fixed overheads, and the complete statement, that is the RICO statement. So I'll be explaining one question on each. Okay, explaining one question on each type, one question for each. I'll be explaining one question for each, including the RICO statement. Including the RICO statement. So if you are my student already, अगर आपने मेरे regular या fast track lectures लिए हैं, so you will obviously get in direct contact, मतलब वो direct आपको easily समझ में आ जाएगा standard costing क्या है. अगर नहीं है तो I still try and make you understand. अगर आप मेरे student नहीं भी हो तो भी मैं पूरी कोशिश करूंगा आपको standard costing के मेरे concept, मेरे rules समझ में आ जाए, because those are not the regular rules which are provided in your study material or any suggested. Those are my rules which I have made, and following those standard costing concepts, एक भी formula learn की जरूरत नहीं है. You don't need to learn any single formula. Just try and understand those rules. Okay, fine. So post lunch we'll be doing that, and right now it's 2:35. So we'll meet at 3:15. Okay. And once we are done with standard costing now, after the break, उसके बाद ये छोटे छोटे टॉपिक समझ जल्दी जल्दी हो जाएंगे. Those will be very simple. Okay. तो इसको फिलहाल यहाँ स्टॉप करते हैं. See you at 3:15. अच्छे से लंच कर लीजिए, थोड़ा रेस्ट कर लीजिए, एंड देन विल कंटिन्यू. ठीक है, आज दिन भर बैठना है, उसके हिसाब से तैयारी कीजिए. वी नीड टू सिट टिल 100 क्वेश्चंस. जब 100 हो जाएंगे हम स्टॉप करेंगे. ठीक है. Yes, so start करते हैं. First of all, let me know, am I audible? एक बार ऑडियो वीडियो चेक हो जाए उसके बाद हम स्टार्ट करते हैं. Yes, please let me know. Yes, everyone, please let me know. Am I audible to you? तो चेक कर लेते हैं. ओके, आई गेस इट इज completely fine. ऑडियो वीडियो सब बराबर दिख रहा है मुझे. Okay, let's start. So as I told you, post lunch we'll be starting with the relevant cost. तो पहले एक काम करते हैं. We'll first finish up, just 1 minute. Yeah, we'll first finish up with the questions of opportunity cost. Yeah, so this is the question. Okay, so question number 33, they have asked us to find the opportunity cost. So first of all, make this thing clear that what is opportunity is nothing but the contribution foregone. That is basically opportunity. But when it comes to three products, what becomes the opportunity? For example, I will give you my example. See, if I am associated with a class, that is HGPA, if I am associated with this, I am earning, let's say I am earning 5 lakhs. Check it. If I own a business, that means I will not be able to take classes. If I go for a business, let's say I'll be earning 4 lakh over there. Can I say by joining HGPA into teaching profession, I'm not able to do the business and I'm not able to earn this 4 lakh. Obviously, this becomes my opportunity cost. Right? But if I go for a job and not classes, I would have also earned 3 lakh over there. Now, what is my opportunity? Is it 7 lakh? The answer is no. The next best option available becomes the opportunity cost, not the every opportunity, the next best option available. So if I go with HGPA, I will not be able to do business or job. The best option was business, so the opportunity cost becomes 4 lakh, right? If I select HGPA, that is classes, opportunity cost becomes 4 lakh. But what if I go with business? I chose that I will do business now, no more classes, no more job, I'll go with business. I'll be earning 4 lakh. So what is the next best option available with me? The option available is HGP, that is 5 lakhs. The opportunity cost becomes 5 lakh. And if I go with job, I want 2 days off, I will work only for 5 days, 2 days rest, right? So I'll be earning only 3 lakh. So what will be my opportunity cost at that time? The next best option available was HGP again, 5 lakh. So the opportunity cost becomes 5 lakh, right? So the rule is the next best option available is nothing but the opportunity cost. And now, if you got this concept, tell me the answer for question number 33. A factory can only make one of the three products XYZ. The following information is given to you. Selling price is there and variable cost is there. Assume that there is no constraint on resource utilization or demand on similar products are consumed. The opportunity cost of making 1 unit of Z. That means if you are making Z, what is the opportunity cost? Please tell me. What is the opportunity cost? If I'm making product Z, what is the opportunity cost? Option A. Okay. So the rule is very simple. What is the contribution I was earning? On X, it was 800. It was 850 over there. And from Z, it was 1000. Obviously, I will go with 1000. So the next best option available is 850. And therefore, this becomes my opportunity cost. Okay. Okay. What will be your answer? What will be your answer if I do not select Z, but I select Y? I want to make product Y. I'm not selecting product Z. What will be your opportunity? Please tell me. If I go with product Y, what will be the opportunity? Jaldi se. And few questions are there on opportunity which are very easy. So I don't want you to invest much of the time. Be quick to answer so we can proceed. Yes, perfect answer. 1000, perfect answer. Yes. Okay. So in that case, the next best option was 1000. Obviously, 1800 and 1000 will be the best option, and therefore 1000 becomes the opportunity cost. Okay, fine. So I've given you this answer. Okay, next one. A production of Zone Limited has the capacity to produce either 4000 units of A or 3500 units of B or 5000 of C. So that means there are 3 products. Only one of can be made in the production process. The contributions are 10, 11 and 8. The opportunity cost of A is, that means I'm going with A. That means I will not be able to make B or C. What is the opportunity cost? Jaldi say, quick answers. These are units and these are quantity per unit. Okay. Yes, give me the answers. From here, I'll be able to earn 40,000. Okay. From here, I'll be able to earn 38,500. And over here, I'll be able to earn 40,000. So, ABC, the contributions I can earn is 40, 38,500 and 40 again. I'm selecting A. So, from B and C, what is the best option available? That is product C, 40,000. And therefore, this becomes the opportunity cost. 34 is D. Yes, 34 is D. Okay, moving ahead. 35. What is the opportunity cost of making a component in a factory given no alternative use? No alternative is the highlighted word over here. What is the opportunity cost? Read the options and give me the answer. What is the opportunity cost when I have no alternative option available? Yes, the answer is D, 0. Because option in the next best option is the contribution foregone. I don't have any option only. I don't have any alternative. Obviously, I don't have anything to forego, and therefore the opportunity cost will be 0. Okay, perfect answers. Perfect. Yes. Question number 36. NM paid rupees 5,30,000 for a machine used to powder wheat. The machine can be sold for 1,30,000. The sale value of wheat is 8 lakh and its variable cost is 4,50,000. The opportunity cost of producing wheat flour is. That means what the entire question says. I paid 530 for a machine, which is irrelevant. I have already paid it. What I can do is right now I can sell it at 130. I can sell it at 130, or if not sell, I can use it. Use it and earn a contribution of 3,50,000. That means by using the machine, I can earn 350. If not use, then I can sell. Sell at what price? 130. This 5,30,000 is the sunk cost. That is irrelevant. Purchase price is never taken. Asset ka purchase price kabhi nahi leta hai. Yes. The 36th answer is D. Obviously, I will go with using the machine, right? Obviously, I purchase, I'll use it, I'll earn a contribution of 350. But if I'm earning this, I'll not be able to sell the machine. If I'm not able to sell the machine, obviously, my opportunity becomes 1,30,000. Perfect answers. Yes. Great. Next, 37. Project A has a net present value of 30 lakhs and project B has 50 lakhs. Obviously, I'll go with B, 50 lakhs. What is the opportunity cost if B is selected? Very simple. अगर B select किया तो क्या नहीं कमा पाएंगे? That is the opportunity. Yes, please tell me, what is the opportunity? These type of questions have been asked in the past papers. Very basic questions. Yes, the answer is B, 30 lakhs. Because if I select B, I will not be able to earn this A. If I go with B, I will not be able to earn 30 lakhs, right? But students make a mistake over there. They say 20 lakhs. The difference is 20. We don't have to take the difference. अगर मैं B कर रहा हूँ, if I am doing for B, I will not be able to earn A, right? I will not be able to take that project and therefore I will be losing on 30 lakh rupees. Okay, next one. Yes, give me an answer. Read the question and give me the answer. 38. Yes, I want an answer for 38. Quick, everyone. B 6,000. Okay. Others? Perfect. See, so the rule is over here. I can make a reworking cost of 20 and then I can sell it at 36. That means I will earn contribution of 16,000. But if I rework, I will not be able to get this scrap. Scrap नहीं मिलेगा अपने को. Scrap of 6,000. That means if I rework, I'll earn 16, but I will not earn this 6,000, and therefore 6,000 becomes the opportunity cost. 6,000 becomes the opportunity cost. Next, 39. Again the same thing. Again the same thing. Same question. 10,000 can be sold for 18,000. That means for reworking, I can earn 8,000. But if I rework those units, अगर वो फिर से उसको करूँगा, तो I will not be able to earn this scrap. And therefore scrap becomes the relevant cost. Scrap becomes the relevant cost. Again the same question, it was similar question and therefore it came into picture. Okay. Which of the following will always be a relevant cost? Which of the following will always be a relevant cost? Which of the following will always be a relevant cost? Always. Fixed and sunk are never relevant. I want always. Okay, opportunity. See, yes, opportunity is the correct answer, but variable is also relevant. Then why not variable? Why opportunity this time? Because variable may sometime, not always, but sometimes be irrelevant. Sometimes, not always. And therefore, opportunity will always be a relevant cost. That is, whether to consider for a project, I will obviously check for the relevant cost. Okay, so this is the point. Answer for 40 is B and not C. Opportunity is always relevant. That is always there for decision making. What is relevant? Which is relevant for decision making. अगर decision making में काम आता है ना, तो relevant है. अब आप बोलोगे सर डिसीजन मेकिंग में हर चीज काम आती है, नहीं आती है. एग्जांपल ले रहा हूं. एग्जांपल, सी, if I own a shop, I'm the owner of the shop. Okay, what I can do is I can start my business, own business, or I can rent it out. Obviously I can do both. Either I can go for my business itself, or I'll rent it out. In both the situation, I'll earn I'll earn 40,000 and rent income I'll earn as 30,000. What you should do? Obviously, you will say do the business because you will earn 40,000. Okay. Will your decision change? Will your decision change if I'm paying property tax of 3,000 over here and also 3,000 over here? Will your decision change? You're earning 40 and 3,000 you are paying property tax. You're earning 30 and again 3,000 you are paying tax. Did your decision change on this 3,000? The answer is no. Because in any ways, 3,000 you are paying for both. That means if you are paying for both, this is not relevant for your decision making. Is your decision based on this 3,000? The answer is no. And therefore, it is not the relevant cost. It is irrelevant. So the rule is which sometimes become irrelevant, which sometimes becomes irrelevant is nothing but variable. And opportunity always becomes relevant. Okay. Next. So I've also given the detailed explanations of all the options. Okay. Correct answer is opportunity, why not fixed cost, why not variable, and why not sunk cost. So I have given every option. Yes, you can just go through the every option so that you get a better idea. Okay, next one. Okay, and now comes the utmost important point, which is relevant cost. Now, what is relevant? As I told you, relevant is nothing but which is relevant for decision making. Relevant for decision making. The rule is very simple. जिसकी वजह से मेरा decision change होगा, that is relevant. If my decision changes because of this cost, that is relevant cost for me. If my decision is not changing, obviously that is not relevant cost, right? Okay. So there are basically material, labor, the machine overheads, and the other overheads. So basically, what are those points, right? So I'll be explaining it in detail, every point. Please pay attention. Okay. For material, whenever you start with a material, see, if I explain this chart, you will not get it. When I'll give you the example, you will get it for sure, okay? So just pay attention what I'm telling. Material, if you want some material, you will check whether it is there in stock or not. For example, I'll tell you. I got an order to make some laptops, and I always make laptops, other brands or else I'm into the business of laptop only. So I have that screens, the keyboards and the keys and the motherboard and everything. But I got one special order wherein the screen shade should be different and something, the keyboard I can use from the regular itself and so on. So if I want to complete that laptop, obviously I need some material. So I'm talking about that material, right? So first of all, you check if you have that material in stock or not. If you don't have that in stock, obviously you need to buy it from the market. So whatever the buying cost is becomes relevant cost for you because you are paying that. If it is already in your stock, don't take that stock. Just ask one question. Are you in need of that stock? Are you using it regularly? If you're using it, obviously, if I have a keyboard which I want for this special order, but I have a keyboard which I'm using it regularly, then why will I use that in my laptop? I will purchase it from the outside only. No, why should I use that? Because I'm using that regularly. Okay. Again, one more example. If I'm in need of a keyboard and that is in stock, can I use that? Ask a question. Do you need that for another product? If no, I will use it. If no, I don't use it. That means you are already having an excess. That means you have purchased it previously, and now if I will not use it, you have to sell that keyboard, because any which ways you're not using that keyboard. Maybe that is of the old model, or that is no more required for in the new products. If I'm using that keyboard in within my products, at that time I will tell them, what will you do if I don't use this? Obviously you will sell that at what price? At NRV. So give that to me at NRV. That becomes relevant. So obviously I'll not purchase it, I'll use that, and the relevant cost becomes NRV. That is the net realizable value. Okay. Next, if you are using it, see, I've given you a chart. Just pay attention on this. If you are asking for a material, just ask the first question, is that in stock? If the answer is no, purchase it at the market price. Market price itself is known as the replacement cost. Okay. If the answer is yes, then again ask one more question. Are you using it? If the answer is no, then I'll say give it to me at NRV. Give it to me at NRV. But if you're using it, then ask one more question. Where are you going to use it? If you are using in your main products, okay, I'll say don't give it to me. Use it in your main products only, and I'll purchase from outside. If obviously I'm purchasing from outside, replacement cost becomes relevant. If you are using it somewhere as a substitute, that means if I use this product, you'll not be able to use that as a substitute. Then the cost of substitute becomes the relevant cost. That means I have to purchase it from the outside. So these are all the concepts. Now you will tell, so there is a lot of confusion while going through this. I'll again give you an example for make you understand this proper concept. Now what is exactly this? See, I have given you 3 questions. The first question is, ask the question whether it is in stock or not. If the answer is no, okay, purchase from outside. You don't have any, anyways you don't have any stock. Nahi hai na stock mein, bahar se purchase kar lo. If it is there in your stock, ask the question, second question, are you going to use it? If the answer is no, take it at NRV. If the answer is yes, we are going to use it, then ask one more question. Where are you going to use it? Is it your main product which you are regularly using? If you are using there, okay, go ahead, you use that. I'll purchase from the outside. Obviously, if I purchase from the outside, I purchase at the market price, that is the replacement cost. But if you are using as substitute for another product, I'll tell you, okay, don't use as a substitute, give it to me, I'll purchase for that substitute. That is, I'll purchase for that substitute. That means the relevant cost becomes the cost of the substitute. To better understand, I've given framed an example, which is this one. Please pay attention on raw material A, B, C, and D. Okay. Now, basically, I want to make a product, and for making that product, I need 4 raw materials. So I was checking whether it is there or in stock or not. So let's see. Raw material A in stock is 400. I'll go one by one. Okay. It is in stock 400 units. Okay. My requirement is 900. So can I use this 400? Can I use this 400? Before using, ask a simple question. Are you going to use it? If no, give it to me at NRV. If yes, you use it, don't give it to me. I'll buy from the outside. It is very simple, right? 900. Okay. Book value, that means what I have purchased is 5, is irrelevant. NRV, that means if you are not using this 400 which is there in your stock, what will you do of that stock? You will sell in the market. At what price? Obviously at NRV. That means if I'm asking, are you going to use it? And if you say no, I'll tell you, give it to me. What will you do if you have that in stock? क्या करोगे यार, अब नहीं है ना आपके पास, मतलब वो स्टॉक में आप क्या कर लोगे उसका? तो आप बोलोगे सर बेच देंगे. मैंने कहा फिर बेच ही रहे हो तो जो प्राइस में बेच रहे हो वो मुझे दे दो. That is relevant. 3. But if at all it is not, he is not using, 500 units are still in short. That means I'm only having 400 and I'm in I require 900. 500 I need to purchase. At what price? Obviously at the market price. From the market price at 6 rupees. Right? Okay. So there's information. Raw material A is regularly used in production of another products. So I asked a question. Are you going to use it? He told yes. I'm using it regularly. I'm using it regularly. That means if you're using it regularly, don't give it to me. You use it. You don't give that raw material to me. I'll purchase from the outside. How much? The entire quantity. 900 into 6 becomes the relevant cost. 900 into 6 becomes the relevant cost. Okay. Part A is clear. Raw material A is done. What about raw material B? 800 is the requirement and you don't have anything in your stock. अगर है ही नहीं स्टॉक में, obviously if you don't have anything in stock, you need to purchase from the market. To purchase it from the market at 800 into 4 becomes relevant cost. That means you are paying 800 into 4. Okay, moving ahead. Raw material C. You have it in stock 500, but you need 600. Right? For C, they have given is in stock due to excessive purchase and if not used in the current product will have to be scrapped off. That means I asked a question. Do you have it in stock? You told yes, I have in stock 500. Okay. Another question, second question. Are you going to use it? The answer was a big no. I'm not going to use it. Then what will you do? Obviously, you will sell that raw material. I told them if you're selling it, what price you will get? Obviously, you will get NRV. Give it to me. Give it to me. So 500 into 6 becomes relevant. But my requirement was 600. You have only 500. What about that 100? Obviously, you need to purchase. Purchase at what price? At the market price, that is 11. So 100 units you need to buy still from the market at rupees 11 becomes the relevant cost. Becomes the relevant cost. That means for decision making. Next, 300 units, and you also need 300 units. 300 units is what you want, and you have it in stock of 300. So ask a question. Raw material D can be used as a substitute. That means if you are not using this 300, you can use it as a substitute in another product. Okay. At what price? It can be used as 400 units into 5. That means over there, the cost of the substitute, you can use this 300, which will be counted as 400. Now you will say, how come it came to 400? Because it might happen that the another product which you are using it as a substitute, it requires 400, the quality might be lower. But if you use this product, 300 units are more than enough. That means I will not be able, if I use over there, I had to purchase 4,000 into 5. But if I take this product, I'll purchase it at 300 units at 5 rupees. That means 1500 rupees is nothing but the cost of substitute. This becomes relevant cost for me. So there are 4 scenarios. Please pay attention. पहला सिनारियो, 900 यूनिट्स चाहिए थे, 400 स्टॉक में थे. मैंने उससे सवाल किया, क्या ये आपको लगने वाला है? उसने कहा हाँ, हम तो रेगुलर यूज करते हैं. मैंने कहा तो यूज कर फिर भाई, मुझे मत दे, मैं बाहर से परचेस कर लेता हूँ. सो 900 इनटू द परचेस प्राइस 6 रुपीज इज माय रेलेवेंट कॉस्ट. ओके. रॉ मटेरियल बी 800 चाहिए थे आपको, आपके पास कुछ भी स्टॉक में नहीं था, 0 स्टॉक था. मैंने कहा बाहर से परचेस कर लो फिर, इज रेलेवेंट. ओके. रॉ मटेरियल सी, आपको चाहिए था 600 बट आपके पास 500 था. फिर मैंने पूछा ये 500 का क्या करोगे? आपने बोला सर ज्यादा परचेस कर लिया, कुछ करना नहीं है मेरे को. मैंने कहा फिर मुझे दे दो. आप अगर करोगे क्या करोगे? बेचोगे ना? बेचोगे तो कौन से प्राइस पे? एनआरवी पे. ओके, तो एनआरवी मुझे दे दो. 500 into 6 becomes relevant. बट मेरा जरूरत पूरा नहीं हुआ, मुझे 600 चाहिए था, 500 ही है. 100 I will purchase at the market price at 11 becomes relevant. And because D I am using as a substitute, the cost of substitute becomes the relevant cost. So over here I have given you this answer. Raw material A, B, for C and for D, I was able to make 400 into 5. Now you will tell, sir, why did you take this 400 and not 300? This is the big question which comes in the mind of the students. See, I'll tell you one thing. एक raw material है, I'm having 300 units. ठीक है, I'm having 300 units. What I can do is I have 2 options. Use it in our product which I'm making right now. Use in our product, right? Or use it as a substitute. But this 300 will be counted as 400 in the substitute, and 4 into 5, you need to pay 2000. Obviously, let's say you are not having this. Just take an example, you are not having anything in stock. Obviously, for another product, you need to purchase 400 into 5, right? And for our product, which we are making, obviously, if you're not having in stock, you need to purchase at 8 rupees. 300 into 8. That means you need to purchase into 300 into 8, 2400. That means if you were not having anything in stock, the current product, the raw material cost is 2400, and obviously if you're not having in stock for the another product also, you need to purchase 400 at 5, that is 2000 rupees. Now I'm telling you have 300, either use it over here or use it over there. Where will you use it? This 300, whether you will use in our product or whether you will use as a substitute. Obviously I'll choose our product, because if I use this, I will not pay this 2400. I'll use this because it is there in stock. But if I use it over here, I need to purchase 2000 for the another product. That means I need to pay 2000 over there, right? And therefore this becomes relevant. So I hope you got this point, 14700 as the complete answer. Yes, Ayush, complete answer. Yes, Aishwarya, I explained in English first and then I went to Hindi. Okay, I'll just explain this thing in English again. So when it is a material, first of all, ask first question. Do you have in stock? Do you have it in stock? Ask first question. Do you have it in stock? If the answer is no, you don't have any stock, what will you do now? You will have to purchase from the market, right? Then purchase it from the market. Then purchase from the market. At what price? Obviously at the replacement price. Replacement is nothing but the purchase price from the market. Purchase from the outside. Okay. If you have it in stock, then ask a question. Are you going to use it? Second question. Are you going to use it? If the answer is no, then I'll tell you, why did you purchase then if you're not going to use it? Now what will you do of that stock? You will say, I'll have to sell that stock, sell that raw material. If you sell in the market, what price you will get? You will get NRV. So I'll tell you, give it to me then at NRV, obviously. Then NRV becomes the relevant cost form. NRV. Okay. If you have it in stock, if you have that in stock, and if you are going to use it, then I'll ask another question. Where are you going to use it? Are you going to use it regularly? Or are you going to use it in a substitute product? If you are using it regularly, that means if you have something in stock, let's say I have cement which you are using regularly for construction, then I'll tell you, don't give it to me, you use it. Just 1 minute. Just 1 minute. Some issues with the laptop. Yeah. Okay. Then I'll ask a question. Where are you going to use it? If you're using it regularly, then don't give it to me. I'll purchase from the outside. If you're regularly using it, then don't give that product to me. Don't give that stock to me. I'll purchase from the outside market at the replacement price itself. But if you're using as a substitute, then I'll tell you, okay, don't use as a substitute, give it to me. I'll purchase for that substitute. If I'll purchase for that substitute, obviously whatever I'm paying becomes relevant. So the cost of substitute becomes relevant. Yes, Aishwarya, is the point clear now? And everyone, please tell me, is the point clear for this raw material? Relevant cost is very important. And in the previous marathon, which I took for December 23 attempt, in the previous marathon, I've taken 2 important questions on relevant. I'm not repeating obviously those questions because it makes no sense repeating the questions again in the previous marathon and the same marathon. Okay. So as I told you, basically there are 2 marathons already uploaded. I'll just give you a brief idea. The first marathon which I took, and I always insist, if you're watching this current marathon also, go for the previous marathons also, because that marathon has covered a lot of variety again. Obviously those variety will not be covered in this marathon. I'm taking something new in this marathon. Okay. So the first marathon which I took has the complete in detailed depth of marginal. Every decision making question have been taken. Every decision making till I guess 2021-22 questions I have passed examination, 21-22 examinations. I have covered everything in that. Marginal plus a bit of standard. A bit of standard. In the second marathon, I have covered every concept, every chapter, I'll say, every chapter, may it be marginal, may it be standard, but I have not taken in depth. I have taken the variety of questions. The recent paper as in December 22, June 23, December 23, and also June 24 questions. I have already taken those questions in the previous marathon. So in this marathon, I'm taking only December 24 questions because already I've taken these questions. So I'll not be repeating those questions. Obviously, I'm repeating the concept. Concept I'm teaching it again, but not the questions. Okay. So I always recommend to watch the previous marathons also. So if you're watching this, you have ample time. Just give one more day to SCM and watch those marathons. I assure you, you will claim an exemption for sure. Okay, moving ahead. This was raw material. This was raw material. And now it's time for labor. What is the relevant cost for labor? See, if you're hiring a new labor, you don't have any labor. You don't have any labor right now. And if you're hiring a new labor, so whatever you are paying becomes the relevant cost. For example, I'll tell you, I'm having 10 laborers with me. I'm paying them rupees 40,000. 40,000. That means I'm paying rupees 4 lakh. Okay. I got a new project. And I need to make a relevant cost for new project. I'm telling you that this labor will not be working over here. This labor will be working on the previous projects also. For this new project, I'll be hiring new labor. So can I say, if I'm hiring 3 laborers, at a cost of 60,000, whatever I'm paying this to 3 laborers becomes the relevant cost for this new project. If you are hiring new laborers, you don't have any laborers, whatever you are paying becomes the relevant cost. Okay, the first one is very easy. If you have old labor and that is an excess supply, at that time the relevant cost is 0. This is very important. The relevant cost is 0. For example, if I say I have 100 laborers with me and I'm paying them 1,000 per month. 1,000 per month, right? And my business is seasonal. And they work only for 6 months, and 6 months they have no work. Ideally, they have no work. Seriously, they come, they sit and they go, right? That means for 6 months, I'm paying them for no work only. So I have 2 options, either to remove them. Obviously, that is not a big solution because I will not get as much labors which are trained labors. I will not get those labors again. So I'm not removing that. And then I got a new project. And on that new project, 50 labors are required. 50 labors. So, and this will go on for 4 months. Can I say 6 months we are already done? 6 months, any which ways I was paying them. 6 months, any which ways I was paying them. I told 100 of these 100 labors, 50 labors go and work over there. Please tell me, are you paying anything extra to them? The answer is a big no. You're not paying anything. You already have that excess supply. You're just utilizing it. So what is the labor cost for the new project? The answer is 0. Are you paying anything extra? The answer is no. See, I told you your decision making becomes what is relevant. Tell me, are you paying anything extra? The answer is no. Okay. What will you do if you don't take this project? You will pay. Okay, you are paying over here, right? And what will you do if you take that project? You will again pay. That means, can I say in both the situations you have to pay? Then how is it relevant for your decision making? Will your decision change on that? The answer is no. That means if your decision is not changing, it is not relevant for your decision making. And therefore, if it is an excess supply, the relevant cost becomes 0, right? Okay, moving ahead. Third one, old labor and it is in short supply. It is in short supply. That means you have the labor, but already it is in short supply. For example, I have 4 labors and I'm paying them 50,000. That means I'm paying them 2 lakh rupees. Okay. I got a new project and by paying them 2 lakh, they are earning a contribution of, let's say, 50,000. They are earning a contribution of, let's say, 50,000. I got a new project wherein I want the skilled labors. I searched, but I was not getting any labors for it. So I told them, do one thing. Don't do this job. Stop this work and take the new project and come and work over here.
come and work over here. At that time, obviously, I need to pay them 2 lakh, obviously 2 lakh plus. Can I say, if I ask them to make the new project, the old project will no longer be in operation. That means I will not be able to earn this 50,000 because I'm telling them, don't work over there, take the new project right now. That means you have to stop that work. The labor is in short supply. I don't have any labors, any new labors, right? That means I have to pay 2 lakh to them plus this becomes the opportunity cost. And therefore, the labor cost relevant for the new project is 2 lakh 50. 2 lakh in anyways you were giving, right? But you were not getting any new labors, any new skilled labor. So what you did, you told them, stop that work, come to me and do this work. Obviously, that work will be left incomplete and you will not be able to earn the contribution which you were able to earn if they were working over there. Therefore, this becomes opportunity and this 2,50,000 becomes the relevant cost, right? Okay. And I have the old skilled labor. If utilized for another project by removing unskilled labor, then the payment made to unskilled labor becomes a relevant cost. Now, what is this? Please pay attention. So basically, I'm having two labors. First is the skilled one, and the second is the unskilled one. Okay. Skilled labors, I was having 3 labors, and I was paying them 1 lakh each. That means I was paying them 3 lakh rupees. Okay. I was having 5 labors, and I was paying them 40,000. That means I was paying them 2 lakh, right? As of now, I'm having 8 labors. 3 of them are skilled and 5 of them are unskilled. That means I'm paying them 5 lakh rupees total, 3 lakh and 2 lakh, right? Now the problem is I don't have much work. I don't have much work, right? Both of them are sitting idle. I got a new project wherein unskilled can work over there. Unskilled can work over there. I can hire unskilled workers. But the problem is, okay, let's forget this unskilled. I don't have this unskilled. I have only skilled workers with me right now, okay? Skilled workers, they don't have much work. And when I took a new project, there was no requirement of skilled. No requirement of skilled. But I need 5 unskilled labors. 5 unskilled labors for which I will be able to pay them 40,000. That means I'll pay them 2 lakh rupees. But what I thought is, why to hire 5 unskilled labors wherein I have the 3 skilled labors sitting with me idle? I'll tell them work over here. That means what they're doing, they're replacing the unskilled labor. And for unskilled labor, what was I paying? I was paying them 2 lakh rupees. Can I say I will be able to save this 2 lakh if this 3 skilled workers come over here? That means my decision will change on this 2 lakh, right? I will not pay this 2 lakh extra. That means this 2 lakh becomes the relevant cost for this skilled labor. Now I'll read the sentence again. What is the answer? If utilized for another project by removing unskilled labor, if I'm removing unskilled labor, then the payment made to those unskilled labor will become relevant cost for you. That means there are 4 points now. Please pay attention. 4 points. First 2 are very easy. First 2. You have to pay attention on the last 2. First point. If you are hiring the new labor, then whatever you are paying to them becomes the relevant cost. Very simple. If you have the labor in excess supply, excess, they are not doing any work, you will tell them do this work, they'll do. In any ways you are paying them, in any ways which you were paying them, because the labor was in excess supply. At that time, the relevant cost becomes 0 because you are not paying anything extra to them. Third point, if it is short supply, then whatever you are paying them becomes relevant plus the opportunity cost, because you are not, if you are working over there, you are not able to do something which was there in the previous job. That is the opportunity that becomes relevant. And the 4th point which I told you is, if the skilled labor is replacing the unskilled labor, then unskilled labor cost will be saved, and that is relevant. These are the 4 points on labor. Yes, is the point clear till here? Please tell me, is the point clear till here? Obviously, I'll be taking an example and it will get more clear. Yes, jaldi se bataiye, is it clear till here? Yes, everyone. Okay. Shall moving ahead. These two are very important. Okay, the third point. Relevant cost for using machinery. Relevant cost for using machinery. Ask a question. Are we going to use it? Are we going to use it? If the answer is yes, relevant cost becomes the difference of the replacement cost. For example, you have a machinery. Which you are using for job A. Obviously, when the life will end, you will replace it. Right? If you replace it right now, you need to pay rupees 40,000, example. But I told you, don't replace right now. Replace it after, let's say, after completing this new job. At that time, it may happen that you get a replacement of 50,000. That means the cost of the machinery got increased. Can I say it is because of this job which I got the project? It is because of this job the cost got increased, and therefore 10,000 becomes the relevant cost. Are you going to use it? If not, if you are not using that machinery, then can I say you will sell it at what price? At the NRV. Okay, fine. So I told you, are you having a machine? You said yes, I am having a machine. I got a project. I told, what will you do of this machine if I'll not use this machine right now? What will you do of this machine? You told me that I will sell it. Okay, I told you, if you sell it, at what price you will get? So obviously you will get the NRV, that is the resale value. Okay, fine. If you are getting, let's say 10,000. If you are getting 10,000, for example, I told you not to sell right now. Don't sell it right now. Give it to me. Let me use it on the new project. I just need a few months to use it. After that you sell. Any which ways you are selling it, right? Don't sell it right now. Sell it after 2 months. Let me complete this project and then sell. Okay, fine. Will it get 10,000? The answer is a big no. You will not get 10,000. Okay. After 2 months, after using this, you are getting an NRV of 8,000. That means, can I say 2,000 got reduced because you used it over here? आपने 2 महीने use किया, you use it for 2 months, the value got reduced by 2,000. Can I say this 2,000 becomes the relevant cost? In any ways, you are getting first 10,000 and now you are getting 8,000. That means a loss of 2,000. That becomes relevant. That is very simple. So just ask a question. Are you going to use it? If the answer is no, the difference of resale value. If the answer is yes, the difference of replacement cost. Okay, next. Overheads. Only avoidable becomes relevant. Only avoidable. For example, if I say I am having 5 supervisors. 5 supervisors, 1 lakh each. That means I am paying 5 lakh rupees. I am paying them 5 lakh. Right? If the new project is taken or not, still I have to pay this 5 supervisors. Is it relevant then? The answer is no. Why? Because in any ways, if you are taking the project, then also you are paying. If you are not taking the project, then also you are paying. So is it relevant for your decision making? The answer is no. Your decision will not change on this 5 lakh. But if I tell you, if you take it, then is okay. If not, then 1 supervisor can be removed. means one supervisor. That means, can I say 1 lakh can be avoided? I can avoid 1 lakh. If I do not take that project, that becomes the relevant cost. And therefore, only avoidable becomes relevant. I'll give you one more example. I'll give you one more example of that. Please pay attention. Let's say this is my factory. Okay, this is my factory. I pay a rent of rupees 50,000. 50,000. And I pay salary of rupees 30,000. 30,000. Can I say the total fixed cost is 80,000? Yes. The total fixed cost is 80,000. Rent of 50,000 and salary 30,000. The problem is, my business is seasonal. 6 months I have work, but 6 months I do not have any work. So I need to calculate the shutdown point. The contribution per unit is 10. I need to calculate the shutdown point. How will I calculate the shutdown point? So if you remember, it was avoidable fixed cost. We have already discussed in earlier session. Avoidable fixed cost divided by contrib per unit or PV ratio. Now, what is avoidable in this? Is it 50,000 or is it 30,000? What is avoidable? Rent of 50,000 cannot be avoided. You will say, why cannot be avoided? See, any business, if you have a premises in a particular locality, you will not leave that business. Even if you shut down, close the doors of the business, you will pay rent out of your pocket. You will not leave that premises. You will not leave the market area, right? You will pay the landlord rupees 50,000. You will say, okay, I'm putting the shutter down, but I will still pay you. That means if you open it, you will pay rent. If you shut down, you will still pay rent. Will you decide change? The answer is no. In both the cases, you are paying. This becomes unavoidable and therefore not relevant for decision making. But can you avoid this salary? The answer is yes. You can remove the labors. Tell them, if you have some work, go and join there. If no, come after 6 months, I will pay you. Obviously, you will tell, aisa koi rukega nahi, no one will stay. Okay, I will hire new labors. Labors are a lot, 1 month or 2 months, I will not get labor, but I will get labors for sure. So I'll just remove them. So can I say, I can avoid only this 30,000? Yes. And only the avoidable fixed cost becomes relevant. Unavoidable is irrelevant. जो avoid ही नहीं कर सकते यार, मतलब यहाँ भी pay करना, you have to pay, and over here also you have to pay. In both the situation, if you are paying, that is not relevant for cost for you, right? These are the relevant cost measures. I hope you got this point. The important one was material and labor. Okay. I have a question on relevant cost. Please pay attention. Entire concepts will get clear on this. The accountant of XYZ has prepared the following estimate on the basis of which he has advised that a contract should not be accepted at the price offered. The estimate was as follows. Okay. So basically, there is a manager and he is telling that we should not accept the order. Why not to accept? He has given the reasons. Because material X you will require 1,50,000. Material Y 1,80,000, material Z. So basically there are 3 materials, material. Right? Okay. There is skilled labor, there is unskilled labor, there is supervisory cost, there is general cost. Okay. And he told that the total cost comes out to 17,50,000. Okay. And the project offered price is 14 lakhs. Obviously, you will say, sir, selling price, if I'm taking the contract, I'm getting only 14 lakh, but I'm spending 17,50,000, I'll get a loss of 350, and that's why the manager is rejecting. That's why the manager is rejecting. I will say, don't do this. See, you are taking this cost, true, but these are not all the relevant costs. Why? But there are some reasons out. I'll read the first reason. Material X is an obsolete material. That means you have it in stock at original cost. At original cost, you have it in stock. So I told you, do you have it in stock? If you remember the first question, do you have it in stock? You said, yes, I am having in stock. So I told you, what will you do? Are you using it? That is obsolete. That is purana material, old material. That means you are not using it. So whether to take the original cost or whether to take the NRV, the answer is take the NRV. Why are you taking the cost? You cannot take the cost. You have to take the NRV. You have taken the original cost. It can be used on another product W. You can use it for another product. Okay, fine. The material for which can be available as 135. Remember cost of substitute. if you're not using it over there, you can use it where it is 135. Okay, fine. So 135 is the cost of substitute. Material X requires some adaptation to be used, which costs 15,000. It may take some time before W's order is come turn. Until then, it will cost storage cost of 12,000. That means if you have to use it over there, see, I have a material, the cost of which is 1,50,000. You have no use of this. कुछ नहीं करना है इसका. That means you can use as a substitute. If you use it, यहाँ का raw material, whatever the raw material was there of 1,35,000, you will not purchase this because you will use this over here. But before using, you need to spend something. How much you have to spend? 15 and 12. 15,000 for adaptation, that is modification, and 12,000 to store them until that order is confirmed. That means 27,000 you are still paying. That means what is the saving? Saving is only 1,08,000. So 1,08,000 becomes relevant cost and not 1,50,000. This is the first point. 1,08,000 is the relevant cost. Next, material Y on order at contract price. That means I have ordered on this itself. Material Y is ordered for some another product which is no longer required. It has now a residual value of 155. That means you ordered material Y and was no longer required. जब चाहिए ही नहीं तो NRV ले लो. That is residual value 1,55,000. So 1,55,000 becomes the residual value. That is the NRV. Okay. Material Z to be ordered at the current price. That means you have to order this for this product itself. 3 lakh rupees is relevant. If you don't have it in stock, you have to order it for this product. Okay, fine. Skilled labor. What they have given for skilled labor? Skilled labor can work on other contracts which are presently operated by semi-skilled labor at a cost of 4 lakh. As I told you, skilled labor can work by replacing the semi-skilled labor at a cost of 4 lakh. That means it is the cost of replacement. If you remember, that is the fourth point, right? So you cannot take 540. If they are working and they replace semi-skilled, you will pay them only 4 lakh. So 4 lakh becomes relevant and not 540. Next, unskilled labor are specifically employed for this contract. New laborers, if you remember, whatever you are paying becomes relevant. This 3 lakh becomes relevant. Next, supervisor. Supervisor staff will remain whether or not the contract is open. Only 2 of them can replace other positions where the salary is 50,000. 2 of them 50,000. That means the replacement cost, the relevant cost becomes 1 lakh rupees. General overheads 180. Overheads are charged at 33 1/3% of the skilled labor. Only 125 can be avoidable. As I told you, overheads avoidable 125. So 125 becomes relevant. Now make the total. If it is less than 14, I will accept the order. If it is more than 14, obviously rejecting the order is better. So I have given the complete explanation over here and given the complete detailed explanation. Okay. So 1,08,000 we have got, everything we have got. Yeah. 1438 is the cost. Still 38,000 will be the loss and therefore we should not accept the order. See, I dropped the loss to 38,000, but initially the manager was giving a loss of 3,50,000, which was not the case because he took the entire cost. You cannot take the entire cost for decision making. It is the relevant cost which you have to take for decision making. I hope this point is clear and this will solve the entire question of relevant costing. And now we again are back on the MCQ sessions. MCQ. Most of the time they will give you the MCQ of material itself. Material. 4 points I told you, right? First, if you don't have it in stock, purchase it at the market price. If you have it in stock and if you're using it somewhere, purchase it. If you're not using, take it at NRV. This was the answer, right? So let's see how many of you can answer this. Question number 41. X Limited intends to use relevant cost as the basis of selling price for a special order. The printing of the brochure which requires a particular type of paper that is not regularly used, although a limited amount is in X Limited's inventory which was left over from a previous job. पहले से पढ़ा है. I already have in stock because I purchased it extra. The cost when it was bought was ₹15 and there are 100 reams in inventory. At what cost did you purchase is irrelevant. What will you do right now? You have nothing. What will you do now? You will sell. Obviously that NRV is relevant. The brochure requires 250 reams. Out of 250, 100 I am having right now. Okay. The current market price is 26. That means if I have to purchase it 26 and the NRV resale value is 10. Now please tell me, what is the relevant cost? I require 250. Out of that, 100 is in stock. 150 I have to purchase from outside. Yes, give me the answer. 4,900. Okay. Others, give me the answer. See, out of this 250 you require, right? We require 250. 100 is there in stock. Obviously, remaining you will purchase from outside at rupees 26. This thing is for sure. What about this 100? Can you use it? The answer is yes, because you don't have any other use. If you're not using anything, ask a question. Are you using it? You said no. Then what will you do? You will sell. Sell at what price? At 10. This becomes relevant. Into 10. This is 1000 and this is 3900. So 4900 becomes relevant cost for you. 4900 becomes relevant cost for you. Next, 42. Again a similar question. Just try and answer this question this time. इस बार आंसर कीजिए प्लीज. Okay. Yes, others please answer. B. Okay. Online students, please be active. जितना जल्दी जल्दी आंसर दोगे उतना जल्दी हम कंप्लीट कर पाएंगे. We'll be able to wrap it up quickly. See, 800 kgs is the total requirement. 800 kgs is what you require. Ask a question. Do you have it? They told yes. I'm having 500. Okay. You are already having in stock 500. That means you need to purchase from outside. How much? 300 kgs. If you purchase, you obviously have to purchase at the market price, which is the 0.81. 0.8 you will purchase. That means 240. Okay. What about this 500 kgs which is there in stock? One single question. Ask, are you going to use it? Since nothing is given, obviously the original price is 300, which is not relevant for me. If you sell it, you will get only 200. That is the NRV. The NRV is 200. 200 and 240 becomes 440 as the answer. Right? Okay. Next one. Okay. This is something which is related to transfer price. Theoretical question. In cost plus pricing, remember we solved transfer pricing question, we added some profit to it. In cost plus pricing, the markup consists of, what is that markup of? That is the profit. Is it A, B, C or D? Is it A, B, C or D? Quick, give me the answers. Jaldi se bataiye, and after that we'll have to start standard costing also, which is one of the important topic. Desired ROI. Yes, perfect answer. Desired ROI is the perfect answer. See, when I say cost, cost means fixed cost plus variable cost. This is the cost. Plus pricing. Plus means the profit which you are looking, and the profit is nothing but the ROI, that is the return on investment which you are looking for, right? And therefore D is the correct option. So I have given, again I have given the entire answers. Yes, you can just go through it. Again, one of the simple question, which I feel is a bonus question for the 44. Please read it. (44). Others be active. Give me an answer quick. Yes, it is one of the theory question. Only direct material, direct labor, and variable manufacturing overheads are considered when using. See, direct material is variable, direct labor is again variable, and variable manufacturing is again variable. Obviously, this is variable costing, is nothing but marginal costing. Is nothing but marginal costing. Only the variable they are considering, right? It is nothing but marginal costing. See, when I say product cost, product includes the fixed cost also. Product may obviously, if I say what is the cost of this pen, this is the product, what is the cost of the pen? You can say material hai, labor hai, also the overheads like rent, something portion will be a portion to it also, right? The rent factor. So basically that is the product cost. When I say variable, I'm talking only about the marginal part, right? So 44 is C option. Okay. 45, again a theoretical. When there is excess capacity, zyada capacity hai, it makes sense to accept a one-time special order for less than the current selling price when. That means, I'll explain you a concept. I'm having a capacity of 10,000, example. And presently, only 7,000 units I'm selling. Right? The selling price, let's say, is 50 rupees. Now, they are demanding for 3,000 units. Lower than this, at a lower selling price. When will I accept this order? When will I accept this order? When the contribution is positive. When the contribution is positive. That is, incremental revenue exceed the incremental cost. जब मुझे ज्यादा पैसा मिलेगा ना, तब मैं करूंगा. There is a question. See, I'll give you one example on this. There is a total capacity of 10,000 units. I'll take this example only. 10,000 units. The selling price is 50. The variable cost is 30. The contribution is 20. Present sales is only 7,000 units. Is only 7,000 units. And now for the remaining 3,000, I got an export order. And he is demanding a price, a selling price. So what is the minimum price you will be charging? Obviously, the variable cost. Minimum. I want the variable cost, which is the cost, right? Anything above variable cost is acceptable. That is, the revenue, incremental revenue should be greater than the incremental cost. The incremental cost is only 30. And therefore, option A is the correct one. Next one. If the unit level of inventory increases during an accounting period, then this we've already done under marginal and absorption. This is the question of absorption versus marginal. Absorption versus marginal. If the unit level of inventory, matlab stock, increases during accounting period. If the inventory is increasing, then what will happen? If the stock is more, then what will happen? Yes, we have already discussed this before lunch. There is the exact difference between absorption and marginal. Please tell me the exact answer. This we have already discussed. See, absorption and marginal, the exact difference was fixed factory overheads. The closing stock will include this. For example, if the closing stock over here is 5,000, over here the closing stock will be only 4,000, because in marginal fixed cost will not be incurred, only the variable cost will be incurred. But in absorption, fixed cost will be incurred and it will be there in closing stock. Obviously, if the stock is more, the profit will always be the more, and therefore absorption profit will be more than marginal profit. This we have already proved, and therefore option C is the correct one. More operating income will be reported under absorption than the variable costing, than the marginal costing, and therefore the answer is C, option C. Okay, yeah, the more operating income will be reported under absorption other than costing. Okay, 47. What is the basic answer? What is the basic answer? It is one of the basic question. Just try to answer. Institute gives this question for 2 marks. Okay, give me an answer, quick. Only 1 or 2 students are active. Please be active. I want an answer from everyone. See, I can read it and I can, move ahead quickly. But if I'm giving you time, just utilize that time and start solving. Yeah, it is option C. If we reduce the variable cost, obviously, if I reduce the variable cost, my profit will increase. The contribution margin will increase, right? So these 2 options are not there. It can be option A or C then. Obviously, if the profit margin is more, I'll achieve the break-even quickly. That is, the break-even will decrease. And therefore, C option is the correct one. Answer C is correct. Yeah. Okay. Only last 2 questions. And then we are done. 48. Shadow price. I don't know how many of you have heard, when I take the regular lectures, there's a question wherein I have included that shadow price. What is basically shadow price? I'll tell you the concept. See, you remember the limiting factor analysis, limiting factor. Okay, limiting factor. Example, I'll give you ABC. Contribution was, let's say, 40, 50 and 60 per unit, and divided by labor hours, 4, 10 and 5. So it was 10 over here, 50 divided by 10 is 5 and 60 divided by 5 is 12. Ranking wise, I will give the first rank to C, second rank to A and third rank to B, right? And if I'm having the hours, obviously I'll make product C first, then product A, and then product B. For example, C and A, I'm fulfilling all the demand. But B has a maximum demand. Of, let's say, 8,000 units. 8,000. Obviously, this 8,000 will require 80,000 units. 80,000 hours, sorry. I'm having only 60,000 hours with me. 60,000 hours. Obviously, I'll be able to make only 6,000 units. That means I don't have any further, labor hours to make that product be. But what is shadow price now? Shadow price is nothing but if you get 1 extra hour, what will you do of that? Obviously, you will tell, I'll make product by. Can I say every hour you will earn ₹5 every hour? The answer is yes. So shadow price is nothing but the contribution which you will be getting from that additional hour. That is 5. So यहाँ पे option C, contribution will be increased by ₹10 per hour for each extra hour of skilled labor that can be obtained. Matlab, if you have 60,000 hours, that is utilized. If you get more hours, what will you do of that product? You will tell them, okay, if I get 5,000 more hours, what will you do of this? Obviously, you will go with B only, and you will start earning this ₹5 per hour. That is the contribution per hour will get on increasing. This is nothing but the shadow price. Okay, next. The last question. Again, tricky one. Let's see how many of you can answer this. 49th. The last question on marginal. Okay, the last question on marginal. Give me the answer. Which one of the following would decrease unit contribution margin the most? Contribution will reduce. Yes, I want the answer for 49. Okay. A. Why not B? Can anyone tell me why not B then? I got the answer, B also. Yeah. Because see, C and D are irrelevant. C and D are not an options. A and B are the answers. Then what to take? A or B? Because both are reducing the contribution. Both are reducing the contribution. If I drop the selling price, my contribution will reduce. If I increase the variable cost, again my contribution will get reduced. What is the answer then? I'm getting B. Okay. A, B. Okay. Just try to answer. Okay, I'll give you the answer. See, you have missed out a word. The answer should be most. ज़्यादा फर्क किस पे पड़ेगा? So यहाँ पे, if you check, I'll give you an example. Okay, I'll give you an example. Let's take an example. The selling price is 100. The variable cost is let's say 60. So the contribution is 40. What is the PV? Obviously 40 by 100 will give you 40%. Fine. Drop the price, selling price by 15%. Selling price minus 15%. So the selling price will now be 85. The variable cost remains the same and the contribution drops to 25. What will be PV? It will be 25 by 85 into 100. Right? So let's check what is the answer. 25 by 85. This will give you 29.41%. That means a drop of almost 10.5%. Right? Okay. What will be the impact if the selling price is 100, variable cost is still 60 and contribution is 40. Now I'm dropping the increasing the variable cost by 15%. That means the selling price will be 100. The variable cost will increase by 15%, not 15 rupees, 15%. So 60 plus 15% will give you 9, that is 69. The contribution comes to 31. And over here, the PV was 40%, and over here, the PV comes to 31%. 31%. Now, please tell me, which is affecting more? ज़्यादा किसमें फर्क पड़ा? Can I say इस पे फर्क पड़ा? First option पे. and therefore the answer is A and not B. It will impact more. More impact is when the selling price will get reduced, not the variable cost will increase, right? Obviously, both the answers were correct, but the point was most, which will impact the most, and the answer is A. Selling price will impact the most, not the variable cost. Yes, is the point clear to everyone? Is the point clear to everyone? And before starting the standard costing part, before starting with the new chapter, if you have any queries in decision making, that is marginal, relevant costing, transfer price, if you have any other query relating to any past examination or your study material, please let me know. I'll be happy to help right now. If you have any query, anyone, I'm asking everyone, if you have any query, feel free to ask before starting the new topic. As I told you, I have taken a lot of variety questions in the previous marathons itself. You can obviously refer that. I will strongly recommend, insist you to watch those videos also, because it has covered a lot of variety. Apart from this, obviously, I'm taking something new in these marathons. But if you are still having any, any query, please let me know. Okay, so I guess no queries. Moving ahead to the next topic, which is one of the important topic, and that is standard costing. See, standard costing is a topic which is actually very easy, but for some it is a nightmare. Show that topic. Intermediates say they don't opt for this topic because it has got a lot of formulas, and remembering the formulas is a big task. So अगर आप मेरे स्टूडेंट हो तो आपको पता है मेरा ट्रिक क्या है. If you already are my student, my fast track batch or my regular batch student, you know what the trick is behind standard costing. I'll be obviously revising the important questions, and then I'll be taking the MCQs. But if you're new, if you're learning for the first time, just pay attention on the table, right? Basically, what is standard costing? I'll give you a brief idea of what is standard costing. Basically, what should have happened and what actually happened, the difference is standard costing. There is the variance, variance. Kitna farak pada? What was the exact difference, right? For example, if I say for making 1 unit, you require 5 kg at rupees 10, that is rupees 50 for making 1 unit, right? But what happened is you made 1 unit, but you took 6 kg instead of 5, you took 6 kg and you purchased at 12 rupees. That means how much did you spend? 72. How much did you spend? 72. Now, can I say basically you used more quantity, which is adverse for you, which is not a favorable situation, and you used at a price which is higher than what I told you. I told you to purchase at 10 rupees, but you purchased at 12 rupees. Obviously, that is a big problem again. So these are the basic points. When I say this difference, this I say is the cost variance. So basically 50 minus 72 is 22. Minus mein answer aa raha hai. If you are getting a negative, it is adverse. That means I told you to make the product at rupees 50, but you took 72 rupees. Obviously 22 rupees difference. Okay, what were the two impact? The first problem was the price, and therefore we say it is material price variance. See, the rule is very simple. If you are taking the price, the difference should be price. Focus on the center word is the rule. Focus on the center word, the price. What is the price you paid? I told you to take it 10, but you purchased at 12. Can I say 2 rupees loss? And what quantity did you purchase? You purchased 6 kg. And the rule is, I go like this, price to price, and then get back to quantity. Whatever the quantity is, this was actual and this was standard. So The rule is 10 minus 12 into 6 kg. You are getting it 12 rupees. 12 minus में आ रहा है 12. So you'll say 12 adverse. That means because of the price you paid 12 rupees extra. Okay, fine. What about the quantity? Can I say quantity you use it? Yes. So we get the usage variance. That is the difference of quantities. I asked you to use 5 kg, but you use 6 kg. That means 5 minus 6 into the price. But whichever is the previous price, you take that. So we get 5 minus 6 into what price? It was 10 rupees. So minus 1 kg, that means you used 1 kg extra at rupees 10, and therefore 10 adverse is the answer. And if you check, your equation is getting matched. 12 adverse, 10 adverse, and 22 adverse. Your equation is getting matched. This is what is variance. This is what is standard costing, right? So I'll give you the brief idea. Why standard costing? See, first of all, there is a budget period. There is a budget period. In a budget, you say, I want to earn a profit of rupees, let's say 1 lakh rupees. You budgeted to earn a profit of 1 lakh. But obviously what we think will not happen, right? I may not earn 1 lakh, I may earn extra, or I may not earn 1 lakh also. Okay, how will you earn it? You told me that you will sell 9 lakh rupees, and obviously the cost will be 8 lakh rupees. This was all you were budgeting. That is, the total cost will be budgeted as 8 lakh and the sale will be 9 lakh, and then you will earn rupees 1 lakh. Okay, fine. Costs are 4 types: material, labor, variable overhead, and fixed overhead. Material, you thought of 3 lakh. Labor, you thought of 2 lakh, 1.8 and 1.2. Total of 8 lakhs. This was what you budgeted. But in actual, this will not happen. In actual, the profit came to 80,000 only. I told you to earn a profit of 1 lakh, but you actually earn only 80,000. Obviously, there is a problem. I need where the exact mistake is. Now, this 20,000 becomes the profit variance of 20,000 adverse. Obviously, I wanted to earn a profit of 1 lakh, but you earn only 80,000. That is the problem. That is the exact problem. What is the problem? I want that. I want the basic criteria. Where and why did you get wrong? Okay. So I checked the sales. Sales variance, yes, sales came to 10 lakh rupees. I will say, obviously, this is a better situation for me. I asked you to make a sale of 9 lakh, but in actual sense, you made a sale of 10 lakh. There is a favorable situation. That is obviously good for me. I told you to sell only 9 lakhs, but you sold 10 lakh. Obviously, that is a good thing for me, and that is favorable situation. But the problem is with cost. Cost was 9 lakh 20. Cost was 920. So I need to know what was the exact problem. In which cost did you incur more and which cost did you incur less? So there are again 4 costs. Material 4 lakhs. Labor 3 lakhs. Variable overhead 1.5 and fixed overhead again 1.5. Sorry, 438 70,000. Okay, 437 857 920, right? 920. Now please check. I asked you to spend 3 lakhs, but you spent 4 lakhs. Can I say 1 lakh loss? Yes, 1 lakh is the negative answer. Okay. I told you to spend 2 lakh, but you spent 3 lakh. Again 1 lakh negative, loss of 1 lakh rupees. Fine. I asked you to spend 1.8, but you spent only 1.5. Can I say you saved 30,000 for me? Yes, this is favorable for me. This is good thing for me, right? I asked you to spend 1.8, but you spent only 1.5. Okay. And then I asked you to spend 1.2, but you spent only 70,000. Obviously, you saved 50,000 for me. This is again favorable for me, right? These are the reasons. Now, what you have to do? You have to search for these reasons first. That is, can I say I'm comparing by making the budget and the actual? The name of the chapter is standard, and the rule I have made is standard always comes first. I will always take standard minus actual. I will always take standard minus actual. So it is 3 lakh minus 4 lakh. Can I say 1 lakh is negative? Negative means adverse. Negative means adverse. So what you have to do is you just need to reconcile. What is reconcile? Just give me the reasons why the answer was not getting matched. So you have to start with budgeted profit. What was the budgeted profit for you? 1 lakh. So you will write 1 lakh. And what is the actual profit for you? You will say, sir, the actual profit is 80,000. Okay. In between these, you need to add or subtract the variances. What you have to do, you have to add all the favorable variances, you have to subtract all the adverse variances. This is what you have to do. Add favorable, less adverse. Let's see what is the answer. Okay, sales. Was it a good thing for you? Check. I told you to sell 9 lakh, but you sold 10 lakhs. Can I say 1 lakh is the extra saving that is favorable for me, right? So I'll add 1 lakh to it. Plus 1 lakh, sales. Okay, material. I told you to spend 3 lakh, but you spent 4 lakh. Can I say 1 lakh is a loss? Yes. For material, 1 lakh is a loss. Subtracted, adverse, not a favorable one for me. For labor, I told you to spend 2 lakh, but you spent 3 lakh. Again, 1 lakh rupees negative. Labor, 1 lakh negative. Right? Okay. For variable overhead, I told you to spend 1.8 lakhs, but you spent only 1.5. Can I say you saved 30,000? That is a good thing for me. Add variable overheads, favorable plus 30,000. And fixed overhead also, you saved 50,000 for me. That is favorable for me. Fixed overhead, 50,000 add. Now, if you make the totals, you will get 80,000. This is what you have to do. This itself is a reconciliation statement. So basically, होता क्या है, मैं आपको बहुत easy समझाता हूँ. आपने कुछ सोचा था, but हुआ नहीं वैसा. तो डिफरेंस क्या आया वो लिख के देना है आपको. इसको स्टैंडर्ड कॉस्टिंग बोलते हैं. What you thought of and what exactly happened, the difference itself is nothing but standard costing. It is that simple. This is a reconciliation statement. Till here we have to reach. Now how to reach there? How to reach there? So the rules are very simple. The rules are very simple. I make a table. I make a table over here, and I'll just try to recall. Okay, I'll just try to recall every shortcut of mine. Over here is the given standard. What is given standard? Given standard is nothing but the budget, the budgeted data. And actual will always be given to you. Actuals will always be given to you. Okay. What you have to do is you need to compare with standard comparable. Now, why is this table in between? Why is this table in between? For the simple reason. If I told you, you have to make 1 unit and you have to use 5 kg. Okay. Add rupees 10 per kg. Okay. This thing is understood. I told you to make 1 unit and use 5 kg. But in actuals, you made 500 units and used 2,400 kgs at rupees 12. So will it be a proper comparison? I told you to use 5 kg, but you have used 2,400 kgs. Obviously, this is not a proper comparison. Why? Because the base is not same. It is 1 unit and there is 500 units. You cannot compare directly, right? So basically, if you need to compare, how will you compare? You will say for 500 units, how much kgs must have been used? For 1 unit, it was 5 kg. For 500 units, how many kg? It comes to 2,500 kgs. You should have used 2,500 kg at rupees 10. This is what is the proper answer, right? This is how you should work. So, given standard, I asked you to make 1 unit. On the top line is always the output. And please pay attention on material. See, if you're my student, obviously you know this concept, and you'll feel that, sir, we know this concept, that come directly to the questions. Yes, I will come. Just give me 15-20 minutes. Let me recall the entire concepts and then we'll start with the questions. Okay. So on the top line, which is the center line, I say this is the top line. Over here, I always need the output. Output is always the units made. Output is always the same for each and every type of material, labor and variable overheads. Okay. Over here, I write raw material, A or B, something, whatever the raw material is. Let's say the quantity is 3 and 2, that is total of 5 kg. That means to make one product, 1 unit, 1 finished good, I need 3 kg and 2 kg of A and B. Raw material are 2 raw materials are there, right? And the price I want is 10 and 20. That means you should purchase at 10 and 20. Fine. Moving ahead. Actuals, you made 500 units. You used 1400 of the quantity at a price of rupees 12, and you used 900, or else I'll say 1200 at rupees 19. This is what you used. This is what you used. That means, can I say you use 2600 kgs, whatever the rupees will be? Okay. Now I cannot compare now. I told you to take 3 kgs, but you use 1400 kgs because that is not the base. So what I'll do is I'll take 500 over here also. Find over here also quantity, price, and rupees. Right? Quantity, price, and rupees. And for 500, how many kgs will be used? So the shortcut is 500 divided by 1 into 3 equal to 2 equal to. I repeat, 500 divided by 1 into 3 equal to 2 equal to. This is nothing but 500 into 3. 1500 kgs, and 500 into 2 will give you 1000 kgs. You should use at 10 and 20. This will be 15,000 and this will be 20,000. So the total is 22,500 and 35,000. That means the standard comparable is 2,500 and 35,000. Obviously, I can recall the rupees also. Now, just pay attention. What is this variance known as? This is known as the cost variance. Cost variance. Okay. If I say price variance, focus on the price. So the rule is go with the price and come reverse. I repeat again. It will be price to price and go reverse with the quantity. That means 10 minus 12 into 14. If I say price variance, start with the price and compare the quantity. Price minus price. Standard always comes first. It is standard price minus actual price into the actual quantity. This is how we understand the formula. Okay. What about the usage variance? If I'm using, that is, I'm using the quantity. That means start with the quantity. So you have to start with quantity to quantity and come back to a price which is known as the standard price. So, अगर आपको ये चीज समझ में आई, तो what is cost variance? It is standard cost minus actual cost. Okay. When I say price variance, when I say price, you always have to take the difference of price. Price का difference लेना है. अगर price का difference लेना है, if you take the price difference, the rule is standard price minus actual price. You have to take the difference. Standard always comes first. Price का difference लेना है. Standard price minus actual price. Okay. What about the quantity? The quantity is something like this. You just go from price to price, go back to a quantity, whichever the first quantity is, stop over there. So I'll go with the price to price, quantity, and I'm landing on the actual quantity. And therefore, the formula becomes actual quantity. Okay. If I start with usage, what will I use? I'll use the quantity, right? So again, go with the quantity. Standard always comes first. It is standard quantity minus actual quantity. 50% of the formula is done. I'm not learning any formula. I'm just giving you the hints. Use. What will you use? Will you use the price or will you use the quantity? You will use the quantity. That means usage difference. Standard always comes first. Standard minus actual into what price? I'll start with quantity. I'll start with quantity to quantity and come back to a price. Quantity to quantity and come back to a price. 1500 minus 1400 into 10 is what? So what is this 10? Is this the standard price? Yes, this is the standard price. So you have to take the standard price. This is how we get the answer. This is how we get the answer. Okay. Moving ahead to this question. This is how I recall the formulas. Okay. Usage is again divided into 2 points. First is mix and the second is yield. What is mix? Mix is the copy paste of this. Copy paste, exactly copy paste. Standard quantity minus actual quantity into standard price, exactly the same. The only thing that changes is R. That is, instead of standard quantity, use revised standard quantity. How to use revised standard quantity? I'll make one more column over there, which is known as RSQ. Achha, how to calculate RSQ? Very simple. It is the total actual quantity in standard mix. Please pay attention on the table. What I wrote? RSQ. What is RSQ? It is the total actual quantity. Actual and the total actual quantity in standard mix in the ratio of 3:2. That means 2600 will be divided in 3:2, which comes to 1560 and 1040. This is RSQ. Rest everything is same. Rest everything is same. What is total RSQ? Total actual quantity in standard mix. It is this simple. Okay, moving ahead. Moving ahead. What is yield? Yield is all standard. Now what is all standards? Very simple. It goes something like this. Please pay attention. Standard quantity minus revised standard quantity into standard price. The formula is standard quantity minus revised standard quantity into standard price. This is how we understand. Now this is in individual. Okay. If I want the answer in totality, then also we have in totality. Okay. Usage. Use the same formula. Use the same formula, but in total. But in total. Yield also has in totality answer. What is the formula then? Total standard quantity minus total actual quantity into standard price. But what standard price? Average standard price. Now what is average? I'm using the same formula again, but what? So I'll go over there. And I'll tell you how to deal with this. See, these are the 2 points I'm marking. Please pay attention on the 2 points which I'm marking. I'm marking on this 2500 and this 2600. Total and total quantity. Usage का difference ले रहा है, right? Total standard quantity and total actual quantity. So I'll go from here to here and come back on here. That is 2500 minus 2600. I want this price. How to calculate this price? It is very simple. 35,000 divided by 2500. 35,000 divided by 2500. It is 14 rupees. So I can say yield variance is very simple. It's 2500 minus 2600 into 14. This is the answer. I can get the yield very quickly. See, so I've given you the entire shortcuts. Cost, that is the difference of cost, standard cost minus actual cost. Price, the difference of price, standard price minus actual price. Usage, the difference of quantity, standard quantity minus actual quantity. Standard always comes first. So it is always standard minus actual. Very easy. If the answer is plus, favorable. If the answer is negative, adverse. Simple. How to remember the formulas? Just go like this and come back to a point. This is how we get. How to remember mix? Copy paste the above point and get the R. Yield. Yield is all standards. All standards means what? Come from the quantity and price. Standard and standard. All standards. Nothing of actual. And another formula for yield is directly from the table. Copy paste this formula, but in totality, not in individual basis. In totality. So it will be total standard quantity minus total actual quantity into average standard price. And this is how I get the answer. If you compare this, the answer will always get matched. This is how we get the material answer. Fine. Okay. 2 points I need to tell you is what are these exactly known as. What is this 1400 known as? It is the quantity consumed, not purchased. Or over here, I want the quantity consumed, not purchased. I want the actual quantity consumed, not the purchased one. Okay, first point. Second thing, what is this known as? This is known as the standard quantity for actual output. What is this known as? Standard quantity for the actual output is units. That is, अगर मैं हिंदी में समझाऊं तो 500 यूनिट्स के लिए कितना लगना चाहिए था? कितना लगा is 1400. कितना लगना चाहिए था is 1500. That is, what quantity was actually consumed? 1400. What quantity must have been consumed is 1500. इतना होना चाहिए था. That should have happened, but actually did not happen. Actually, you spent only 1400. You actually used only 1400, but you should have used 1500. This is the problem, right? Obviously, that is favorable. I asked you to use 1500 kgs, but you finished the work by using only 1400 kgs. That is a favorable situation for me, right? That is 1500 minus 1400. This is what is the answer. So I hope this point is clear. And if you're able to understand this, there are 2 questions on material which I feel are important. One of them is asked in the examination, and the other I feel can be asked at any point of time. So these are the 2 questions. Please pay attention. ABC Limited. Achha, one more point I forgot to tell. If there is a normal loss, for example, this is raw material, this is quantity, and this is price, A and B. Suppose they are mixing in 60-40, that is 100. And if there is a normal loss of 10%, so what you will do is, you will not write over here, but you will write over there, minus 10%. Normal loss, that means output you will get 90. Input is 100 and the output is 90. That is 10% normal loss. Point to be noted, only the given standard loss, that is the normal loss on standard, is considered. Actual loss is ignored because you always take the units over there. So you don't need to check what is the actual loss. you only have to check what is the standard loss or the normal loss. Okay, so if at all there is a standard loss of 10%, that is the output becomes 90. See, when I ask the students, is standard easy? If you know the concept, if you know the table, obviously it is very easy. The main thing which you should focus on is this part. That is the given standard. This is very important. Okay, given standard is nothing but the budget data. Okay, let's start with the question. Yeah, first we'll solve this question. Okay, JK Limited manufactures NXC by mixing 3 raw materials. For every batch of 100 kg of NXC, 125 kg of raw material are used. That means, can I say NXC is the finished product? That means we are getting output. Okay, for every batch of 100 kg of output, that means this is output, and 125 kg is the raw material, that is input. That means for every batch, if you are inputting, if you have an input of 125 kg, output you will getting is 100. That means mix 125 and get 100 kg out of the output. Okay, in the month 60 batches were prepared to produce an output of 5600 kg. Okay, 60 batches input and 5600 is the output. This is what actually happened. This is what actually happened. Okay, fine. Raw materials, standard mixing. What I told you to mix in 50, 30, 20. Okay, the standard price was 20, 10, 5, but actually you mixed in 60, 20, 20. That is the problem, and the price you paid was 21, 8 and 6. Purchase is of no use right now. I'll explain you why the purchase was given. Okay, so the mixing is given. The mixing is given. Please make this thing very clear. The mixing is of the input and not the output. And the biggest mistake which the students make over here is they write the given standard as 50, 30, 20. This should not be done. Because if I am on the given standard, please pay attention, on the given standard, if I say raw material ABC, please don't write 50, 30, 20 in the quantity, because for one batch 100 kg was the output and 125 kg was the input. This is input and this is output, and mixing is of the input. This should be mixed in 50, 30, 20. That means 62.5, 37.5 and 25 in the ratio of 50, 30, 20. This is very important. That is the given standard. Okay, what was actual? What was actual? On the top line you have to write the output, which is clearly given 5600 kgs output. Over here, what was the total input? Total input, I can say 60 batches into 125. Why 125? Because every batch you put 125 kg, 125 kg, 125 kg input, right? That is the total input will become 7500. 7500. Okay, and in what ratio did you mix? You mixed in 60 for 20, 20. That means 7500 is total, and you were mixing in 4500, 1500 and 1500 in 60, 20, 20. This thing is important. Rest information is very easy. Rest information, if you closely watch, actual rates were given 21, 8 and 6. Okay, how to prepare the standard comparable? Very simple. Just copy paste 5600 over here. 5600 divided by 100 into 62.5 equal to 37.5 equal to 25 equal to, you will get the answers directly, right? So this is 2800, 30, 1680 and 1120. This will give you 7000. This will give you 7000, right? This is the answer. So if you take this table, this is very easy. The only important point over here was this one, input and input. The mixing is of the input and not the output. I hope you got this table. Ye table ban gaya na ek bar, so this will look something like this. I have given the entire explanation of this table. You can have a close watch. This is the output, this is the input. First point, very important. Okay. Mixing is of input 125, 50, 30, 20. So I get these points. 7,500. How did I get? One batch is 125 kg. How much is 60 batches? These were mixed in the ratio of 60, 20, 20. It was clearly given. How to get 5,600? Copy paste over here. And rest information is very clear. Okay. How to calculate this RSQ? Please tell me how to calculate this RSQ. Revised standard quantity. It is nothing but total actual quantity in standard mix. This 7,500 will be mixed in 62.5, 37.5 and 25 equal to, you will get this RSQ. Once I'm done with this table, I get the exact answers. Now, what are these known as? See, very simple. If I compare these points, it is known as cost variance. Okay. If I compare prices, it is known as price variance. Okay. If I compare quantity, it is known as usage variance. It is that simple. Direct answers. मतलब एक बार आपका table पे गया. Once you are done with the table, everything is very easy, right? Okay, fine. Now, what about price variance? Give me the formula for price variance. Give me the formula for price variance. When I say price, focus on the center bit. Price. Standard always comes first. Other formula. 50% of the formula is done. Standard minus actual price. Into what quantity? I'm confused with the quantity. Very simple. Just start with the price. Go with the price. Price, and quantity. You land on this quantity. What is this quantity? Actual quantity. When I say what is this actual quantity, you say actual quantity consumed. You say actual quantity consumed, not purchased. Okay. But sometimes the question will ask, also give me the price variance, price at the time of purchase. Don't mix in our tree, right? Just take the formula standard price minus actual price into, instead of using these quantities, take the quantity from the question, that is actual quantity purchased and not consumed. But this is the only difference, and that's why over here that this table was given. So I have given the entire table, and if you, as I told you, obviously I cannot sit and explain you the entire single point, but I just gave you a brief idea of how to make the table and how to remember the formulas, right? So this is the calculation I have already given. You can cross check. Always this answer will get matched with this 2, and this 14,500 will get matched with this 2. Obviously this will always match. This is only plus minus concept. Okay, so I hope this point is clear. Okay, this was the first question. Okay, labor also it is the same part. कुछ नहीं करना रहता, exactly same करना पड़ता है. Nothing you have to do. Okay, fine. I have the second question for material. These two questions I feel are very important. You should practice, and that's why I've given in the notes itself. ABC Limited produces an article by blending two basic raw materials. It operates a standard costing system, and following standards have been set. Standard mix is 40 and 60, and the price is 4 and 3. Okay, standard is already given. The standard loss is 15%. This is clearly given. So what will you do? You'll make a T. Okay, so A and B is 40, 60. That means a total of 100. Loss is 15%. So we'll write 85 on the top line. 85 on the top line. Okay, fine. The company produces 1700 kgs. That means actual output is given to you. The company produced 1700. Actual output is given. So you have to take this also 1700. And how to calculate this? 700 divided by 85 into 40 equal to 60 equal to. You get the answers directly. You get the answers directly. Very easy. Okay. Now what is the important point? Important point is over here. When we say this column is actual quantity consumed. This column is actual quantity consumed. What quantity did you consume? So, what is the formula for consumption? It is opening plus purchase minus closing. Opening plus purchase minus closing. That is 1, 4 and 34. Opening and closing were given to you. Opening plus purchase minus closing. Now, assuming FIFO, which quantity will you use first? FIFO. Obviously, you will use first in, first out. You will use the opening and then the current purchase. So I have given you over here. Quantity consumed, the formula is opening plus purchase minus closing. Raw material A, opening is 35, 800 is purchase minus closing is 5. 830 becomes the consumed. What will you use? Obviously, from the opening you will use 35 and from the current you will use 795. Now the impact is when you make this table, that is the third table. When you say quantity over here, you will write, I use two quantities, 35 and 795. two different rates, right? Two different rates. First is the standard price, that is 4 and 3. So I used at 4 price, and over here this price 3400 divided by 800, this will give you the price as 4 point something, just give me 1 minute, 3400 divided by 800, 4.25. So this is 4.25. This is the only point which you have to focus on, that is consumption will be 2 points. First is the opening and then is the current. What did I assume? Assuming FIFO. Same thing for B also, product B also. 40 plus 1200 minus 50. What will you use first? Assuming FIFO, obviously the first in first out, the opening quantity and then from the current purchase. And I have given to you. The table will be something like this. You just need to focus over here. Once you are done with this table, everything will be very simple, right? Just say, what is this known as? Cost. What is this known as? Price. What is this known as? Usage, and so on, right? So everything is very simple. The only thing is you just need to make this point clear. Okay, so this was all about material. Okay, material also same, labor also same, variable overhead also the same. The only thing that changes is the name. For material we use cost. Cost is further divided into two parts. First is price and the second is usage. Usage is further divided into two parts. First is mix and second is yield. Okay. For labor, what changes? So the rule is very simple. Quantity becomes hours, price become rate because we say labor rate, and usage we say efficiency. Only the names have changed, rest everything is the same. That is, I'll first calculate cost. Cost will be divided into price and usage, but price will now convert into rate. That is, we say labor rate, the difference of rates. Then we say usage is nothing but efficiency. Efficiency again divided into two parts, that is mix and yield. Rules are again the same. Acha. Mix is also known as gang variance, labor gang variance. Okay. There is one more point associated with is known as idle time. Idle time means obviously always adverse. How to calculate the idle time? It is idle hours into standard rate. Simple. Always adverse because there is a waste for me, there is a loss for me, right? So my cost will be divided into three parts. Okay, fine. What is variable overhead? Only three variances. First is cost, is divided into two parts. Expenditure over here and efficiency. That means in material we use price, in labor we use rate, and in variable overhead we use expenditure. It is that simple. Okay. And for fixed is something which is unique, and the my students will obviously know how I calculate fixed. It is budgeted, actual, and RR. This is the table I make, and I make it on OUDH. Now what is OUDH? O is overheads, U is units, D is days, and H is hours. The rule is OUDH. Just copy paste budget, actual, and RR. For example, if I say the budgeted is 40,000, actual is 50,000. That means I told you to spend only 40,000, but you spent 50,000. Okay. I told you to make 1,000 units, but you made 1,200 units. What is the budgeted rate? Obviously, budget rate is always this 40,000 divided by 1,000. That means the rate is 40 rupees. The rate is 40 rupees per unit. This is known as the absorbed overheads. That is 1,200 into 40. You should have spent this much. You should have spent how much? 48,000. But you spent how much? 50,000. So the rule is absorbed overheads minus actual overheads. 2,000 is adverse. Okay, first point. Second, okay, adverse is known as under absorption. Second is expenditure. Okay, now I'm connected. There was some error in the network. Okay. So these two. And the third is the volume. The third is the volume. How to get the volume? It is very simple. It is something like this. I told you to make 1000 units, but you actually made 1200, 20 units extra. And per unit, 40 rupees was my benefit. So I can say 1000 minus 1200 into 40. And if you remember, from volume, we can say it is reverse. Why reverse? Because the positive becomes adverse and the negative becomes favorable for me. It is very simple, logical. I told you to make 1000 units, but you actually made 1200. It is extra, right? 40 rupees is per unit, and that's why it is extra for me. Okay. This volume is divided into three parts. What are the three parts? First is calendar, second is capacity, and the third is efficiency. Right? Okay. The utmost important are these two parts. I'll explain you with the example. What is calendar? Calendar is nothing but days. Calendar is nothing but days. There comes a picture, days. 25, 23. I told you to work for 25 days, but you are working only for 23 days. 2 days loss. What is the per day expense? 40,000 divided by 25 will give you 1600 per day. 2 days, that is 3200 direct loss. So it is nothing but budgeted days minus actual days. How to calculate? It is very simple. It is something like this. Like this. 25 minus 23 into whatever the rate is. It is like this, right? So capacity and efficiency are pending. Rest everything is very simple. But in MCQs, they never focus on this. They will not ask you the capacity and the efficiency, right? Okay. So I have given you a brief idea of how to solve the standard costing. Obviously, if you are learning for the first time from me the standard costing subjects, this will be very tough for you. Obviously, you will say, सर क्या बोल रहे हैं, कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा, सब बाउंसर जा रहा है. ये बाउंसर क्यों जाएगा? बिकॉज ऑफ फर्स्ट टाइम पढ़ रहे हो, अगर मेरे मेथड से पढ़ रहे हो. If you are already learning by a new method or the another method, you can obviously follow this. I will not say कि मेरा method follow करो. This I feel is very easy. Okay, fine. चलिए, तो अब हम कुछ MCQs करते हैं. पहले फिक्स्ड ओवरहेड मैं आपको बताऊंगा और एक ये भी बताऊंगा आपको the RICO statement. Let's start with the MCQ part. 49 MCQs we are already done. स्टैंडर्ड कॉस्टिंग के एमसीक्यूज हो जाएं, ऑलमोस्ट एक 20-25 एमसीक्यूज हैं, वो हो जाएं, देन विल टेक अ ब्रेक. एंड आफ्टर द टी ब्रेक we'll be covering the rest chapters. Yeah. So this is MCQ. MCQ number 1. Let's see how many of you can answer this. So, Ron Limited, a manufacturing of product CMO, using a standard costing provides the following information. जितनी भी information है ना, just try to analyze in the table. Table में कहाँ fit in हो रहे हैं. Fit in the table and get the exact answer. 1 ton of raw material yields standard output of 20 of units. That is 1 ton of material inputs yield 1 lakh output. Standard price of material is 20. Actual quantity is 10 tons. Actual price is given and actual output is given. I'll give you a minute. I'll give you 1 minute to analyze the table. आपको cost पूछा है. The cost has been asked. Just try to put a rough idea in the table, कहाँ put in हो रहे हैं, and then give an answer. Okay, so I'll give you the idea now. Just 1 minute. Yeah. So over here, if I take these one, just try to put in the data वो कहाँ fit in हो रहा है, where do they exactly belong. 1 ton of material yields output of 1 lakh. That means given standard, for the given standard, I'm having 1 lakh units on the output. And focus on over here, ton. 1 ton is 1000 kgs. 1 ton is, say, let's say the raw material is A. The quantity is 1000 and not 1. 1 ton, that is 1000 kgs. The price they have given is 20. Okay, the price they have given is 20. Then we shift to actuals. Okay, what is the actual quantity? 10 tons, that means 10,000. The quantity is 10,000. The actual price is 21. Obviously, I can calculate the rupees, which is 2,10,000. And actual output obtained is 9 lakh. Over here, I can say 9 lakh. Copy paste over here 9 lakhs, stand comparable. And now it is very easy for you to analyze the question. Right? So 90 is quantity, price, and rupees. Quantity is 9,000 divided by 1 lakh. It comes to 9,000. 20, 1 lakh 80. And the cost variance is very simple. 180 minus 210. 30,000 is the loss. And therefore adverse. 30,000. Yes, Ambika, correct answer. Others? Everyone please check, am I audible? Because यहाँ पे मुझे loading आ रहा है यहाँ पे certain issues. Please check once. Is the audio and the video clear? Yes, kindly confirm. Is the audio and the video clear? Yes, I feel this clear. यहाँ पे loading आ रहा है. Okay, fine. Moving ahead. So I hope you got this point. So I've given the complete answer in my table also, right? Okay, fine. What they've asked is mixed. A manufacturing company uses 2 types of material X and Y for manufacture of a standard product. The following information is given. So basically they are using 2 materials X and Y. 30% is the loss. See, I was talking about this loss. I will not write like this. I will write the question like this. Please pay attention. If this is the raw material X and Y, quantity given is 120 and 80. So the input is 200. And I will write 140 on the top line. That's it. 140 on the top line. 60, 30% loss, right? So I'll get the output of 120. That is, by mixing 200, I'll get an output of 1400. Oh, sorry, 140. Okay. Next, in actuals, quantity was given 112 and 88. That means total of 200, and 50 was the loss. 150 is the output. 150 on the top line. 150 on the top line. Price and rupees. Price and rupees. What they have asked, mix. If you remember mix, what was the mix one? I remember usage. Usage means quantity. Just try to recall the formulas. Usage means quantity. Difference of the quantity. It was standard quantity minus actual quantity. Right? It was something like this. Standard quantity minus actual quantity, this price. This was the standard price. So I got the formula. And what was mix? Copy paste of that. I told you mix is nothing but the copy paste. Standard quantity minus actual quantity into standard price. Yes. So what was the difference? The only difference was R, revised standard quantity. How to calculate the revised standard quantity? Please check. RSQ was the last column which I used to make. It is nothing but the total actual quantity in standard mix in this ratio. Can I say it comes to 120 and 80? Yes. The price is given as 5 and 10. That's it. So you can now easily calculate. RSQ is 120 and 80. Actual quantity is 112 and 88. And standard price are 5 and 10. That's it. Calculate and now check the answers. So this will give me 8 into 5, 40, favorable, 80 adverse, and therefore the answer is 40 adverse. Direct answers. Just try to fit in the table. Just try to fit in the table. So this is the table. I've clearly mentioned over here. This is the table. Right? So I've given the answers also. Just try to focus on which part is the question asked. You will get the answer for sure. Okay, moving ahead. This is the question. So I'll just help you with the table. This is given standard. This is standard comparable. And this is actuals. Okay. Standard price is given. Okay, fine. Price. 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 Standard price is 7.2. Okay. Actual quantity purchased. See, purchase is given, that means consumed. Purchase and consumption are same. Obviously, if not given anything. So 1600 is over here. Fine. Standard quantity for actual output. The point which I told you, which is this one. 1450. This is known as the standard quantity which you should use for the actual output, which you should have used. Okay, 1450. Price variance is given. What is the actual purchase price? Since the price variance is given, do you know the formula for price variance? Standard always comes first. Standard price minus actual price is the 50% formula. Is the 50% formula like this. And which quantity use? 1600 into actual quantity. That's it. So I can say 1450 minus 1600, sorry, 7.2 minus x into 1600 will give you, how much is given? 480. 480 favorable. 1600 goes over here, divide karo. 7.2x minus x will give you 480 divided by 1600. I guess 0.3. 0.3 aata hai ye. And x goes over here, 0.3 comes over here. X becomes 6.9, which is the final answer. 6.9, which is the final answer. I hope everyone is getting this point. See, I explained the entire concept for 3 consecutive, questions. One question I will give you to solve. Please make sure everyone is solving. Although you will not be very quick, जैसे मैं solve कर रहा हूँ, but ठीक है, आप लोग solve कीजिए. Just try to solve. Okay, this is the question. A similar question, similar to question 52. अभी भी किया हमने, just अभी. We solve it right now. Try to answer this. Try to answer this. Yes, try to answer. Yes, other students, please be active. I need answers from everyone. Okay, 3.45. I'm waiting for others. It was very simple like this. Standard price, actual quantity. Standard price is 3.6. Actual price we don't know. Actual quantity is 1600. And this was 240 given to you favorable. If it was adverse, you should have used minus. That's it. Solve करेंगे आप तो you'll get the answer as 3.45. Yeah, the answer is 3.45. Good. Others, I'm not getting answers from everyone. Please be quick. Chal. In a factory where standard costing system is followed, the production department consumed 1100 kgs of the material at rupees 8 for product X, resulting in material price variance of 2200 favorable, and the material usage variance is 1000 adverse. What is the standard material cost of the actual production? What is asked first of all? Please pay attention. This is known as the standard cost, and this is known as the actual cost. They've asked you this one. What is the standard cost? Right? They have asked you this one. So the rule is very simple. Obviously, you need cost variance for that. What two variances are given? Price and usage. Price is given as 2200 favorable and usage is given 1000 adverse. Obviously, to mix this, cost will be 1200 favorable. 1200 favorable, right? And they've also given this is 1100 and this is 8. That means 8800. That means यहाँ पे क्या आना चाहिए? यहाँ पे क्या आना चाहिए? आपका 1200 का फायदा हो रहा है. Favorable. 1200 is being favorable, right? So you are getting basically 1200 benefit. That means, can I say this over here was 10,000? I told you to spend 10,000, but you actually spent only 8,800. This will give me a benefit of 1200. This is the answer. So the answer is 10,000. The answer is 10,000. It is that simple. So basically, price and usage was given. You just need to find the cost. Cost is nothing but standard cost minus actual cost. Standard cost is nothing but 10,000. Actual cost was given 10,000. You need to find. This was question number 54. Again, मैंने यहाँ पे पूरा दिया है explanation. Next. Again, a similar question. They've asked total material cost variance. Again, the cost is asked. The cost is asked. Can you please give an answer for cost? What is given? First of all, try to recall that. Two stand items at rupees 60 and 45. So prices were given 60 and 45. Okay. In the ratio of 60-40. 60-40. Okay. Two raw materials are there. Let's say A and B. 10% is the loss. That means I will get 90 because 110% is loss. 90 you will get on the top line. If during the month 1200 kg of chemical is produced means output, that means over the top line 1200, over here also 1200. You can now find this data, quantity, price and rupees, right? And also they have given incurring a total cost. That means they have given the total cost over here. This cost is 69,600. Cost variance is very simple. It is this one. This is cost variance. You just need to calculate these two figures, multiply this and get the answer, and then get the answer. So how will you find that? It is very simple. 1200 divided by 90 into 60 equal to 40 equal to. I repeat, 1200 divided by 90 into 60 equal to 40 equal to. You will get these quantities. Then multiply the price, you will get this price, and then the difference is known as cost variance. So here is the solution. You can check. 1200 divided by 90 into 60 equal to into 40 equal to. You get the answer as 800 and 533.33. When multiplied, you get the answer as 72,000. That means I asked you to spend 72,000, but you actually spent 69,600. It is a favorable situation for me. How much? 2,400. It is favorable. 2,400 is favorable for me. Right? And just giving you an idea how to solve. Whatever is given, just go in the table and try to put in the table. If you are putting in the table, you will get the answer very quickly. This is how you get the material cost variance. Okay, next one. Okay, this time they have asked for the labor. They have asked for the labor. Again the same. Okay, same thing. Rate is given. Rate is given. That means labor rate is given. How to analyze the formula? Focus on the center word. Standard always comes first. Standard rate minus actual rate. It goes something like this into actual hours. Uh, 55, I'm getting 2,400. Ambika, please check once. Others also, you have to answer. Yeah. Standard rate minus actual rate into actual hours is the question. Now check what information is given to you. Standard direct labor rate is 16 minus actual direct labor rate 14.5. Actual hours is not there, but 15,000 is the answer. You just need to calculate that. So this is 1.5 goes over there, and therefore the answer is 10,000. Direct answers. So even if you remember this technique, every answer will be very easy. Yes, others please check. समझ आ रहा है आपको? नहीं आ रहा है? If you're not getting any point, let me know. Yes, Ambika, please tell me if you're getting that answer. Okay, moving ahead. Okay, again a similar question, just as above, similar to 56. I want everyone to answer this time. I want everyone to answer this time. Quick. Yes, I want everyone to answer this time. Question number 57. Jaldi, jaldi. At least I should know that you are active. Yes, okay, Ambika. सब थक गए लगता है. Yes, everyone. So give me the answer. Okay, so standard rate is 8. So I'll put the rate as 8. I'll put the rate as 8. Okay. So if you're getting the answer, I'll move to the next question. C. Okay, let's see. Yeah, 2020 is the answer. So I'll just give a brief idea of what was given. Only these three information was given in the table. That's it. And since efficiency was given, efficiency it is like this. Efficiency means comparing the hours. 2000 minus x will give me 8 into 8. This is the answer. Since it was given adverse, I took the answer as minus. That's it. Okay, moving ahead. 58. 58. Okay. Now I will give you the complete concept of fixed. See, this is budgeted, this is actual, and this is RR. O and U is the answer. O is overheads, U is the units. A company is over-absorbed. Over-absorbed means favorable. Under-absorbed means adverse. 6,000. The fixed production overheads rate was 8 per unit. That means the rate is given 8 and is based on the normal level of capacity of 5,000 units. Okay, this is 5,000 units, normal level budgeted capacity, units, U. Actual production was 4,500. What was the actual fixed overheads? This is asked. So basically, I'll give you the idea. This together is known as absorbed overheads. Minus this will give you the cost variance. So, what is FOH cost variance? It is absorbed overheads minus actual overheads. So it is given you 6,000, over absorbed means favorable. Absorbed overheads is 4,500 into 8, that means 36,000 minus actual overheads. Actual overheads goes over there and 6,000 comes over here. That means the answer is 30,000, 30, option A. This will be 30,000. So the rule is very simple. This blue box minus the green value. Absorbed overheads minus the actual overheads will give you the answer, 58th one. Right? Okay. So this is the complete solution I have given you. Okay. Next. Again, a very simple question. Based on the data given, what is the amount of overheads under or over absorbed? That means you have to find the cost one, right? So again, very simple. This is budgeted, this is actual, this is RR. O and U, that is overheads and actual. So budgeted overhead is 493,200. It is given. Machine hours is 10,960. So instead of U, they have given H. It hardly matters. The concept still remains the same. Actual machine hours is 10,493 and actual overhead is 514,157. First of all, what you have to do is you have to take this rate 493,200 divided by 10,960. Whatever this is, this becomes absorbed. Absorbed minus this one will give you the under or over absorption. If you are getting the answer as positive, it is favorable, मतलब over absorption. If you are getting the answer as negative, it is under absorption. Just give me the answer. कितना आ रहा है? Check कीजिए एक बार. Please try and calculate. $45 per hour. $41,972. I'm getting answer as negative, means adverse, under absorbed. Option D. Option D. Ambika, just check once. Others also check. I'm getting the answer as 41,972. 10,493 into 45. It's 472, 185 absorbed. This is known as absorbed. This is known as absorbed overheads. Minus 514,157 is 41,972 under absorbed. Option D. Next. Yeah, under absorbed. Next. So what is asked? Again, budgeted, actual, RR. Whatever is given, just try to fit in that data. Budgeted factory overheads amounted to 720. 7,20,000. Actual factory overheads incurred was 738. Okay, actual is given to you. During the year, the company absorbed. Absorbed is already given to you. 7,14,000. Absorbed, right? I don't know what is absorbed, but obviously this multiplication is known as absorbed. This multiplication is known as overheads absorbed. This is absorbed, okay? And absorbed is 7,14,000 given to you. Of factory overheads of 1,90,000 machine hours. Over here, it is 1,19,000. You can all check by yourself. 119 into what will give me 714. So just check 7,14,000 divided by 1,19,000. This will give you the answer as 6. That is 190 into 6 will give you the answer. And how do you calculate this 6 rupees? It should be like this. 720 divided by some value should be 6. So I need to find this some value. 720 by what amount will give you 6? It is 1,20,000. 720 divided by 120 will give you the answer as 6 is the final answer, direct answers, right? Okay. And this was asked, what was the company's budget level of machine hours? Machine hours पूछे थे budget hours, right? Okay, so 120 is the final answer. I've given the entire concept again. Next, what is asked first? Cost and cost. दोनों का cost पूछा, variable overheads का भी and fixed overheads का भी. See, we can follow variable overheads cost by the first table also, or else when the cost is asked now, you can follow the fixed concept also, which I'm doing right now. Okay, first I'll try fixed. Budgeted, actual and RR. O and H, or else you can take U also, O and U or O or H. Okay, so the answer is fixed budget is 6,000 and budgeted hours is 2,000. Okay, actual overheads fixed is 6,100 and actual hours is 2,100. Okay, how to find the cost? It is very simple. First of all, try to analyze the rate. 6,000 divided by 2,000 will give me 3. Then if it is 3, this is known as absorbed and minus actual. So it is absorbed overheads minus actual overheads. Absorbed is 6,300, actual is 6,100. 200, answer is positive and therefore favorable. You can apply the same concept for variable also. Same, exact same concept. This was for fixed and this was for variable. The same concept, budget, actual, RR, O and U. You can go with the regular table also, and when the cost is asked, you can also follow this table. Okay, what are the budget? 4,000 and 2,000. Okay, 4,000 and 2,000. Actuals 4,300 and 2,100. The rate is 2. Again the same thing. This is known as absorbed. So the absorbed is 4,200 minus actual 4,300. So I can say 100 adverse, negative, direct. So first is variable overhead cost variance, 100 adverse. So option A and C are okay. And second is 200 favorable. So option C is the correct one. 100 adverse and 200 favorable. This is the correct answer. Okay, moving ahead. Okay, I'm waiting for this one. जल्दी से आंसर दीजिए. Yes, give the answers. Very basic question. For MCQ based fixed overheads, only this much is enough. You don't need to go for capacity and efficiency. This much is enough. Okay. What is given? The budgeted overheads is 3,30,000. Okay. And the budgeted units is 2,20,000. At the end of the year, the overhead control was 260. Okay. And the units were 2 lakh. Direct answer. Under or over absorption has been asked. That means the cost variance. Very simple. just take this division, it is 1.5. This will be known as absorbed. 2 lakh into 1.5 will give you 3 lakh minus the actual 260. So 40,000 is favorable, that means over absorption. A. Yes, Ambika, correct answer. Okay. Okay, what is asked? Spending variance. Oh, variable overhead spending. Spending is expenditure. Spending is expenditure. When I say expenditure, if you're not getting, it is very simple. For material, we use price. For labor, we use rate. And for variable overhead, we say expenditure. Expenditure also rate. So the difference of rates. So rule is standard rate minus actual rate. Into, if you go like this, you will land on actual hours. Rate to rate and actual hours. This is the answer. All right. Just make a table. Just make a table and you will get all the answers required. Okay. So if this is the table, what is asked? Production is 10,000. Normal production, 10,000. One standard direct labor per unit. That means 1 hour is 1 unit. So that means hours are 10,000. Okay. Standard factory overhead rate per labor hour. Per hour is 10 variable rate. That means rupees, it is 1 lakh. In actuals, you produce 9,000. That means I have to take 9,000 also. Actual factory overheads is 156, include 70,000 fixed. So I don't want 70,000 fixed, but I just want the variable portion. Variable portion comes to 86,000. Actual labor hours is 9,000. That means 9,000 is hours. I can easily find the rate now. And over here, I can easily find 9,000 divided by 10,000 into 10,000 will give me 9,000. Into 10 will give me 90,000. Expending variance is nothing but this one. Just solve this and get the answer. 10 minus वो जो भी rate आएगा आपका point में divide into 9,000 will give you the answer. $9,000 10 minus something 86 divided by 9,000 कितना आ रहा है 86 divided by 9,000. So this comes to 9.55. 10 minus 9.55 is 0.44 into 9,000. This will give you the answer as 4,000 favorable. 4,000 favorable. Direct answers. Okay. A similar question. जो भी पूछा था ना exact same question. Similar to 63. Similar to 63. Get me the answer. Okay. मेरे ख्याल से वो एक ही स्टूडेंट सिर्फ रिप्लाई करते जा रही है. अदर स्टूडेंट्स कहाँ गायब हैं सब? गिव मी द आंसर. Yes. 64. Quick. After 3 to 4 MCQs, we'll be done with standard costing, and then I'll be taking we'll take a break, small break, and then we'll cover ABC, target, and throughput also. $64D. Okay, let's check. I'm not solving this because वो already solve हो गया था. Yes, 7,000 favorable is the correct one. 7,000 favorable is the correct one. Okay, moving ahead. Yeah, This I feel is a star mark question. This is different from what we have studied. And this will need the second formula. This will need the second formula. मैं आपको यहाँ समझा देता हूँ एक बार. Just try to analyze. See, when I say fixed overheads cost variance, cost, it is defined as absorbed overheads minus actual overheads. Okay, this is divided into two more parts. This was expenditure variance, which was the simplest. If you remember, this is BAO. This difference is known as expenditure. That means budgeted overheads minus actual overheads. And when I say volume, basically volume was like this. If it is U, it was something like this as budgeted units minus actual units into recovery rate as but I have one more formula for this. What is the formula? The formula is budgeted overheads minus absorbed overheads. You will still get the same answer. Obviously, from volume we get the answer as reverse. इससे reverse हो जाता है. What when I say reverse, the positive becomes adverse, the negative becomes favorable. This is the new formula. This is the new formula. Okay. How do you calculate this absorbed overheads? Please tell me. Budgeted overheads तो ये वाला आ गया. ये वाला यहाँ से direct आ जाएगा. How do you calculate absorbed overheads? If you remember, absorbed overheads is basically this one. What is this? This is actual units. And what is this? This is a recovery rate. अब जो इसको multiply करते हो ना, you get the absorbed overheads. When you multiply, you get the absorbed overheads. This one is one of the important questions. Okay, so please pay attention. Now, over here they have given a lot of data. A company producing output X and Y uses standard costing. The standard overhead contents of each product are X is 63 and Y is 2.25. The budgeted overhead is 860 and the budget time is 3440. So what I have given is budgeted overheads. This is ready-made to you. Actual output is given, means actual units are given. And problem over here is, the point is there are two units, not one. अब तक जितना भी हमने किया, there was only one type of unit. In this we have two units, X and Y. Okay. Actual overhead is 875 and you have to calculate the volume variance. First of all, I'll write the formula. Okay. First of all, I'll write the formula. What is volume variance calculated as? It is budgeted overheads minus absorbed overheads. First point. Is the budget overhead given to you? Yes, 860. Ready-made answer. Minus. How to calculate the absorbed overheads? Please check. Absorbed overheads were the last two parts, right? These two parts. So how to calculate? This is nothing but actual units into recovery rate. But I have two units with me. Please check. Is 200x? Yes. X is 200 units. And for Y, it is 100 units. Okay. And what are the recovery rates? 3 and 2.25. 3 and 2.25. So 860 minus this one. So what will I get? 860 minus 200 into 3 is 600 plus 100 into 2.5 is 225. So it is 860 minus 825, which is 35. I'm getting the answer as positive, but please make sure you are at volume. From volume, the gate changes, it gets reversed, right? So if you get the answer, it is minus 35. That is 35 adverse. 35 adverse, option A. Since you are getting the answer as positive, you will still mark it as negative. Now, this one was one of the star mark question which is asked by the institute in the examination. 65th one, right? अब तक जो मैंने mark किया ना important questions were the first two questions of marginal costing, and this is the third question which I feel is important. Everyone should revise these three questions at least. Okay, moving ahead. So I've given the formula also over here. I've given the formula also over here. Okay, next. 66. Simple hai? Try to answer. It is simple. Try to answer. 66. again just try to analyze BARR, budgeted actual O and U, O and H, H is the R's. Just try to fit in the data, that's it. Under absorption is given, means the cost variance. Cost variance formula I'm writing over here. Absorbed overheads minus actual overheads. This one is known as absorbed. This you don't have, this is X. Try to find. Under absorption means adverse, means negative. Try to calculate. Try to calculate. Okay, 29. Let's see. Yes. So just the important point was over here, minus lena है इसको. You just need to take minus because it was under absorption, that is negative answer, right? Every question is more or less the similar one. Okay. Price. Price. If you closely watch, price variance, standard always comes first, standard price minus actual price. If you go like this, you land on actual quantity. So do you have the price? Yes, the price are given. 26 minus 31. Actual quantity is 8,200. Rest information is of no use. But please make sure sales variances are always reverse. All the sale variances are reverse calculation. Why reverse? Simple as a reason. I told you to sell at 26, but you are selling at 31, which is obviously favorable for me, right? I told you to sell at 26, but you have increased the price and selling at 31 now. Obviously, 5 rupees zyada mil raha hai. I'm getting extra. That is favorable situation for me. And that's why, although I'm getting answer as negative, I'll say it is favorable for me. So 8,200 into 31 will give me 41,000. Favorable. Direct answer. Just focus on the center word. The center word is sales price variance. Price ka difference hona. Standard price minus actual price. Okay. Next. Yeah. Now comes the ratio part. If you remember the ratios, what are the ratios? The first ratio was capacity. One was activity. Capacity utilization, the next was activity, and next was efficiency. How to remember that? How to remember? It is CAB. When I say CAB, capacity utilization is nothing but actual by budget. It is nothing but actual by budget. Efficiency is ESA. What is ESA? It is nothing but standard by actual. And activity is defined as ASB. ये short forms याद रखना. You just need to remember the short forms. CAB, ASB, ESA. Efficiency is defined as standard by actual. I'm not going into the depth now. How did I get these formulas? Just remember the keywords. Okay. It is standard by budget. Standard by budget. Okay. And the center one is always the product of these two. How come? If I multiply these two, activity is capacity into efficiency. How come? Capacity is A by B and efficiency is S by A. A cancels. I am left with S by B, which is the activity. Therefore, this answer is correct one. Okay. That means this relation holds good. Activity is capacity into efficiency. Capacity utilization is 90%. This is given as 90%. And activity is 99% into efficiency. So 90% goes over here. 99 divided by 90 will give you 1.1. That is 110%. Answer is B. Direct answers. Direct answer. Obviously, I know these rules. याद कैसे रखना है? How to remember this? ESA, CAB. CAB is capacity. Capacity utilization is actual by budget. ESA, efficiency is standard by actual. And the last one is ASB, activity is standard by budget. This is how we get the answers, right? Okay, moving ahead. This is 68. So I've also given the shortcuts over here, although not required. Relation also given, and the answer is 110%. Okay. The higher the actual hours, see, CAB, if you remember CAB, capacity was actual by budget. Capacity utilization was actual by budget. If I give you the example, actual is, let's say, 4,000 and the budget is, let's say, 2,000. So the answer is 200% into 100, obviously. If I increase the actual, the higher the actual hours, if I make it to 5,000 now, actual is increased by 1,000. So can I say it will be 250%? That is 2.5, matlab 250%. That means it got increased, right? The capacity utilization ratio is also getting higher, and therefore the answer D is the correct one. The higher the capacity utilization ratio. Yes. Okay. 70. Yeah, only 3 questions left. All the 3 are basic theoretical questions. Yeah. The preparation and use of standard cost, their comparison with actual cost, and the measurement of analysis of variances is defined as, obviously we are learning this chapter only. This is standard cost. Jahan pe we actually compare the state the comparison between standard and actual, and that is known as standard costing. Okay. Next one. Which of the following is not a limitation of the inter-firm comparison? Not a limitation, right? Limitation means obviously restrictions. It is not a restriction for me. So what are the answers? First option. Information about the organization is made available free with the fear of disclosure of confidential data to outside market or public. Obviously, this is not a limitation. So this is the correct answer. What they are telling? Information, obviously, I'm making available free. Second is non-availability of suitable base of comparison. Obviously, to compare the base, this is the limiting factor. This is always the limitation. Always a limitation for inter-firm comparison. How to compare? On what basis? Second, absence of proper costing system in many organizations. There is no costing separately done, and therefore this is the absence. This is the limitation. The top management may not be convinced of the utility of the inter-firm comparison. Obviously, the top management would feel like, why did you compare like this? Why not on this basis? So obviously, these are all the limitations. These are all the limitations. Only option A is not the limitation. Yeah. Next. Which of the following is our scope of uniform costing? Uniform is a single based costing. Okay. In a single enterprise having a number of branches or units, each of which may be separate, in a number of concerns in the same industry bound together through a trade association or otherwise, in industries which are diverse in nature. See, uniform I can make only when there is a single enterprise, and I can also take number of products. But when it is diverse in nature, industries alag hai, I cannot take uniform costing. See, if at all every industry is a mobile industry, I can say mobile, per unit profit you can compare uniform costing overall. But I cannot compare mobiles with grains, because those will be measured in tons and those will be measured. So obviously I need to change the base. I cannot follow uniform each and everywhere. So obviously this C option is not correct, and therefore option A and B are both correct one. Option A and B are both correct one. I have given the reason. Uniform costing is applied in situation where cost standardization is beneficial. It is commonly used in single enterprises and industry-wide applications. However, not typically applied to industries in diverse nature. Diverse nature में नहीं होता है applied. ठीक है? Okay. And now we are done with the standard costing part. Done with standard costing. MCQs. So more or less we have covered 50 plus MCQs on marginal. We have covered almost 25 MCQs on standard costing. More or less every question was similar only, standard costing. The main motive of this marathon is to cover the MCQs, because MCQ will fetch you 30 marks. So my main motive was that only. And also the recent paper questions which I am doing. If you are not aware of this concept, I will request you to just follow my previous marathons, because I have explained in detail about the standard costing and all material margin also, right? Okay, so what we'll do is we'll take a quick break, a tea break for 20 minutes, right? Quick break for 20 minutes, and after that we'll be covering ABC. Then we'll cover target and throughput also. Okay, so just a 20 minutes break. It's 6:12 right now, so we'll meet at 6:30. Make it 6:40. Okay, take a break, थोड़े से अच्छे से चाय कॉफी पी लो, थोड़ा सा रेस्ट करो एंड बी एक्टिव. उसके बाद हम ये 3 चैप्टर्स और कवर करने वाले हैं. हाँ, also one more announcement. Yeah, after the break I'll be announcing one more thing, one important announcement after this. After the break. Okay, so just take a break now. जल्दी से सब ऑनलाइन आ जाइए एंड प्लीज लेट मी नो एम आई ऑडिबल टू यू. Let me also check. Yes, online students kindly confirm. Okay, audio and video are clear from my side. Just waiting for the confirmation from your side. Yes, students kindly confirm once. प्रॉब्लम आ रहा है क्या? यस विष्णु, मैं उस पर बात करने वाला हूँ अभी जस्ट. आई विल बी टॉकिंग अबाउट दैट आल्सो. So basically two things. Okay, basically two things. First of all, what is the announcement? The announcement is for group 4 CFR. So if you are attending for both the groups, then this is for you. Or else, if not, if you are giving only the third group, not the fourth group, if any of your friends are there, please pass on this message to them. This will be very beneficial. For CFR, I will be taking not the marathon but the revision lectures, revision series, as in where I'll be taking 1 or 2 Indias on daily basis for entire week, starting tomorrow, that is 13th May 25, 5 PM onwards, on daily basis. This is the first announcement. So अगर आप लोग 2 ग्रुप्स दे रहे हैं या आपके कोई फ्रेंड्स 4th ग्रुप दे रहे हैं, CFR एक ऐसा सब्जेक्ट है, CFR एक ऐसा सब्जेक्ट है जो कितना भी पढ़ो खत्म ही नहीं होता है, कितना भी पढ़ो. इट इज अ वेरी ह्यूज सब्जेक्ट. सो आई विल बी हेल्पिंग यू आउट ऑन दैट. जहाँ पे मेरे आपको नोट्स तो मिलेंगे ऑब्वियसली. मेरे हैंड नोट्स आप लोगों को पता ही होगा, राइट? सो वी आर टेकिंग अ न्यू इनिशिएटिव विद द रिविजन सीरीज दिस टाइम फॉर CFR. ये प्रॉमिस करता हूँ, आप जो उसमें टाइम दोगे वेस्ट नहीं होगा आपका, एंड इट विल एवरी मिनट विल बी वर्थ इट. ठीक है? सो दिस इज द फर्स्ट अनाउंसमेंट रिगार्डिंग टुडेज नोट्स. जो आज के नोट्स हैं अपने, फॉर द नोट्स जस्ट फिल अप द गूगल फॉर्म जो आपको चैट के मतलब डिस्क्रिप्शन बॉक्स में मिल जाएगा. ओके, यस, जस्ट फिल अप द गूगल फॉर्म फॉर द नोट्स. जस्ट फिल अप द गूगल फॉर्म एंड यू विल गेट the notes for free. No charges. You'll be getting the notes for free. And just after the marathon ends, my team will just share the notes. आपको share करना शुरू कर देंगे. And by today evening only, today late evening or maybe maximum tomorrow morning, you'll be getting the entire notes. And after that also, this marathon will be uploaded on YouTube, and each and every time you want a reference, if you're not getting any question, this will be uploaded. You can obviously go through the previous part and then go on to the respective question, whatever you feel. Okay, starting with the new point, and that is ABC and JIT. Now, what is ABC and JIT? What is ABC and JIT? Basically, ABC is nothing but activity-based costing. Activity-based costing. This was also there in your CMA Intergroup 2 and also there in your finals. Ideally, it has a weightage of 7 marks. 7 marks plus one or two MCQs on ABC and JIT. Now, what is that exactly, ABC? ABC is basically activity-based costing, wherein we find the cost pools first. I'll say cost drivers, then the cost pool, and then the allocation date. Now, what is ABC basically? I'll give you a brief idea, and then I'll get you how I process with the ABC question. See, it is very simple. The question is very huge for ABC. You just have to analyze the question properly and go with the flow. What exactly is ABC? What does ABC exactly do? So basically, first thing is absorption costing, which is known as the traditional method. Absorption costing, which is the traditional method. Traditional means the old method, wherein what you used to do is you actually calculated the budgeted overhead rate. How do you calculate the budgeted overhead rate? It is very simple. It is budgeted overheads divided by budgeted base. Now, what is base? The base can be anything. It can be labor hours, it can be machine hours, most of the time labor hours or machine hours. It may be as a percentage of prime cost. This is also one of the important point in this recent paper, that is the previous paper. It was asked on the prime cost. There is a percentage of prime cost. See, budgeted overheads divided by the budgeted base. The base can be anything. It can be labor hours, it can be machine hours, it can be number of units, it can be as a percentage of prime cost and anything. But this has a drawback. What drawback? If you do not apportion the expenses properly, it may happen that the profitable product, you will say it is a loss-making product, and you will, just shut down that product or discontinue that product. Or else, one is a loss-making, but you are selling it on a higher quantity. It may happen. How come? See, if you are having two products A and B, obviously material is variable cost, labor is variable cost. Next, what you do is you add the overheads. If you are adding the overheads per hour, that is incorrect. Why? Because this overheads need to be checked. What are basically those expenses? So we first find the cost drivers. What are cost drivers? The one who drives the cost. For example, if I say inspection cost, if I say overheads consist of the inspection cost, so inspection cost should be apportioned on the number of inspection or the inspection hours, right? In number of inspection or the inspection hours. It should not be apportioned on the machine hours basis. It should not be apportioned on the labor hour basis. It should be apportioned properly on some proper base, that is basically inspection hours. If I say I have the setup cost, so obviously it should be apportioned on number of setups and not on machine hours. For example, if I say the overheads was 10,000 rupees, 10,000, and it was apportioned on the basis of labor hours. For example, labor hours, okay, labor hours were 5,000, okay. So what is the overhead rate? You will say 2 per hour, 2 per labor hour. 10,000 divided by 5,000, it is 2 per hour, right? You are having two products A and B, wherein material was 50 rupees, labor was 30 rupees. Overheads, obviously you have taken per hour 2 rupees per hour. It used 10 hours. So can I say it was 20 rupees? Yes. So you told that it is 100 rupees. Okay, fine. For material, for product B, the material was 30, the labor was 20, and it took 7 hours. So we'll say add 14 to it, and the total cost comes to 64. But the problem over here is you have distributed on hours. But over here the problem was when I checked the overheads, there was only one overhead, that was the setup cost. Right? Okay. and there were 5,000 setups only. 5,000 setup. Okay, 5,000 setups, and there was only one setup for A, and there was 5 setups per unit for B. I'm just giving an example. Just don't sit back with the example. I'm just giving you a reference. Why this is very important. There was only one setup and there was only five setups. So please tell me, should I give the cost more to B? The answer is yes, and less to A, because there was only one setup for A and per unit and 5 setups for B per unit. Obviously, this is a problem. A should get only a lower cost and B should get a higher cost. But the problem over here was you were giving A 20 rupees and B 14 rupees. That means overheads were apportioned more to A rather than B. But if I go on the cost driver basis, that the cost pool basis, it should be exactly opposite of that. This is why ABC came into picture. ABC is also known as the modern approach. That is the new approach, modern approach, right? So what we have to do, just pay attention. Karna kya hai? What you have to do is, first of all, identify the cost pool or the activity. We say the cost pool or the activity. For example, if I say inspection cost, okay. Next is, for example, let's say setup cost. Okay, this is the first table which you should make. Okay, this chapter also has a lot of presentations provided by the institute, but my presentation is a bit different, so please pay attention. Cost pool or the activity. Next is cost drivers. On what basis will you identify? So first is, obviously, inspection will be on number of inspections or the number of inspection hours, and setup will be on the basis of number of setups, for example. Okay. The third column which you have to make is overheads. Basically, what was the expenditure incurred on that? For example, inspection was 30,000. This was rupees. Okay, and setup cost was 20,000. Setup cost was 20,000. This was the third column given to you. Just try to analyze the data in this format, the format which I am giving to you. Okay, the first is cost pool or the activity, the second is cost driver, and the third is overheads. Okay, the fourth one which I feel is very important is the cost driver rate. Now, what is the cost driver rate? Please pay attention. How to find the cost driver rate? So when I say it is number of inspection hours, I will calculate how many products are there. 4 columns are compulsory, 4 columns. Rest depends upon you whether to make the columns or whether to make a second table for that. I generally prefer single table only. Okay. So I will add up those columns, the number of products I am having right now. Let's say I am having product A, B and C. So there are 4 columns with me. What are the 4 columns? First is cost pool or activity. The second is cost drivers. The third is overheads, and the fourth is cost driver rate. 3 columns are given to you. Inspection cost is the number of inspection hours. Overheads is 30,000. Now, what they will give you is the ratio. You have to write the ratio over here. For example, the ratio is 5,000 is to 3,000 is to 2,000. That means you have to divide this 30,000 in this ratio, in the ratio of 5,000 is to 3,000 is to 2,000 between A, B, C. So how will you divide? You will say, sir, I will take 30,000 on my calculator and I'll divide by 10,000 and then I'll press into once 5,000, 3,000 and 2,000 equal to, right? This is how you will do. So when I say the total is 10,000, this 10,000 is also known as the volume or the capacity. Your capacity is for 10,000 hours, right? So how will you apportion? You will say 30,000 divided by 10,000 into 5,000. So when you say 30,000 divided by 10,000, on your screen it will be 3, which is known as the cost driver rate. 3 per inspection hour. 3 per inspection hour. What you have to do is you just need to multiply by 5,000, 3,000 and 2,000. You just need to multiply, that's it. Cost driver rate से multiply करना है और कुछ भी नहीं करना है. So into 5,000 will give me 15,000. Into 3,000 will give me 9,000. Into 2,000 will give me 6,000. This is how you have apportioned. This is how you have apportioned. So the 4 columns were cost pool, overhead, that is the cost drivers, third is overheads, and fourth is the cost driver rate. Many a times this will be given to you. Each and every time this will be given to you. You just have to calculate and get the answer, right? Okay. Let's say number of setups. Number of setups again will be given to you. Let's say the number of setups are 100, 600 and 300. So what is the volume over here? Can I say the volume is 1000? Yes. So you need to divide by 1000. That is the total. 20,000 divided by 1000 will give you 2. 20 per setup. That is 20 rupees per setup. Now what you have to do is take this 20 and this just multiply. 20 into 100, 20 into 600 and 20 into 300. So when you multiply, you get the answer as 2,000, 12,000 and 6,000. That's it. And then you have to make the total. Then you have to make the total. इसका एक total करना है. That's it. You get 17,000. You get 21,000 and you get 12,000. These are the overheads which should be apportioned on the basis of A, B, C. That is the activity based costing. So the 4 columns: cost pool, cost drivers, overheads and cost driver. Now, how will you get the MCQs on this? MCQs कैसे रहेंगे? So what they will give you is, they will give you this, but they will ask only of A. Only of A, not of B or not of C. Only of A. So these are the MCQs, okay? Okay. What is the next step after this? The next step after this is you have to divide by number of units, which will be given to you. Number of units, it will be given to you. For example, 1,000, 2,000 and 4,000. 1,000, 2,000 and 4,000. So you get the per unit rate. Overhead per unit. Overhead per unit. Just divide 17,000 divided by 1,000 will give me 17. This will give you 10.5 and this will give you 3. So I got the answers as 17 per unit, 10.5 per unit and 3. After this, you have to make a cost statement wherein material, labor and overheads. Overheads you have to copy from here. They will also ask you the comparison of absorption versus absorption versus ABC. So in that scenario, material will be the same, labor will be the same, only overheads will change. Overheads कैसे निकालेंगे? It is very simple. Budgeted overheads divided by budgeted rate, budgeted base. It can be labor hours, machine hours or something. Only this part is going to change because this chapter, overheads, is all about indirect expenses, that is overheads. So this is the idea behind this chapter. So basically, the indirect expenses, the overhead should not be apportioned on a single rate, which is the machine hours or labor hours or prime cost. It should be apportioned by making the cost drivers and the cost pools. Identify the cost drivers first, then the cost pool, and then calculate cost driver and then allocate. These are the 4 steps which you should follow. Identify the cost drivers first, next is the cost pool, next is identify the cost driver rate, and fourth is you should allocate it properly. This is how you should go with the point. Okay, moving ahead. This is how we should proceed. Checking the MCQs now. Yeah, 73, 73rd, 72 we are already done, 73. I'll just convert into my format, okay? I'll just convert into my format. Production overheads of XYZ for finite units of product X are machinery oriented are 135 and material ordering overheads are 69,570. So basically there are 2 overheads. So I can say these are cost pool or the activity, and the third column, that is overheads, is given to me. Fine. Machine hours are 1.5 per unit. Per unit is given. Okay. And number of materials are 6 per unit. So over here, if you closely watch, what is the first column? Cost pool. Okay. How will I found the cost pool? It is given, clearly given, machine oriented cost. The second is cost driver. What is the cost driver? The cost driver is machine hours. And how many machine hours is? Don't say 1.5. Don't say 1.5. It is 1.5 per unit. How many units are there? 500 units are there. 500 units, right? So I will say 500 into 1.5 unit, which is 750. That means the total is 750. Okay, fine. Moving ahead. Overheads. How many overheads were there? 135, 400. 135, 400. And what is the cost driver rate? Cost driver rate. So we will say 135, 400 divided by 750. 135, 400 divided by 750. This will give you the answer as 180.53 per what? Per machine hour. Per machine hour. Okay. Second is material ordering. I will say material ordering. 69,570. Material ordering will be based on number of material orders. Will be based on number of material orders. What are the orders? Is it 6? No, it is 6 per unit. Per unit is 6. For every unit, you have to order 6 times. 500 units are there. So 500 into 6 will give you 3000. You just need to divide by 3000. So 69,570 divided by 3000. 23.19 per order, per material order, right? Per material order. Now the point is, students always tick it as option B, which is incorrect. Now you will say, sir, you have calculated cost drivers. We are getting the same answer. Yes, you are getting the same answer, but this was not what they have asked. These are the cost driver rates. They have asked what is the machine unit cost per unit. They have not asked per rate, cost driver rate. They have asked per unit. It is per machine hour 180.53 per hour, and what was per unit? It was 1.5 hours. It was 1.5 hours. So I have to multiply 1.5 hours into 180.53. First one. And 23.19, it was per order, and for per unit it is 6 orders. I have to multiply by 6. That was 23.19 into 6. And when you multiply, you get the answer as A and not B. Please make sure you are not making this mistake. It is not the cost driver rate which is asked. It is per unit which is asked. So for per unit, 1.5 hours were required. You have calculated the rate per hour, not per unit. You have calculated rate per hour, right? So to get it properly, you just have to multiply by 1.5. This is the point. Yes. So I hope you are getting the answer. You are getting this point. That is, we need to calculate per unit and not per hour. Okay. So this is clear. So I have already given the answer over here in my format. In my format, right? That is the 4 columns. What are the first 4 columns? Cost pool, cost driver, overheads, and cost driver rate. These are the 4 points. Okay, fine. Moving ahead. Okay. Try to analyze this one now. Try to analyze this one. A company manufactures 2 products using common material handling facility. The total budgeted material handling cost is 60,000. See, they have clearly given material handling is 60,000. That means first and the third column are ready. What is the first column? What is the second column? What is the third column? And what is the fourth column? First column is cost pool. The cost pool is the name of the expense. The name of the expense is material handling. Okay. The third column is overheads, which is given to you as 60,000. Cost drivers. Okay. Now, number of units produced 30 and 30, X and Y. Okay, fine. Material moves per product line. Obviously, it is material handling. It is material handling. So it should be based on material moves. I'll say number of material moves. Again, the problem is students take 5:15, which is incorrect. What you have to do is, see, in this question, it will not make much of the difference, but this is incorrect. You have to take this ratio. It is number of units produced and material moves per product line. For per unit, it is 5 moves. So what you have to do is, you have to take 30 into 5 as the ratio. That is 150 is to 30 into 15, which is 450. So the ratio becomes 150 is to 450. 150 is to 450. Okay, fine. Moving ahead. What is the cost driver rate? The cost driver rate, 60,000 divided by 600. 60,000 divided by 600. What is the answer? 1,000. 60,000 divided by 600. Yeah, 100 rupees. 100 rupees per what? Per material move. And now two more columns for X and Y. How will you apportion? You will apportion 100 into 150 and 100 into 450. So it will be 1500 and 4500. So you are getting the answer as 1500 and 4500. So what they have asked? They have asked for X. They have asked for X. So if you can check, 100 rupees was there, and how many moves were there? Per unit is okay. Per unit is asked. Sorry, per unit. So you can divide this. 1500 was the total, divided by number of units. Units was 30. If you divide by 30, you will get the answer as 50 rupees. 500. Sorry. You will get the answer as 500. 1500 divided by 30. Is there any? Sorry. 60,000 divided by 600. It is 100 into 150. 15,000 and 45,000. Sorry. 15,000 and 45,000. So you get the answer as 500 per unit. 500 per unit. So our answer is B. Okay. Moving ahead. Yeah. Okay. What is asked in question number 75? A company manufactures and sells packaging machines. It recently introduced activity-based costing to refine its existing system. Each packaging machine requires direct material cost of 50,000. Material cost is 50,000. Okay. 50 equipment parts, 12 machine hours, 50 assembly lines, and 4 inspection hours. What is required for this one? The details about cost pools, cost allocation, and allocation rates are given. They have given the rate directly. That is indirect cost pool, that is pool is given. Allocation basis, cost driver, and budgeted rate, that is the cost driver rate, is already given to you. Then what is the problem? Just multiply and get the answer. The company has received an order for 40 packaging machines from a customer. Using activity based, indirect cost will be allocated to the customer. So here pe, if you check, it is details about one machine. For one machine, each packaging machine, क्या क्या लगता है? You get 50 equipment parts, 50 equipment parts. So 8 per part is the answer. So for one machine, what are the total answers? Equipment, that is material handling. Material handling will be 50 into 8, the first part. Second, 12 machine hours, 12 into 68 per machine hour, right? Okay, next, 15 assembly lines. Assembly lines, 75 rupees is the rate. Just multiply. 15 into 75. And the fourth one is 104 into 4. 4 into 104. Whatever is the total, this is not the final answer because it is for one machine. And they have asked for 40 machines. Just multiply the answer by 40 and you get the final answer as 110280. Everything was ready-madely given to you. The only problem in this question, it was the huge question. For MCQ, it was a huge question, but it was very easy. You just need to multiply and get the answer, right? So I've given over here, indirect cost packaging per machine, it is 2757. Into 40 machines will give you the answer as 110280, which is option D. Yes, correct answer. Next one, 76. Okay, they've asked over recovery. Again, they've entered into standard costing. Over recovery. What they have given? A company operates on activity based costing to attribute its overheads cost to cost objects. In its budget for the year ending 31st August 2018, the company expected to place a total of 2,000 purchase orders at a cost of 1 lakh. This activity and its related cost were budgeted to occur at constant rate throughout the budgeted period, which is divided into 13 4-weekly period. During the 4-week period, a total of 200 purchase orders were placed at a cost of 9,000. the over recovery of these costs. See, when they say recovery, that means they are entering into standard cost again. How to answer this? It is very simple. Budgeted, actual and RR, recovery rate. The same format. I'll say O, and instead of U, I will say, what was the base? What was the base? The base was 2000 purchase orders. So I'll take the base as purchase orders and the overheads. The overheads was 1 lakh budget with 2000 orders. Okay. In actual, it was only 9000 with 200 orders. That's it. So when I say recovery, it is always this one. So 1 lakh divided by 2000 will give me 50. 50 per purchase order. This is known as overheads, absorbed overheads. So absorbed overheads minus the actual overheads will give me over recovery or under recovery. So it is 10,000 minus 9,000, 1,000 positive, and therefore the answer is 1,000 over recovery. Basically, it was nothing but cost variance was asked. FOH cost variance, if you remember. So cost variance was asked. Instead of units, it was given purchase orders. This was the basic idea. Okay, next one. 77. A company uses traditional costing. The inspection and setup costs are actually 1760 against a budget of 2000. That means actual it is 1760 and the budget was 2000. Okay. ABC system is being implemented and accordingly the number of batches is identified as the cost driver and for inspection. The budgeted production is 10,000 units in batches of 1000 units where 9,000 units were produced in 11 batches. The cost per batch will be. Now they have asked cost per batch. See, again they have entered into standard costing base. How come? See, it's very simple. The budget was 2000, right? And per batch, how many units are there? 1000 units. That means how many batches will be introduced? How many batches? So for one batch, it is 1000, right? If the budget is for 10,000 units, how many batches? So the batches will be 10, obviously 10 batches. And what is the rate per batch? Obviously, it is 2000 in total. For how many batches? For 10 batches. So for one batch, you will get the answer as 200. For one batch, you will get the answer as 200. So I've just converted into the standard format, which is the variable overhead format. I've just converted into variable overhead format. This is the entire thing which I've already explained. For one batch, how much? For one batch, it is always 2000. Basically, they've asked this one, 2000. That is only thing, right? Okay. So I've converted this question into standard costing format. Okay, next one, 78. Again, a very basic question. At KL company, cost of personnel department has always been charged to production department based upon number of employees. Recently, opinion gathered from the department managers indicate that number of new hires might be better predictor of personnel cost. That is, the personnel cost will be depend on the new hires. Okay. Total personnel cost department are 2 lakh. That means personnel department becomes the cost pool, first column, and the 2 lakh is the second. New hires is the base, that is 8:12:5. You just need to divide in 8:12:5. If number of hires is considered, what amount of cost will be allocated to department A? A को आप कितना allocate करोगे? It is very simple. See, you just have to divide in 8:12:5. Cost कितना है आपका? The cost is 2 lakh. First calculate the cost driver rate and to A what will be allocated. So it will be 2 lakh divided by the budget, which is 25. So you get the answer as 8,000 per new hire and just multiply by 8 will give you answer as 64,000. For B it will be 8,000 into 25 and for C it will be 8,000 into 5. These are the correct answers. So the answer is B. Yes, Vishnu is the correct answer, B. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this is the question, which is depending upon again absorption versus marginal. Marginal is not asked, only absorption is asked. Let's see how many of you can answer this. Basically, absorption means cost sheet. Absorption means cost sheet. So basically, you just have to prepare a basic cost sheet. Can you prepare a cost sheet for me now? The question is right in front of you. I just need cost sheet. So basically, whenever they ask absorption, it is nothing but cost sheet. Just make a cost sheet and give me an answer. Just make a cost sheet and give me the answer. A basic cost sheet, huh? Not the advanced one, a very basic cost sheet. CMA Inter Group 1 cost sheet, basic cost sheet. So you just have to make a basic cost sheet. I want everyone to answer. इतना तो सबको आना चाहिए. Okay. One answer I got as 30,800. Others, a basic cost sheet, yaar. Come on, be quick. Okay. So basic cost sheet is nothing but you just have to start with variable cost 4,000. You have produced 25 units, right? So you'll take the prime cost or the direct one. So the prime is nothing but 4,000 into 25 units. Then you will add fixed factory overheads, manufacturing overheads. You get COP. Then add opening FG less closing FG. You'll just cross multiply. How will you cross multiply? For 25 units is this much, 5 units how much? Because you have sold only 20 units. Then this will give you COGS. After COGS, just add up the selling and distribution. Fixed also and the variable also. Fixed is given as 30,000, variable is 80 into 4,000, 80 into 25. Sorry, 80 into 20 units. Then you will get COS. Add profit will give you the balancing figure as sales. So if you can closely watch, I have added direct variable cost and the fixed factory cost. It was given. COP I got. Closing inventory for 25 units is this much, 5 units is how much? 24,000. COGS is 96,000. I added the selling and distribution overheads 127,600. Sales was 1,60,000. It was clearly given 8,000, and therefore the balancing figure is 32,400. Option A, 32,400. Yes, I hope everyone is getting this point. You can have a look at the solution. Option A is the correct one. That is 32,400. A basic cost sheet. A basic cost sheet. Okay, moving ahead. Okay, just now I told you the following tasks are associated with ABC. How to go with the flow? How to go with the flow? First of all, you need to check the drivers and then the pools, then calculate the pool rates, and next is allocate. Pool rates is nothing but cost driver rate, and then I get the allocation for A, for B, for C, and so on, right? So if you can closely watch, 3, 2, 4, 1. 3, 2, 4, and 1. That is first step, second step, third step, and the fourth step. सबसे पहले cost drivers, identify the cost drivers. Next is cost pools. Then next point you have to do is the allocation, that is the cost driver rate, and last is cost allocate them, right? Okay. Which one of the following is not a correct match? So these are some of the bonus questions. These are some of the bonus questions. Just check whether they are the perfect match or not. Which one of this is not a perfect match? Yes, give me the answer. Which is not a perfect match? Yes, perfectly. This is not a perfect match because inspection should be based on inspection hours or number of inspection, not on the machine hours, right? And therefore, 81D is the correct answer. Fine. 82. ABC is defined as cost attribution to dash on the basis of benefit received from indirect activities. So basically, what does ABC do? It apportions the cost attribution to the cost units on the basis of indirect activities. So the answer is A, cost units. Theoretical point था इसलिए मैंने खुद discuss किया. I have discussed it by myself. Okay. 82 is A. Fine. When again a theoretical point I'll be discussing. When allocation service department cost to production department, that means when the service costs are allocated to the production departments. If you remember the CMA Group 1 intermediate over its topic absorption costing, it is known as the secondary distribution. The method that does not consider different cost behavior pattern, that means it does not bifurcate into fixed or variable, which does not consider, obviously which does not consider is nothing but the single rate. Step method or the reciprocal is nothing but, step method is when the service department gives service to each other. Reciprocal is they are giving services to each other. Dual rate means we bifurcate the fixed and the variable. When we are not bifurcating, it is known as the single rate. I am using a single rate for everyone. This is also known as the blanket rate. Also known as the blanket rate, right? So these are the two theoretical questions which I feel was important, and that's why I added in this sheet. Okay. The operational activity of setting up equipment is classified as, see, when I say operational, each and every time they operate, obviously they will operate a setting. Why will they set? Obviously when they set up a batch, they will set up a machine. Every batch, like for example, if I am the manufacturer of cold drinks, I will set up a machine, and per batch, एक batch में maybe around 1000 or 10,000 bottles will be formed, will be produced. Again I'll set up a machine and then I'll go. That means how many times you will set up, it will depend upon the batch level, number of batches. In each and every batch you need to set up, right? And therefore it is the batch level activity. Yes, and we are done with the activity based costing. One question I need to discuss on JIT also, which is very simple. I'll just discuss this. Yeah, this one. This question has not been asked in the examination, but I feel can be asked by the institute. Easy question, about easy. It is very easy, right? So please pay attention on JIT. B Limited has decided to adopt JIT policy of materials. The following effects of JIT are identified. First of all, what is JIT? JIT is just in time. What does JIT follow? JIT says reduce the inventory. Reduce the inventory to zero or maybe very reduced part. For example, if I am holding a stock of, let's say, 50,000 units, reduce it to 5,000 or 10,000 units, or else reduce it to zero only. That means I'll say if I get an order, only then I'll purchase the raw material. I will not keep any raw material in stock. I will not keep any raw material. As soon as I get the order, I will purchase the material and then I will make it. 2 or 3 benefits will be there in this. First of all, I don't need storage. I will not incur any finance cost, because if I add up the stock, obviously I will borrow funds for that. Interest cost will be there, storage cost will be there. But the problem is sometimes the customer will not be ready to wait, right? For example, if you tell me give me the goods tomorrow, I will not be able to give you because I don't have the raw material. If I order the raw material, it will take some time to deliver. That is the drawback, right? But the main point will be I will save on fixed cost, or else I'll save on the finance cost and the storage cost. This is the best idea. Okay, so this is JIT, just in time. As soon as I get it, I'll place the order and I'll get the machine. Okay. So what are the points? Oh, obviously this is A, B, C, D, not E, F, G. Okay. B limit has adopted to implement. So basically, what are the incomes and what are the expenses? What are the savings and what are the expenses? This has to be discussed. To implement JIT, the company has to modify its production and material receipts facilities at a capital cost of 10 lakhs. That means if you have to follow JIT, you need to invest 10 lakh rupees. Obviously, that 10 lakh is the asset cost that should not be taken. But 10 lakh, if you have to invest, you have to take the finance cost, right? The new machine will require a cash operating cost of 1,08,000 per annum. The capital cost will be depreciated over 5 years. Depreciation is the non-cash expense. It is not to be added. But what are the expenses you will be incurring? Can I say first is the finance cost, 10 lakh into certain percentage. I don't know what the percentage is right now. Plus the operating cost of 1,08,000 per annum. These are the expenses list. Okay. What I'll be incurring expenses. Fine. Raw material stock holding will be reduced from 40 to 10. 40 lakhs to 10 lakhs. That means, can I say there will be saving of 30 lakh rupees. So I'll give a separate heading, savings. Savings of 30 lakh rupees. Okay, moving ahead. The company can earn 15% on its long-term investment. This I get the rate, 15%. That means 1,50,000 is the finance cost. Next. Okay, raw material stock will be, that means stock will be handled. So this is not saving 30 lakhs, 15% I will saving. I'll be saving around 30 lakh rupees, not the saving of 30 lakhs. I'll be saving on the finance cost because I don't need to invest in stock. So 30 lakhs into 15% will give me 4,50,000. Next. The company can avoid rental expenditure on storage facilities amounting to 33,000 per annum. Property tax and insurance amounting to 20,000 will be saved. Well, there is a saving of 33 and 22. Okay. There is a saving of 33,000 and 22,000. Fine. Moving ahead. Presently, there are 7 workers in the stores at a salary of 5,000 each per month. That means 5,000 into 12 is 60,000 per annum. After implementing JIT, only 5 workers will be required. Balance of 2 workers will be terminated. That means, can I say I will be saving on 2 salaries, 2 employees' salary. That is saving of 1,20,000 on salaries. Moving ahead. Due to receipt of small lots of raw material, there will be some disruption for production. The cost of stock out will be 77,000. That is the cost. Obviously, I'll face sometimes I'll be facing stock out, and 77,000 is the cost. That means these are the expenses and these are the savings. You just need to check what is the best. If the saving is more, obviously I should go with it. If the saving are less, I should not go with it. 4,50,000 plus 120 and so on. So I've made the totals over here. What are the benefits? Total 450, 120, 33 and 22. 625 are the benefits. 625. What are the expenses? 150, 1,08 and 77, 335. Obviously, I am earning 290. That is the difference. I am earning net benefits 290, and therefore I should say the JIT must be implemented. Right? I hope this point is clear and everyone got this point. So this is very easy point. Okay, fine. Moving ahead with the throughput point. Yeah. So when I start with throughput, the only point you have to consider is the first point over here. What is throughput? Basically, throughput, when I say throughput accounting, it considers only one cost as the material cost, as the variable cost, and that is material. Rest everything is fixed. See, when I say marginal, I used to say selling price minus variable cost is contribution. Right? But when it comes to throughput, it is selling price minus variable cost is only considered as one cost, which is known as material. Cost. That's it. And I get the throughput contribution. That is the point. The only point is over here is variable cost is considered as material and rest every expense is considered as fixed. This is throughput contribution. Rest everything is the same like marginal. Rest everything is the same like throughput. Okay. I'll give you an example to understand the concept better. Number of units sold is 5,000 and 10,000. Okay. Hours required are 3 and 4. The selling price is given and the material cost is given. Also, the factory cost is given as 6,60,000. This is given to you and the total available hours are 60,000. So basically, this point is clearly given to you. Number of units sold, hours required, selling price and material cost. One thing you might notice is labor cost and the variable overheads are not variable costs. Those are treated as the fixed cost. Okay, fine. Moving ahead. First of all, I will like to earn the contribution. How to check the contribution? Selling price minus the variable. Variable is only material, right? So the contribution comes to 30 and the contribution comes to 50. But what I'll do is I'll make the contribution per hour. So 30 divided by 3 and 50 divided by 4. It is 10 per hour and 12.5 per hour. Obviously, ranking goes with 12.5 and 10. I have to first rank them on the basis of throughput. That is the bottleneck. What is bottleneck? Bottleneck is nothing but the restriction. Over here, since hours are given, hours is the constraint, that is the limiting factor. The limiting factor over here is known as the bottleneck. Bottleneck. When you see the bottle, the neck of the bottle is a bit constrained, right? So in that time, we say it is a bottleneck. That is the constraint, the limiting factor. Okay, moving ahead. So I have given the ranking first. Ranking is again same as marginal. The only thing is the variable cost is only material. Okay, fine. The first point. Second point, what is throughput cost per hour? How to calculate throughput cost per hour? This is very important for MCQs. You have to take all the factory cost except for material, which is given as 6,60,000. It is clearly given 6,60,000. And they have asked per hour divided by number of hours. Divided by number of hours, you will get the answer. Divided by number of hours, you will get the answer as 11. Very simple. Okay, fine. Moving ahead. What is TA ratio? Again, one of the important MCQ question. TA ratio. TA ratio is defined as R by C. Now, what is R by C? C is nothing but 11. And what is R? R is the return which you have calculated over here per hour. Return divided by cost. R by C. Return divided by cost. R is nothing but the which we say contribution per hour when we used to divide by limiting factor. That is 10 and 12.5. It is clearly given to you. So we get 10 and 11 and the answer is 0.9090 and the answer is 1.11136. So it is TA ratio, that is the throughput account ratio. How to remember? TA ratio, it is R by C. R is return and C is the cost. How do I calculate the cost? It is factory cost divided by available hours. Every information will be given to you. You just need to put in the formula. Okay, moving ahead. Next. Hours utilized for current production. How many hours did you utilize? Just check. Can I say the number of units was 5,000 into 3, matlab 15,000 hours. 10,000 into 4 is 40,000 hours. That means you are utilizing only 55,000 hours. 55,000. But the available capacity was 60,000. And therefore, throughput cost, it is 55,000 into 11. From where does the 11 comes? It is C. What is C over here? Throughput cost per hour. It is nothing but jitna bhi hours utilized hua, for the hours utilized, it is 55,000 into the cost, that is 6,05,000. And the last is efficiency percent. Throughput is 6,05,000, but the entire cost was 660. And you get the efficiency percent as 90 point something, 91.67. Now, how to remember all these formulas? See, over here they have unnecessarily given you the throughput cost. You can directly find the efficiency. See, 60,000 was the total and you are utilizing only 55,000. So what percentage is this? 55,000 divided by 60,000. You will get the answer as 91.67. What they have done is just multiply both by 11. What is 11? That is the throughput cost. How to calculate the throughput cost? Factory cost divided by hours. That's it. The answer is clear. Only if you write it once, obviously I'll be sharing, but I will recommend everyone to write it once. Once you write these formulas with your hand, everything will be very easy. Okay. Now, coming to the MCQ part, which is very easy. If you got to know the above points, this will be very easy for you. Let's try. A factory has a key resource bottleneck, that is a limiting factor, of facility A, which is available for 31,300 minutes per week. The answer is given in minutes. Okay, no problem. 31,300. That is the total available time. The time taken per unit for product X and Y is 5 and 10 minutes respectively. That is the current, we say hours, they have given in minutes. Okay. Last week's actual output was 4750 and 650 for X and Y. Actual factory cost was 78,250. The throughput cost for the week will be, they have asked the cost How do I calculate the cost? Step by step. First point. Calculate the throughput cost per minute. Since minute is given, per minute. How many? What was the cost? 78,250. And how many minutes were given? 31,300. Just calculate the throughput cost. Just focus on the steps because I'll be giving you the questions on this also. Okay. So it is 78,250 divided by 31,300. 2.5 per minute. 2.5 per minute. Okay. Second point. How many minutes did you utilize? How many minutes did you utilize? Obviously, minutes utilized will be, for X, you have utilized 4750 units into 5 minutes. And for Y, 650 units into 10 minutes. Into 10. Just calculate how many minutes are there. 4750 into 5. This will give me 23,750. And for Y, 650 into 10 will give me 6,500 into 23,750. This will give you the answer as 30,250 minutes. 30,250. Now what is the throughput cost? Just multiply by 2.5. Throughput cost and multiply by the total you have utilized. This will give you the throughput cost. So 30,250 into 2.5. 30,250 into 2.5. This will give you the answer as 75,625, option A. 75,625, option A. Right. So I hope you got this point. You can look at the presentation. I first calculated the throughput cost per hour or per minute. Second, how many hours or minutes I did utilize, and then the product of these two will give me the throughput cost. These are the point, and this one is one of the important question from exam point of view, MCQ based. Okay. Second, a similar question. I want answers from everyone. Yes, give me the answer. Question number 86. I want an answer, quick. Yes, everyone. I need an answer, be quick. Okay, 75,000 is the answer. Okay. So I'm getting the answer as C. Let's see. Yeah, 75,000. So one of the easy question, 2.5 was given to you. 30,000 minutes and just multiply and get the answer. Very easy point. Okay, fine. Next, moving ahead. This is the second important question from throughput. Basically, over the past years, if you closely watch the pattern of the questions asked, these are the two questions which the institute is asking on continuous basis, whether it may be MTP or your past papers. These are the two questions. First is the first one I've already taught you, and this is the second one. I'm reading out the question. Please pay attention. Amrit Limited, a manufacturer of doors using a throughput costing system, is experiencing a bottleneck in its plant. Setup time at one of its workstation has been identified as the offender. The manager has praised a plan to reduce the setup time at a cost of 5,24,000. The change will result in 500 additional doors. मतलब 500 doors आप extra बना सकते हो. You can make 500 additional doors by spending 524. Okay. The selling price per door is 19,300. The direct labor cost is 2,400, and the direct material cost is 8,000. All units produced can be sold. The result in an increase in the throughput contribution of dash. How much throughput contribution will be increased? 500 additional doors. Selling price is given, labor cost is given, and the material cost is given. What amount can be increased? Please tell me. What amount can be increased? Mic check. Online students kindly confirm. Yes, 88 is B option. 88 is B. Yes, everyone please confirm. Okay, moving ahead. Okay, over here they have asked return per hour, and over here they have given in minutes. They have asked the return. If you remember, return was nothing but the limiting factor return, right? So selling price is 150 less only the material, not the conversion, because this is not to be considered. Material is 60. So the throughput contribution is 90 divided by the limiting factor, which is known as the bottleneck, is 10 minutes. So I get the answer as just 1 minute, 10 minutes, 150 minus 60, yeah, 9. Right. So it is only for per minute, right? For 1 minute. For 1 minute. Or else you can say for 10 minutes you are earning 90 rupees. So for 60 minutes, for 1 minute it is 9. For 60 minutes, how much? Just cross multiply, you get the answer as 540. It is that simple. Okay. Producing more bottleneck output. More non-bottleneck output, sorry. What will this do? It will create more inventory and you increase throughput contribution. The answer is no. It will not increase the throughput contribution. Why? Because non-bottleneck is 0. Creates more inventory but does not increase throughput contribution. Yes, this might be the 2 option, because non-bottleneck will not have any impact on throughput, but if you are creating more, obviously you will give more inventory. Creates less pressure on bottleneck workstation. No. Allows for maximum overall work. No. Obviously these 3 are the incorrect answers. It will only create inventory. Non-bottleneck means what? Non-bottleneck means what? It is nothing but it is not a constraint. If it is not a constraint, go on producing. That means inventory will increase. But if it is not a bottleneck, how will it increase the contribution? Because contribution is only with the associated with the material, not with the other cost, right? And no increase with the throughput contribution will be given. Yes, the answer is B. I will again explain option A, C and D also. You can just give it a read and you will get the answer. Okay. This data is a basic question of regular target costing. Regular target costing. We are almost closer to achieve the century. 91st is the question and we just have to reach till 100. Apart from that also, I'll be giving you a certain guidelines which you need to follow. 91. Now from 91 to 100, it is all target costing. Marketing department of an organization estimates that 40,000 of new mixers could be sold annually at a price of rupees 60. First of all, I give you a basic idea of what is target costing. See, if I am the price maker, I will not follow target costing because I need to make a price. I will set up my own price. But when there is a perfect contribution, perfect competition, I cannot increase the price. I cannot, give a price for whatever the rule is. I cannot set my price by my own. I become the price taker, not the price maker, because it will be market driven. It will be market driven. Market में जो rate चल रहा है, I have to use that rate. For example, if one of my competitor is selling this pen at rupees 50 and there is a perfect competition, Obviously, I will not be able to sell at 52. I have to keep the price 50 or even lower than that. That means, first of all, I have to take that price because that price will be market driven. I have taken that price from the market. And now I will try to reduce my cost. That is, I will fix a target. This is my target and I need to fit in there. This is the target, right? So basically, target is nothing but the basic idea of sales minus profit is cost. We say this is the target cost, or else sales minus cost is the profit. We say this is the target profit. These are the two combinations which can be asked for the first one. So the mixer can be 40,000 mixers and it can be sold at ₹60. To design, develop and produce new mixers, an investment of 40 lakh would be required. 40 lakh का investment है. The company desires a 15% return. Given these data, the target cost to manufacture, sell and distribute this and service one mixer will be. Okay. So first of all, what will be your sales? First of all, tell me that. So you will say 40,000 into 60 minus what is your desired profit? Obviously, your desired profit is 40 lakh into 15%. That is your desired return. You will get a target cost. Target cost. These are the target cost, and they have asked per mixer, one mixer. Just divide by 40,000, you get the answer. Yes, the answer is C, 45. So 24 lakhs, 6 lakh, 18 lakh is what is the target cost. Divide by 40,000, you will get the answer as 45. It is this simple. Sales minus profit is cost. This is what is target costing. Target costing itna hi simple hai. Okay, moving ahead. 92. Again, a similar question. I need an answer quick. These are basically easy questions now. So you'll be able to answer it very quickly. Yes, you'll be able to answer it very quickly. A similar question to 91. Yes, the answer is C, 1050. Yeah. So it is very simple. Sales minus profit will give you cost, and cost per unit you need to calculate. Okay. Next one. A company has the capacity to sell 80,000 units and presently sells only 20,000 units at ₹100. Okay. This is repeated a lot of times in MTPs and past papers also. The capacity is 80,000, but presently they are selling only 20,000 at ₹100. The demand is sensitive to selling price, and it has been observed that with every reduction of 10 in selling price, the demand is doubled. So if you reduce the price by 10, the demand will get doubled. What should be the target cost if the demand is doubled at full capacity and the profit on sale is taken as 25%? Okay, so they have asked you the target cost. First of all, if the selling price is 100, your quantity demanded is only 20,000. What they are telling, drop the price by ₹10. That is, drop the selling price to 90. Your demand will get doubled. That is, demand will get doubled. That is 40,000. Drop the price again by 10. It will drop to 80. The demand will again get doubled, which is 80,000, which is your full capacity. So at full capacity, the selling price should be 80, right? The selling price should be 80. You got the selling price. What is the profit? 25%. Subtract the profit 25%, which is 20. So the target cost comes to 60 rupees at full capacity. This simple. Selling price, 10 rupees reduce it by 10, the quantity gets doubled. Reduce by 10, the quantity gets doubled. And by doubling it twice, you get the full capacity of 80,000. The selling price comes to 80. Profit was 25%. Get the answer, and 60 is the answer. 60 becomes the answer. I hope everyone is getting this point. Moving ahead. Again, there's the same question, but this time the options are different. Same question, exact same. The institute has not changed, but the options have changed. What should be the target cost? We have already calculated in the above question. In question number 93, the answer was 60. But there is no 60. The answer is in lakhs. Obviously, if that was just multiplied by the number of units. So 60 into 80,000 units will give you the answer as 48 lakhs. This was the only question. Now, how will you understand? Obviously, the options are in lakhs and you are getting only 60 rupees per unit. Just multiply the answer by the number of units and you will get the total answer. So the answer is 48 lakhs. Right? I hope the point is clear. Moving ahead. Okay. Give me the answer now. It is a similar question to 93 and 94. Give me the answer. Quick. Give me the answer. Yes, I want 95th. Quick, everyone. See, okay. So basically, the price is 10,000 and the units is 1 lakh. Again, they are giving the same. Reduce the price by 1,000. That is drop to 9,000. The quantity gets doubled. The quantity gets 2 lakh. Again, reduce the price by 1,000. That is 8,000. The quantity gets doubled. Again, 4 lakh. The quantity gets doubled to 4 lakh. That's it. So you get the selling price is 8,000. If the selling price is 8,000 minus profit of 25%, which is 2,000, the cost comes to 6,000. Option C. Perfect answers. Yes. Moving ahead. A very basic question of marginal. They have given in target, but it is purely marginal. Sales is 85, contribution is 30%. Fixed cost is 15. What will be their profit? Just make a statement, get the answer. Sales is 85 lakhs. Variable cost less contribution. Contribution is 30%. That means variable cost is 70%. So it comes to 25.5 lakhs. Fixed cost is 15 lakhs. 15 minus karenge cost, you get the answer as 10.5 lakhs profit. Option A. Very simple, very basic question. Okay. Moving ahead. 97. Yeah, this one is a good question. This one is a good question. 1200 units of microchips are required to be sold to earn a profit of 1,06,000 in the monopoly market. That means you are presently selling 1200 units and you want to earn a profit of 1,06,000. Okay, 1,06,000. The fixed cost for the period is 74,000. The contribution in the monopoly is as high as 3/4 of its variable cost. This is the important sentence over here. And you have to recommend the selling price. Okay, fine. First of all, what is given to you? Please try and analyze the question. Sales less variable cost will give you contribution minus the fixed cost will give you profit. Profit is given as 1,06,000. Fixed cost is given as 74,000. If I go reverse, I'll get the contribution as 1,80,000. 1,80,000. And this is on how many units? This is on 1,20,000, sorry, 1200 units. So 1200 into what rate will give you 1,80,000? Just try and calculate. 180 divided by 1200. This is 150. This is 150. So I got the contribution, but they have not asked contribution. They have asked selling price. They have asked selling price. How will I calculate? See, they have given 3/4 of variable cost. So if I say variable cost is 100, the contribution will be 3/4. 3/4 means, can I say 75? 100 ka 3/4. 100 into 3 by 4 is 75. That means if the variable cost is 100, contribution will be 75. If the contribution is 150, what will be the variable cost? It comes to 200. It comes to 200. That means the variable cost is 200. Now you only tell me, I don't have the selling price. I have the variable cost of 200 and the contribution of 150. Just go reverse. You get the answer as 350. The selling price is 350. The selling price is 350. A basic question of the marginal one, not the target one, but it is only marginal question. Okay. So the answer is 350. Okay. Perfect answers. Okay. The company that is a price taker, when I am the price taker, I have to take the price from the market. Obviously, I am following target costing. I have already explained this in the first point, right? Okay. 99. Dash is the difference between the sales price needed to capture a predetermined share and the desired profit. Difference of sale and the profit. Sale minus profit is cost and it is known as the target cost, right? This is the target cost. Okay, moving ahead. And the last question. Target costing is the answer to. कहाँ से मिलता है भाई? Sellers market, no profit, none of these, or market driven. I've already explained this in the first point. It is always market driven. It is always based on the market, right? So here we are done with all the 100 MCQs along with a few concepts plus important questions. I'll be forwarding this PDF. This PDF has everything. Basically, it has got a lot of efforts. बहुत efforts लिए हैं मैंने इसके पीछे. I've compiled every MCQ chapter wise. I've already solved it with the handwritten notes because many times the institute only gives the final answer or the solution is something which you'll not be able to understand. I have simplified it to the best possible manner. These notes will really help you, and whenever you are revising, just follow these notes and it will be beneficial for you at the exam point of time. Okay, so yes, if you have not filled up the form, kindly fill up the form. You will get the notes. Also regarding the theory points, theory MCQs basically. Chapter 1, which is the introduction to SCM. Just follow your study material. Just follow the study material MCQs. That's it. For this one and the last chapter, which is data analytics, which is in part B actually, not part A, but B, data analytics. Again, what you have to do is only chapter MCQs, that is study material MCQs. If you check the past trends, they copy paste the questions from this only. They just copy paste the questions from here only. So if you are not reading the entire theory, if you don't have time to read the entire theory, just follow these two concepts, the first chapter and the last chapter. Go with the MCQs. Please don't skip that part. Please follow the MCQ of the study material itself, right? Okay, so I've given the best of what I can give right now, and I will strongly recommend do watch the previous marathons also. Do watch this. This will be beneficial. As I told you, already 2 marathons have been recorded. The second marathon was in 2 parts, part day 1 and day 2, and this is the third marathon which I am taking right now. So please make sure you are watching all the marathons because that will cover a variety of questions. Okay, just give a few days to SCM and I assure you will get an exemption. Also reminding again, CFR, if you are also attending for both the groups, just join me live from tomorrow 5 PM, and अगर आप नहीं हो, ask your friends, उनको बहुत benefit मिलेगा CFR के लिए. ठीक है? Well, that's it from my side and thank you very much for being patient and इतना देर मेरे साथ बैठने के लिए. Okay, we'll stop here.